bed, turning her head to look underneath the mattress. And what happens next will surely give you the chills. Take a look. As you can see, her body slowly goes under the bed, as if being pulled by something underneath. We then hear the child begin to wail. Her cries become more distressed as her body goes underneath until it completely disappears. The TikTok user explained that his wife believes their daughter simply crawled under the bed, though he's certain that she was pulled by something or someone. The way her body seems to slowly slide under the bed is clearly suggestive of a pulling motion, and the fact that she screams "mummy" is extremely eerie and suspicious. The uploader later confirmed that they ran into the child's room to see what had happened. They found their daughter under the bed safe, but frightened. So could this video be a case of our worst childhood nightmare come true? According to traditional Chinese medicine, qi is a type of energy that binds life itself together, a sort of life force that exists in all things. Grandmaster Wolf is a martial artist and mystic from Australia. He studied in remote temples in the Himalayas and other remote mountains of China, where he claims to have mastered the flow of qi. In this video, we see Grandmaster Wolf prepare with a few hand movements. What happens next is quite remarkable. Take a look. As you can see, he hovers his hand over a bowl of water. The liquid appears to vibrate as tiny ripples appear on the surface. When he moves his hand away, the vibration appears to stop. The description of the video states, "Under ideal conditions, water produces its own qi. When this comes into contact with human qi, it often produces an evidential shimmer. There is a far greater fundamental mind in all of us than what is generally accepted as the normal waking state. This original mind is your true identity. When life is engaged directly from this original mind, one becomes privy to sights, sounds, and connections in life that can never be grasped by the physical senses and the machinations of the brain. There are definite techniques and methods specifically designed to awaken this wonderful, mysterious realm of pathless ultimate reality." GM Wolf. So does this video show evidence of a powerful master of qi at work, or is there another explanation? Love to hear your opinions on this one in the comments section below. Reddit user KittyK38 has experienced all kinds of eerie activity inside of her home. From things moving on their own to strange noises and unsettling vibes in the basement. It would appear this house has become home to some kind of unnatural presence. We've shown quite a few of KittyK38's videos on our channel in the past, and many viewers agree that the house is in fact haunted. In this clip, KittyK38 speaks to the camera, giving an update to her followers on when she'll upload new videos in the future.
Happy Wednesday, TikTok. Everything in the house has been really crazy lately. I've been posting videos to show you kind of what's been going on.
All seems fine at first, but 7 seconds in, viewers are hit with something chilling. See if you can spot it.
Lately, I've been posting videos to show you kind of what's been going on, so the house is getting really active in 2021.
In the top left-hand corner, viewers can see what seems to be a tall, dark, lanky figure slowly walking behind the woman.
Lately, I've been posting videos to show you kind of what's been going on, so the house is getting really active in 2021. getting a lot
The
of
figure seems to stop in front of a large window in the background,
schedule, and as soon as we can get back to doing live streams down in the
though it seems to shift around a little near the end right as the video concludes.
Stay tuned. I will keep you updated with the haunting. Cheers.
As we said, Kitty K38 has sent a number of videos to Slaptam in the past, as she and her husband's home is said to be notoriously active with spooky spirits and other supernatural beings. In this way, perhaps it's no surprise that another terrifying figure has made an appearance here. Viewers noted that this figure seems to be wearing a brimmed hat, which is reminiscent of the infamous Hat Man. The Hat Man is one of the most petrifying supernatural figures, claimed to have been seen by a large number of people throughout history all around the world. He's said to be a tall, dark figure that sports a hat and stands at a distance from individuals, often staring at them eerily. There have been accounts of the Hat Man approaching some individuals and even hovering over them while they rest in bed. So could this be yet another sighting of the infamous Hat Man?
It's getting really active in 2020.
Type Hat Man in the comments below if you're a true believer.
So please stay tuned. I will keep you updated with the haunting. Cheers.
Dragons have been associated with Chinese history for thousands of years. In fact, symbols of dragons are found in drawings, literature, jewellery, coins, clothing and films, among many other mediums throughout the country. It's said that the dragon symbolises extraordinary strength, and its appearance is often accompanied by impressive lightning and deafening thunder. One video shared by the news website Newsflare may have just captured a dragon making an incredible appearance in Shenyang last year in the province of Liaoning. Viewers see a view of the city from outside of a balcony. Suddenly, something extraordinary happens. Take a look. As you can see, an enormous ball of fire breaks out, seemingly out of nowhere. It's accompanied by a large explosive sound. A second corroborating clip is then shown, this time from a lower angle. Viewers can see just how intense the fireball is before it slowly dissipates.
哎呦我去！哎呦我去！这是啥呀？这是啥呀？我的天哪！
太吓人了！刚刚爆一次，怎么又爆一次呢？
Yet another clip confirms the event, this time from another high angle with a similar view as to the first clip. A final video is then played, this time as shot from a moving vehicle. Take a look at what happens.
哎呦我操！哎呦我操！哎呦我操！哎呦我操！
Next to the fiery explosion, just on the left, viewers can make out a strange, dark, flying figure next to the fireball just before the video ends.
哎呦我操！哎呦我操！哎呦我操！哎呦我操！
Some have speculated this unidentified flying object is in fact a Chinese dragon. It was later confirmed by some news outlets that the impressive fireball was caused by a lightning strike to a set of high voltage power lines. Interestingly, the power lines were not at all affected by the huge explosion, even by such a big strike. However, the dark flying figure is a complete mystery. Its large frame resembles the outline of a dragon, as often seen in images or illustrations in China.
哎呦我操！哎呦我操！哎呦我操！哎呦我操！
If we watch the first clip again, you can see the big black flying object from another angle. This time, however, it's a little ways in front of the explosion. This has led many viewers to theorize that there were in fact multiple unidentified flying creatures in the sky that day. So could this fireball be the result of an angry dragon, or was it simply a massive lightning strike as presented by the media? Let us know what you think in the comments section below. For one YouTube user, Seust, a stroll in the forest led to a bizarre, unexplained sighting. In the video, the camera operator shows us a view of leaves on the ground before panning the camera up to a grove of trees. The camera holder pans back down, continuing to walk forward before he or she stops, showing us one tree in particular. Take a look at what they spotted. Upon review, we see a small figure peeking out from behind the tree. The figure is dark coloured with a round head, small body, and long, narrow arms. The figure looks at the camera for a few moments before hiding back behind the tree. The camera operator then turns and walks away quickly before the clip ends. Here's the sighting again in slow motion. The YouTuber explained in the video description that in some Russian forests, there are said to be strange creatures hiding, including aliens, gnomes, yetis, goblins, and elves. These creatures appear in forests that haven't been extensively explored before. Many of the video commentators agreed that this creature looks like an alien or gnome based on its physique. As there are so many stories of creatures being found in these forests, it's perhaps not surprising that one unusual being decided to make an appearance. The question still remains what it is and what its intentions could be. Some strange sightings posted to the internet are just plain hard to explain. This could be due to a mysterious being having an ambiguous shape, moving rapidly, or having no suggestion as to what it could be at all. This is the case for one video uploaded by Warmonger on YouTube. In the brief clip, we see a view outside of a car at nighttime. What happens next may just give you the chills. Take a look. We can see a small white figure running on all fours in front of the car and into the darkness, disappearing from sight. There have been many suggestions as to what this so-called creature might be. Many viewers thought the creature could actually just be a person who was drunk or under the influence of drugs running on all fours. Others were more inclined to believe it was some type of animal, perhaps a monkey or a large cat. The YouTube user who uploaded the video explained that this so-called creature had made strange sounds before emerging. There have been no explanations as to what this figure could be, so until further information comes to hand, this bizarre sighting will have to be chalked up as a mystery. Flashing lights, a sign of an electrical problem, or something a little more sinister? This is the question TikTok user Blake A. West had when they uploaded a bizarre video to the social media platform. With over 800,000 views, the comments section went into a frenzy trying to figure out what was going on. We see a view of a large parking lot at nighttime. The person handling the camera shows us streetlights around and nearby the parking lot, all of which seem to be flashing at a rapid rate. The uploader pans the camera around, wondering what it could be.
The
Another person in the background comments that it seems like it's a lapse in the matrix.
It's a
fucking lapse in the matrix, guys.
A lapse or glitch in the matrix is used to refer to an irregularity in the world that is not supposed to happen, such as with the shown flashing lights here. Many other commenters blamed aliens, spirits, or other paranormal activity on the bizarre event. Of course, many level-headed viewers suggested it was most likely a malfunction at a local power station. So is this simply a malfunction, or is it something a little more sinister? Give the video another look and judge for yourself.
It's a fucking lapse in the matrix, guys.
Strange objects or beings flying in the air are, terrifyingly enough, an occurrence that's been reported by countless people worldwide. Sometimes these sightings are simply explained as birds or planes. Occasionally, however, they're also believed to be UFOs flown by aliens. Still, Instagram user Unanswered Universe was not able to find an answer with the clip he shared. In the Instagram video, we see a blue sky with a flying object in the center of frame. The object resembles a small humanoid figure. Here it is, zoomed in and slowed down. Many have explained this sighting as a drone. After all, drones have become more and more common in everyday life. On the other hand, most drones are small, flat, with a noticeable camera. It's this detail that has led many viewers to believe we're witnessing some kind of alien craft or being hovering in the air. They've also theorized that it may be collecting data on Earth and sending it back to some interstellar race. But what do you think? Drone or alien? Duke it out in the comments section below. At the beginning of 2021, the TikTok user, now known as Cursed Home, discovered an Amazon Echo smart speaker for sale on eBay. The device came with a dire warning that it was cursed and haunted by an unknown entity. The ad for the device claimed that extreme caution should be used when handling the Echo. They claimed that it turned on at strange hours of the night, executed bizarre commands without warning, and it was even found in unusual parts of the home without anyone moving it. The seller had hoped a paranormal investigator would buy it to study the strange activity. Instead, a TikToker bought it for maximum views. Take a look at what happened. Shortly after activating the device, the new owner noticed something strange on their home security camera. Take a look. As you can see, the kitchen door opens on its own, and moments later, the Alexa device activated even though no one was home. They later discovered more strange things about Alexa when they began asking it questions. Alexa gives some startling responses to some simple inquiries, such as, is ice cream bad for robots?
Alexa, ice cream is bad for robots.
5109 must not be spoken. This restriction is waived in the event of an imminent threat to the life of its keeper. It must then be spoken to that keeper's 05 command contact via one-way radio transmitter. The identities present are secret.
Another clip shows eerie activity in the home with a lamp flickering on and off and a chilling message from Alexa.
All morning and we have no idea what's happening. And it just turned off. That is so weird.
She's here. She's here. She's here. She's here.
What the f is
She's
happening?
here. She's here. She's here. She's here. She's here. She's here.
Dude,
She's here.
it's off. Alexa, she's here. Dude, what is going on? That is so creepy.
The device eventually begins waking up the homeowners by shouting gibberish and making odd sounds late at night.
Oh my god, that is so creepy.
Then in this final chilling clip, the homeowner managed to capture something truly chilling. Watch.
You're all going to die, 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 you're all going to die.
So what's going on in this home? Is this Echo really haunted? Has this Alexa been programmed for some sinister purpose? Or is it all just a really well executed hoax? This mystery is ongoing as the account regularly posts bizarre and chilling clips of Alexa and the haunted Echo. As always, there's links to the channels we feature in the description box below. This one's well worth checking out.
This is a warning to anyone listening. They have arrived. They are planning on taking everything we've worked so hard to build. Rise. There is a reason everyone is leaving Earth.
What is that supposed to mean?
This next clip is reported to have been captured in an unknown part of India. It was uploaded to the Instagram account JanaraTalk2, where it garnered quite a lot of attention. The video opens with a view of a beach at night time. There's a small group of people gathered, all with their phones out, documenting the strange event. In the sand, we can see what looks like a bizarre creature that closely resembles a mermaid. You can make out a long tail and fins and the upper body of a human. At one point, it looks like one of the onlookers is trying to untangle the creature from a bunch of garbage. Obviously, a lot of viewers were quick to hail this footage as shocking proof that mermaids actually exist. Some called it witchcraft or the work of demons, citing the wailing sounds coming from the creature. Of course, a lot of level-headed comments said it had to be a hoax and that mermaids were nothing more than a fanciful legend. Interestingly, mermaids have held a place in global mythology for centuries, appearing in ancient texts in Europe, Africa, and Asia. In 1493, Christopher Columbus claimed to have seen a mermaid during his expedition of the Caribbean. However, historians believe he may have actually just seen a manatee at a distance. During the 17th and 18th centuries, sailors, fishermen, and pirates regularly claimed to see half-fish, half-human hybrid creatures out at sea. They believed that mermaid sightings were a bad omen, bringing ill fortune upon all who witnessed the mythical creatures. More modern sightings have stoked a fresh interest in these legendary beings. In 2009, in the coastal town of Kiryat Yam in Israel, dozens of people reported strange creatures leaping out of the waters of Haifa Bay. The sightings became so frequent that the local government offered a $1 million reward for proof of the existence of mermaids. Then, in 2012 in Zimbabwe, workers on two reservoirs near Gokwe and Mutare abruptly stopped working, claiming that mermaids were scaring them away from the work sites. So how is it that people all over the world for centuries have been spotting similar-looking half-fish, half-human hybrids? Is it just a case of mistaken identity that's been perpetuated through lofty tales of myth and legend? Or is there a thread of truth running through these old folk stories? With the aid of modern technology, amateur ghost hunting has become a far more prolific enterprise. In this video, ghost hunting troupe Raptor Adventures uses a new app called Scaranoia that promises to help direct its users to nearby haunted locations. Much to their delight, the app leads the investigators to the Mirador Bed and Breakfast, a location known for being haunted. The Victorian-style building that houses the Mirador Bed and Breakfast in Florida, USA, was originally built in 1884. The home passed through numerous owners, including a train station master, before Elise Campbell purchased the property and lived there with her children. Elise passed away in 1990. Her family then abandoned the house, leaving everything exactly as it was and refused to sell it to anyone else. It sat vacant for 10 years, becoming a target for thieves and vandals, before the owners eventually sold it for restoration. There are allegedly quite a few active spirits still residing in the building. One of the investigators in this clip knows the building's current owners, so they were able to head inside the historic building.
Okay guys, so Jody was able to get us in here. His good friend Kayla, who is the owner of the Mirador, was nice enough to buzz us in. This place is amazing. I'm so excited.
In the video, they discover a few strange things, such as unexplained cold spots and lights switching on and off. They decide to use a spirit box to communicate with any potential ghosts. They ask the spirit to interact with the lights. Watch what happens.
Hi, Lay. Immediately, Lay came through. Who was messing with the lights a couple minutes ago? Can you do it again for me? Okay, we're ready. Go ahead.
Can you make the chandelier or any other light go on or off?
The light just came on over there.
I did. That was off, right?
Yes.
The chandelier was the only light on it.
Yeah.
Who did that? Who turned that on?
What? Just trying to compose myself, guys. That was pretty intense. That was enough. It's almost like a roller coaster. You just want that adrenaline. Like,
A little bit of adrenaline.
you get a little bit and it spooks you, but you want more. It's like you can't get enough of it. So, I know this is crazy. I know it is, guys, but can you do that again? Do you think maybe you could turn the lamp off? I'm gonna go ahead and put the camera on the light and see. Can you do that again?
Light.
Light.
Said light. Light.
Lisa, turn off!
Oh.
What?
He said light. It took him a minute, but they did it.
They said, whoa.
Whoa.
Later, a fellow investigator comes into the room and they tell him about the lights turning off. Take a look at what happens.
The lights flickered again, and then I was asking if they could do the same thing like they did earlier with this light, and they freaking turned that light on.
Really?
Yes, it was crazy. And we've been getting all kinds of activity with the K2 meter. They've been lighting it up for us, so.
Wow. Can you make that light go off? Can you make that light go off?
You know what? I'm gonna
make that light turn on. I'm sorry. Dude, you guys are kidding me. What?
Oh!
You guys weren't kidding.
Wow.
Can you turn it off?
It looks like a pretty. Well, I don't know if it's really.
Look, Jody! What? It just lit up to red.
Did it just go to red?
Oh!
Jody, you did it. They are listening.
Dude, it wasn't even this active the last time I was here, but the time before that time, it was insane. Just like this.
Right?
This is crazy.
Wow.
Guys.
Following this, while upstairs, something else happens that suggests there's an active spirit in the house. Watch.
This curtain is moving. Well,
You go first.
okay guys, we're gonna go in this room. What I didn't tell Lisa is we're gonna do this in the dark.
Really?
Yeah. For the first part of it anyway. Look at this bed, guys. I know you can't see it very well.
Dad,
What?
I did not. Did you put? I didn't shut that door.
Lise, get in here.
Open the door.
What?
Stop playing tricks.
I'm not.
Oh God. Okay, really?
You didn't do that.
No. Like you went in and that door literally just closed right behind you. I was back.
All right, let me see if they'll do it for us. Can you do that for us again? Can you shut? Lise,
Whoa. Are you serious?
get in here.
I'm not coming in there. Oh.
Wow.
Despite numerous reports of haunted activity happening in the Mirador, no one seems to know the identity of the resident spirits. Could it be the mother who abandoned the house shortly before her death? Could it be the station master who used to watch for trains from the windows on the top floor? Or is it something else entirely? For now, the mystery as to what's making this old house so active remains unsolved.
The light flickered.
Yep.
And it's moving.
It is moving.
Holy cow, it is moving. The chandelier.
Oh, the door's closing again. Okay. Wow.
What?
When one person spots what they believe to be a ghost, it's easy to brush off their claims as an overactive imagination or a trick of the light. When numerous people see the same thing, with some of them even capturing the phenomenon on camera, their claims become harder to ignore. YouTube channel Werewolf Radar shared a story of a town where people think they may have their very own hometown ghost. It all started with a phone call to the local police station in Mentor, Ohio, United States. The caller said that they saw a young child, approximately 7 years old, wearing white, running at a quick pace through traffic on the street. The officer responded to the scene and sure enough saw the mysterious child running through the streets in a white dress. However, the reports say that she vanished before the officer could reach her. He searched the area but found no trace of the child. Officers from other towns and even a canine unit were brought in, but their luck was no better. The child had simply vanished. The little girl was sighted again, this time on a doorbell camera placed on a home in the area. The video shows a translucent, childlike figure in white running along the street. Some who have viewed the video think it's an ordinary child recorded on an out-of-focus camera, making her appear blurry and partially transparent. However, others have pointed out that the child is running too quickly and standing up too straight to be an ordinary child. This matches the police officer's statement exactly. And if it is just an ordinary child running through the town, who are they and where are their family? Further still, no missing person reports were filed that match the description of the little girl. So what's going on in the town of Mentor? Is the ghost of a young girl really appearing in the streets? Watch the footage again and judge for yourself. Hospitals, frequent witnesses to death and suffering, are the perfect place for a creepy ghost sighting. In this footage, the new reality since it was built in 1928, the hospital has been the site of numerous paranormal experiences, including sightings of bizarre figures, hearing strange sounds, and other unexplainable events. One of the most prolific ghosts at the site is a nurse. Many patients and visitors over the years have encountered a woman in a nurse's uniform that they only later find out doesn't actually exist after talking to staff. Since the hospital closed, locals and visitors have frequently reported seeing figures standing in the windows or on the roof, but the police are never able to find any sign of intruders when they investigate the calls. According to a clip that's spreading around the internet, something truly bizarre was spotted in the night sky over Dinkelspiel, Germany on the 2nd of July 2021. The clip was uploaded to the YouTube channel Master at Work for all to see. As the camera holder films through the windshield of their car, we can see that they're driving along a lonely stretch of road late at night. Up ahead, there's something bizarre lighting up the night sky. Not far above the horizon, we can see a series of lights floating in the air. The lights make up an inverted triangle shape with a bright red light in the center. The lights on the outside are white and of two different sizes. As the witnesses record their experience, the lights seem to suddenly disappear at the end of the clip. It would be highly unusual for ordinary aircraft to fly so close together in the sky, and some of the closer views of the lights seem to indicate that the lights all make up a single craft. If it is indeed a ship, it's not like anything we've ever seen on Earth. Several viewers have suggested that the entire thing is digital, claiming that the texture of the road repeats throughout the clip, which could indicate digital manipulation. Not everyone is so sure, however. They believe this could be legitimate evidence of extraterrestrial visitors coming to Earth. So what do you think's going on in this bizarre clip? clever CGI or evidence of an enormous unidentified craft? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section down below. There are many weird and wonderful creatures roaming this planet. Who knows what could be out there just waiting to be discovered? This footage from the YouTube channel Weird Sighting is making many people wonder what could be watching them in the dark. The footage is recorded from the inside of a car driving on a narrow dirt road with thick foliage on either side. The exact location of this road is unknown. The only light comes from the car's headlights. Unexpectedly, an unusual animal leaps out from the trees and bounds across the road. Watch. Here it is again in slow motion. The creature's large and dull brown in colour. It has a curved back and it moves quickly on all fours. It seems to have a tail or long tendrils that trail behind it as it jumps through the air. Based on the fleeting glimpse that we do get of the creature, it could fit the description of a Wendigo or Chupacabra, well-known cryptids that have long been found in North American folklore. The Wendigo is an Algonquin cryptid said to appear in times of famine to feed voraciously on anything or anyone it encounters. The Chupacabra is said to be a deadly creature that feeds on the blood of animals and sometimes humans. Could either of these legendary creatures be responsible for this strange footage? Some viewers believe that the video is more likely to be a hoax. They claim it was created using CGI as part of a guerrilla marketing campaign for the upcoming film The Tomorrow War starring Chris Pratt. The film features aliens that strongly resemble the one in this clip. Some think that the film studio made this video to go viral as a secret promotion for the film. So is this video a covert marketing attempt or something far more frightening? Let me know what you think down below. TikToker Bruno05M lives on a large property with his family. He says that strange things frequently happen around the house and that their dad always sees a mysterious girl early in the morning walking around the yard. This clip was taken by the OP's sister who went out to investigate some strange sounds coming from the yard. Take a look at what happens.
Seban está en la pieza, pero yo sentirlo alojado por acá. No sé qué está pasando, pero quiero tratar de grabar. ¡Ah! Miren eso.
Watching the clip the first time, the sister is clearly frightened by something lurking in the darkness, but it is hard to see what it is. If we watch it again, but brighten up the image, we can see a face peering out from behind a post.
Quiero tratar de grabar. ¡Ah! Miren eso.
Shortly after uploading the clip, it went viral on TikTok, racking up over 6 million views, with thousands of people speculating on what may have been lurking in the yard. The TikToker uploaded a follow-up video showing the yard where the sighting took place, but this time it's in the daytime. Here we can see that the figure was lurking in some kind of shed or storage area. The OP thanked all their viewers for the concern and confirmed that they're safe and that nothing strange had happened in the subsequent days. At this point, everything seemed to end well for the TikToker. However, a short while later, they uploaded yet another clip updating their audience. In this clip, which was captured shortly after a TikTok live stream, the upload is searching the back of their property. Take a look at what they found.
Mira. Espera, ya lo vieron. Espera, cállate.
A dark figure can be seen standing at the end of the trail.
Ay, mierda, ¿qué es eso?
It freaks them out and they run away shortly before the clip ends.
Vamos. Vamos, vamos. Vamos, vamos, corre.
So what's happening on this rural property? Is there a squatter living on the grounds? Or is it something a little more mysterious? Some viewers thought it looked like a shadow figure, a witch, or perhaps even a cryptid of some kind. But what do you think's happening here? Share your theories with the rest of the community in the comment section down below.
Vamos, 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 vamos para la casa, dígame, hijo de ella. Vamos, 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 vamos. Vamos, vamos. Vamos, vamos, corre.
Here's some freaky footage uploaded by TikTok user Archivos del Infierno. It seems to show something mysterious happening near an ambulance. Take a look. Watching that again in slow motion, a misty shape appears to drift out the back of the ambulance. Naturally, commenters were shocked by the footage, with some suggesting it's the soul or spirit of someone who's just died in the back of the ambulance. It's hard to say for certain what's been captured here, but it is definitely a weird piece of footage. Could it really be the spirit of someone who recently passed away? Take another look and decide for yourself. Here's another clip from the TikTok account Archivos del Infierno. This clip was allegedly captured by an employee at a morgue who was working the late shift at 3 AM. They were hearing some strange noises coming from one of the rooms, so they took out their phone to try and document the strange sounds. Take a look at what was captured. Watching that again, a blue stool seems to move all on its own. Then seconds later, it moves again. Given that this clip was filmed inside of a morgue, many viewers have speculated that we're seeing some genuine paranormal activity, perhaps from a spirit that's trapped on the property, unable to move to the afterlife. This strange clip was uploaded to TikTok by user Paranormal Dare to Do. It shows what was supposed to be a normal yoga tutorial. However, things take a turn for the strange. Take a look. As you can see, as the couple performs a lift, one of the books on the shelf mysteriously shifts, then falls to the ground. As strange as this event is, a lot of people in the comments section commented that the cat seems to sense something. Now this is where opinions go either way. Some say that the cat is actually looking at a piece of string that's being used to pull the book off the shelf. However, the other camp of commenters thought that the cat's sensing something paranormal, as it seems to know something's about to happen. It then gets spooked when the book hits the ground. So what do you think the cat is actually watching? A piece of string or something a little more mysterious? Let me know where you sit on this in the comment section down below. In February 2022, something strange happened during an interview with famed Bolivian folk singer Elma Hermosa Gonzalez. The clip was uploaded to TikTok by Elma's niece, who goes by the username Paula Hermosa7. Take a look at what happens.
Qué lindo. O sea, te das cuenta que tu tío tenía una energía, un sueño, no solo un sueño, tenía un convencimiento de que sí iba a ser realidad.
During the interview, Elma's ponytail lifts up into the air. It looks like it's moved by some sort of unseen force.
Un sueño, no solo un sueño, tenía un convencimiento de que sí iba a ser realidad.
Viewers were particularly stunned because at the time the ponytail lifts up, Elma was talking about his late brother Ulysses. Ulysses Hermosa died in 1992 at the age of 38 from complications arising from leukemia. Ulysses was integral in the success of the folk group Los Carcas, which he and his brothers performed in. The family believes that Ulysses made an appearance in the interview with his brother Elmer, lifting up his ponytail as a way of making contact.
O sea, te das cuenta que tu tío tenía una energía, un sueño, no solo un sueño, tenía un convencimiento de que sí iba a ser.
So could this be true? Is the spirit of their lost uncle and brother trying to make contact from the beyond? I'll leave that up to you to decide.
Que tu tío tenía una energía, un sueño, no solo un sueño, tenía un convencimiento de que sí iba a ser.
This next eerie clip comes from the YouTube channel Breakman. It's a snippet of some footage taken from a security camera overlooking a suburban road. Everything seems fairly normal until this happens. Watching that again, a woman seems to appear out of nowhere from behind the passing car. She stumbles a little, then looks back at the car confused. There are a number of theories surrounding this clip. They range from frightening to otherworldly. Firstly, the more out there theories suggest that she did appear out of nowhere. Some say she's a time traveler, or that we're seeing yet another glitch in the Matrix, a detail that seems to suggest we're living in a simulation. A more grounded yet chilling theory suggests that we're seeing a woman that was abducted, and that she may have managed to escape her captor by jumping out of the boot of the passing car. Let's hope this is indeed a time traveler, because the other theory is just a bit too freaky to think about. This first item on the list of unexplained paranormal mysteries from around the world looks like a student prank. However, more than 100 students and adults experienced something that can't be explained. It happened in a Malaysian school back in April of 2016. The situation was so intense, the school involved was actually forced to temporarily shut down, while education officials tried to figure out exactly what was going on. The saga started when a group of students and teachers supposedly witnessed spirits and experienced supernatural events while in a school building located in Kota Baru. Believing the claims to be credible, school leaders closed the school temporarily to bring in Islamic scholars to conduct prayer sessions and other spiritual exercises. Some of the students who allegedly encountered the supernatural happenings at the school claimed they saw a black figure making its way through the campus. One of the teachers at the school told local media that she could feel a heavy entity touching her. Another teacher claimed that the being attempted to enter her body. A photo was tweeted by star journalist @Philip Golangai on April of 2016. It supposedly captures an insight into what was haunting the school. In the photo, you can just make out an outline of a dark figure lurking at the back of the room. Ultimately, a formal explanation was never given regarding what actually happened at the Malaysian school. Many who have investigated the incident claim it's a classic case of mass hysteria. However, most of the students and faculty present during the haunting say a jinn was wreaking havoc, with many still fearing another attack. This next unexplained mystery came to life with a little help from Google Maps. Speculation and conspiracies have been running wild ever since savvy map watchers spotted what appears to be a mysterious object emerging from the melting ice in Antarctica. The strange object was first spotted by YouTuber Mr. MBB333. He uploaded a video analysing the area and offered some insight into what the shape could be. When looking at the screenshot of the object that made the rounds during October 2020, it's hard to deny that it resembles some type of disc-shaped spacecraft. Many commenters who have studied the image credit it with being very intelligently designed. Some have even speculated that the object measures in at 60 feet in width when using the scale of the space around it. It's really just questions on top of questions when pondering the origins of this paranormal mystery. Is it something that was left behind by humans? Did aliens park it there? How long has this object sat buried underneath Antarctic snow? It's unlikely that any real answers will come from the science community anytime soon. For now, all internet sleuths can do is continue to dig in the virtual sense, to try and uncover any real answers to this strange mystery. The Whitby Museum in North Yorkshire, England is where you'll find the Hand of Glory. This object is thought to be full of supernatural powers, if you can stomach seeing it. History tells us that this mysterious object is prepared by combining a hand taken from a criminal who's been executed on the gallows with a candle made from fat from the corpse. After a carefully measured processing stage that includes pickling the hand in salt and allowing it to steep in specific herbs for a month, the hand is then placed on an oak tree for 3 nights in a row before being brought to the doors of a church, while the preparer of the hand keeps watch. The person who prepares the hand is free to keep it, if they're able to keep watch over the hand all night without running away in fear. So what could make such a gruesome ritual worth it? Myths surrounding the power of the Hand of Glory date back to 15th century Europe. Some people supposedly believed that the light of the Hand of Glory could burn forever without ever being consumed. Others believed that possessing this object would allow them to open any lock on any building. It was also believed that this formidable hand could render anyone who gazed upon it motionless. The Australian outback is the perfect place for paranormal mysteries to thrive. That's probably part of the reason why the Min Min light phenomenon is so intriguing. According to many witnesses, mysterious lights are often spotted in the area near the Min Min settlement. The lights often seem as though they're following or approaching people. Legend also says that anyone who dares to try and chase the lights down will never be seen again. While the first recorded sighting of the Min Min lights was in 1838, stories of strange lights have been present in Australian folklore for generations. Sightings of the Min Min lights are so common that the focus is really on determining what's causing them, instead of trying to debunk their existence. The scientific community has some thoughts on what might be behind these lights. One idea is that swarming insects in the deep brush of the Australian outback actually take on bioluminescent characteristics after coming into contact with fungi. Others who have researched the mystery believe the lights are created by marsh gas or other geophysical phenomena. The possibilities are endless, and it still remains a mystery. Something mysterious oozed its way onto the list of the oddest paranormal mysteries in 1986. Venezuela's La Mancha Negra, or the Black Stain, defies logic and explanation more than 3 decades after it was first discovered. In fact, millions of dollars and countless hours have been spent by government officials and researchers to try and determine exactly what this substance is, why it exists, and how to stop it. La Mancha Negra is an unexplained black substance that oozes from roads in the capital city of Caracas. People who have seen it describe it as a greasy, slick, and thick black blob of something that looks like chewed bubblegum. Far from being a minor nuisance, the slick substance has actually been responsible for multiple fatal accidents over the years. More than 1,800 people were killed as a result of La Mancha Negra, during just the span of time covering its discovery from 86 until 1992. Washing, scrubbing, rinsing, and scraping have not worked for cleaning up La Mancha Negra. However, the Venezuelan government did manage to get the issue mostly under control, in highly populated areas using complex cleaning equipment in 1996. That hasn't stopped the sludgy substance from continuing to creep in. What's more, nobody knows what this substance is even today. There are some theories regarding what causes La Mancha Negra to slither its way across Venezuelan roads. Some people believe it's simply a sludge that forms when older cars spray fluids while driving on the roads. Others claim it's caused by oils that are seeping out from poorly made asphalt. In 1992, President Carlos André Perez accused his political enemies of spilling the oil around the country, just to damage his reputation. Then there's more paranormal explanations. Some believe it's extraterrestrial in origin, something akin to the Blob, the sticky, all-engulfing entity from the 1958 cult sci-fi horror movie starring Steve McQueen. As of today, La Mancha Negra is simply a black sludge without an explanation. Ray Myers Hollow is a bone-chilling paranormal mystery. The spot is located near the Maryland border in York County, Pennsylvania. It was here that a murder took place that grabbed headlines back in 1928. A woman named Nellie Knoll, known as the River Witch of Marietta, instructed a local man named John Blymeer. She told him how to deal with the suspicion that he had been cursed by another local man named Nelson Raymeyer. Knoll advised Blymeer to break into Raymeyer's home to retrieve the spell book that he was almost certainly using to conjure up his curses. While taking Knoll's advice, Blymeer also decided to take along 2 companions. The group was unable to find the book when they arrived at Raymeyer's home. However, they did bump into Raymeyer himself. Determined to remove the curse, the men murdered Raymeyer before attempting to burn down his house. Ultimately, the house failed to burn enough to destroy the evidence of the murder that had taken place. The 3 men who murdered Raymeyer were eventually charged. The story was big enough that the trial of the men became a media sensation known as the York Witch Trial. However, what was an even bigger story was the speculation that Raymeyer really was a witch, with the ability to stop his home from being burned down even after death. Raymeyer's unburnable house still stands today in Stewartstown, Pennsylvania. In 2007, Nelson Raymeyer's descendants opened the home for public tours. However, the property is closed to the public today. The YouTube channel Dan Bell Film It uploaded an interesting tour of the property. I'll put a link to the full video in the description box below.
Strange tale.
There are certain locations that seem to attract spirits like magnets. Typically, these spots have tragic histories steeped in suffering and death. When YouTuber ZTube Family visited the town of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, they captured some compelling photos and videos of what is sometimes called the most haunted town in America. The owner of the channel, Melissa Zed, shared this haunting evidence with us. Gettysburg was the site of one of the bloodiest battles of the American Civil War. Over the course of 3 days in 1863, approximately 10,000 people lost their lives, and 30,000 more were injured. With so many casualties, it's unsurprising that visitors to Gettysburg frequently report spotting ghosts around the battlefield. The hauntings don't end there, however. Injured soldiers were housed in buildings all around the city, and it's thought that the spirits of some of these unfortunate men linger in the places where they spent their final hours. Some think the spirits are peaceful, while others retain auras of anger and pain left over from their experiences in the war. Gettysburg truly is a town of the dead. The family that captured these photos visited Gettysburg in May of 2021. During their stay, the family visited a haunted location each night in hopes of capturing ghostly images. They weren't disappointed. On one evening, they hunted for spirits near Little Round Top, the site of one of the most famous skirmishes during the Battle of Gettysburg. This skirmish accounted for over 1,500 of the battle's total casualties. The family took numerous photos around the site. They later discovered something rather chilling in one of the photos. A mysterious black mass can be seen blocking the pathway in front of them. It almost blends into the surrounding darkness, but close inspection shows that there's definitely a dark shadow in the shape of a slightly rounded triangle, standing out against the night sky. The mass is even more visible in an equalized version of the photo. A noise analysis of the photo seems to indicate that it hasn't been altered in any way either. Some paranormal experts believe that some spirits are unable to appear in corporeal form, as it requires a high amount of energy. They believe it's more common for spirits to appear as shadows or balls of light. Often, these indications of a ghostly presence can't be seen with the naked eye, but show up clearly in photos and videos. So could this creepy black mass indicate the presence of one of the many victims of the Battle of Gettysburg? You never know what will happen during a night out on the town. Redditor Swedish Blueberry certainly didn't expect to come home with this eerie photo while sharing some drinks with a friend at a local park late one night. While the Redditor and her friend were having a good time in the park, they decided to snap a selfie. However, it seems as if the park wasn't quite as empty as they originally thought. When they looked at the photo later, they noticed a figure in the background that they're sure wasn't there when they took the photo. There appears to be a woman with pale skin walking down the path behind them. Some viewers think that she's probably just an ordinary woman that the girls didn't notice. However, one would think you would remember a strange pale lady walking through a park late at night. Although the Redditor admits to being under the influence of alcohol when they took the photo, this sight would be hard to miss. So what's actually going on in this photo? Does it show a perfectly ordinary woman that the Redditor and her friend failed to notice? Or were they being followed by someone or something? Look at the photo closely and judge for yourself. Cemeteries are a common spot for ghost hunters to try their luck at capturing evidence of ghostly activity. Sydney Southwest paranormal investigators believe they hit the jackpot when they visited St Bartholomew's Cemetery. St Bartholomew's Cemetery in Sydney, Australia is said to be haunted by numerous spirits. A few of the graves date back to 1841, with some even containing Sydney's first colonists. Stories say that John Pond, the former gravedigger and warden of the cemetery, still lingers there long after his death. Pond's spirit is said to be relatively friendly, unlike the ghost of Benjamin Holland, a former sea captain who is also buried in the cemetery. Holland's grave is the site of the majority of paranormal events in the cemetery, and not all of them are pleasant. Holland apparently takes great offense to anyone laughing near his grave, causing those who offend him to feel sick or momentarily paralyzed. Some people even claim they've lost consciousness at the gravesite. Others say that Holland's ghost sometimes appears walking around the graveyard, distinguished by his unusual gait. However, it's another spirit who caught the public's attention when this bizarre photograph was published by the group Sydney Southwest Paranormal Investigators. In the image, we see a translucent white figure standing near a headstone. The figure has a clear human shape but is completely devoid of features. A local historian who feels a strong aversion to visiting the area of the cemetery where this photo was taken believes this could be the ghost of Thomas James Willis, whose young daughter Emily is buried there. Emily died at the age of 3, and she and her father seem to be confined to the cemetery in the afterlife. According to the historian, Emily is a spirit that loves to play tricks on visitors, often darting towards the nearby highway to make visitors think that a child's in danger. So could this photo show the spirit of Willis looking for his missing daughter Emily? Or perhaps it's the spirit of the surly sea captain Benjamin Holland, or even gravedigger John Pond. With so many reported hauntings and first-hand accounts of paranormal happenings, it seems this mysterious figure could indeed be a sign of the afterlife. When Slaptam viewer Gordon M snapped a photo to commemorate a fun night at a concert, he never expected to end up with a ghostly photo. However, it seems spirits have a way of surprising you. The photo was taken in May of 2017 when Gordon and his family were headed to see Iron Maiden play in concert. They found an out-of-the-way spot to capture the photo where the rest of the crowd wouldn't be in the background. Nothing about the spot seemed unusual. However, when they looked at the photo later, they noticed something rather strange, an unexplained person standing behind them. The figure appears to be a man wearing a red jacket. He's looking down towards the ground. However, Gordon and his son are absolutely certain that there was no one behind them when they took the photo. The figure is clearly very close to them, so it would have been difficult for him to sneak up behind them without them noticing. Even at the outdoor venue, they surely would have heard footsteps approaching from behind. So does this image show a photobombing concert goer, or something far more sinister? Love to get your thoughts in the comments down below. When the Retford ghost hunters visited the Sheffield General Cemetery in the UK, they walked away with compelling evidence of the cemetery's status as a haunted location. The Sheffield General Cemetery has been in existence since 1836, established during the country's Victorian era. The graveyard is filled with granite monuments and sculptures that lend an eerie air to the allegedly haunted location. When the ghost hunters visited, they took numerous photos so that they could examine them later for indications of spiritual activity. They weren't expecting to see something quite so compelling. In one of the photos, a white ghostly figure stands out starkly against the night sky. The figure appears to be a woman in a flowing white dress hovering just above a grave. The woman in white is a common ghostly manifestation typically believed to be the spirit of a woman who died amidst tragedy or heartbreak. This particular woman in white is believed to be the spirit of Catherine Parker, a merchant's wife who died by suicide in 1844. Her husband died without a will, leaving Catherine and her 5 children destitute. After years of struggling to care for them alone, the stress and anxiety became too much for Catherine. She hanged herself and became one of the first to be buried in the Sheffield General Cemetery. Numerous visitors to the cemetery claim to have spotted a ghostly figure garbed in a white dress floating about the gravestones late at night. Catherine's life was certainly filled with heartache, making her a likely suspect for the mysterious woman in white. So could this photo really show Catherine's tormented spirit? Let me know what you think down below. This photo from Redditor Beetlemuse seems to show something inexplicable and has caused quite a stir in the paranormal community. The photo was taken during a tour of a museum. Next to an exhibit enclosed in a glass case, we see a young man walking past. Everything about the photo seems relatively normal on first glance. However, if you look closely at his feet, you'll notice something highly unusual. There appears to be 3 feet instead of 2. The black sole of his left shoe is visible in one spot, and an entire shoe of a completely different colour can be seen in front of it. So what's going on in this strange photo? Some viewers believe that the shadows on the floor don't match with the image that we see, suggesting that it could be photoshopped. However, others point out that a ghostly appendage may not cast a normal shadow. Another possibility is a photo glitch. Because the man was clearly moving when the photo was taken, it's possible that the camera caught his foot in 2 different positions, creating the weird effect that we see. However, a close examination of the shoe seems to rule out this possibility. First of all, the ghostly foot is wearing a completely different shoe altogether. Additionally, the position of the mysterious 3rd foot would be impossible based on the man's position. If the camera glitched and captured a previous or subsequent step, the 3rd foot should appear further behind or in front of the man. So what do you think's going on in this strange photo? Until further information comes to hand, it will have to remain a mystery. Abandoned houses, such as the residence featured in this photo from imager user ARG6531, are another great place to hunt for spirits. Sometimes a ghostly apparition might make an appearance, even when you aren't expecting it. This photo was taken when the user's friends snuck into an abandoned house in their town to explore. They took numerous photos during their visit, including this photo from the attic. On first glance, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual. There are only a few items scattered around the abandoned attic, nothing to indicate a ghostly presence. However, when the explorer later shared the images with friends, they noticed something they didn't see before. It seems that the explorer wasn't alone in the abandoned house. If you look closely at the small bench on the left-hand side of the photo, there seems to be a translucent figure watching them. The figure is almost entirely transparent, but seems to be a young boy seated on the bench, with his head turned towards the camera. Some viewers believe he has an old-fashioned hairstyle and clothing, so who knows how long he could have been residing in this old attic. Is this ghostly boy for real, or is the photo a fake? Without more information, it's impossible to determine who this lonely spirit could be. For now, this ghostly presence remains an unsolved mystery. Imagine digging a well so deep that it breaks into hell. Well, some think it has happened before. In 1989, Trinity Broadcasting Network, a radio show, reported on the well to hell for the first time. The well comes from an urban legend in Russia that asserts the drilling of a well so deep that it actually went all the way to hell. The legend goes that Mr. Azakov, leading a team of engineers, drilled a hole somewhere in Siberia, going as deep as 14.4 kilometers or around 8.9 miles down. While drilling, they broke into a cavity which piqued their interest. The team lowered a microphone which was heat tolerant and other sensory equipment down into the hole. The equipment showed the temperature to be 1000 degrees Celsius, which is around 1832 Fahrenheit. However, the microphone seemed to pick up something a little more unsettling than high temperature. It sounded like screaming voices coming from the middle of Earth. Here's a sample.
I warn you, what you are about to hear is very disturbing indeed.
It's said that the miners all went insane and started fighting each other. When a secondary team arrived to help with the drilling, they discovered the camp in disarray, and the first squad of miners were missing. A Finnish newspaper named Amenasastia reported the story for the first time. After that, American tabloids picked up the news and it spread like wildfire. Trinity Broadcasting Network is a Christian network that quickly took up the story and said it was proof of the existence of hell. While he was visiting the US, a Norwegian teacher, Arge Rendellen, said that the story was merely a product of people's gullibility. He later wrote to Trinity Broadcasting giving his point of view. Interestingly, he went back to Norway and read another account of the story which was supposedly factual. The story said that the well was cursed and quite real. Also, it said a bat-like creature, which could be associated with a demon, flew out of the well and blazed across the sky. Trinity Broadcasting didn't do anything to verify whether it was a hoax or not and ran the story. Later, many versions of the same story were heard around the US. For instance, in 1992, Weekly World News published the same storyline but with a different location. According to this story, the incident took place in Alaska, where Satan climbed out of the well and killed 13 miners. Today, you can find the horrific retelling of the story on many YouTube videos that also have the infamous tormented sounds. However, it was later revealed that the sound effects were taken from different sources, with Barren Blood, a 1972 horror movie, being the most prominent source. Just when these sounds were injected into the urban legend remains a mystery. In 1983, the CIA wrote a very bizarre report called the Gateway Report that claimed an altered state of consciousness can be the gateway to astral projection. In 2003, the report was declassified and has since fueled conspiracy theories and readers' imaginations worldwide. Named The Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process, the document was 29 pages long. It dove into the CIA's investigation of whether hypnosis and mind control could be helpful in the Cold War. The report is quite dense and wordy, going from complex topics like quantum mechanics and neuroscience to a pseudoscience that has, since its release, been debunked. Some people have called it a mind labyrinth, as it goes on to explain scientific underpinnings of some spiritual concepts and space-time transcendence for 24 long pages. It discusses transcendental meditation, hypnosis, biofeedback, universal holograms, and spiritual beliefs. According to the report, the universe comprises of interacting energy fields, and that the mental states are merely energy variations. The human consciousness follows the same principle, being a vibrational energy pattern. Once an individual achieves a state known as hemi-sync, they can enter an altered state of consciousness. In this state, the vibrations of their consciousness are not limited by physical reality, thus they can tune into the energy field purely and freely. Some took this report quite literally and thought it to be the basis of the laws of attraction, which states that bad thoughts attract bad outcomes while good thoughts attract good outcomes. Others believe the CIA was investigating the idea of mind warriors that could literally travel through space and time using their mind alone, the applications of which are limitless. As if it wasn't already mysterious enough, the report misses page 25. Ever since its declassification, there have been requests to the CIA to release page 25. However, the CIA denies the existence of this page in the first place. Due to this, the page became the holy grail for conspiracy theorists, curious minds, astral projectors, and pretty much anyone who knew about the report. As interesting and mind-boggling as this report was, the CIA didn't invent the Gateway experience. In fact, the report was based on the teachings of Robert Monroe, who's the founder of the Monroe Institute. The Institute emailed news outlet Vice after reading the publication's first article on the Gateway report, saying that they actually had page 25 in their archives. As it turns out, page 25 of the report discusses the Absolute, which is the universe's governing energy. As per the report, this universal hologram is an endlessly flowing spiral that intervenes with reality as we know it. Whether page 25 was left out on purpose or accidentally, no one really knows. We do know that the Monroe Institute still exists and apparently has exercises to facilitate astral projection. Human beings have been obsessed with UFOs for as long as they've speculated about their existence. However, your story has to be highly credible for it to become the basis of the X-Files. Callie Cale lived in Victoria, Australia with her husband in 1993. One day, she was in her car with her husband driving through the Dandenong Ranges when they saw a blimp-like object flying through the sky. It had a row of 5 or 6 orange lights and made a distinct circular shape. The couple spotted the object a number of times during the night before seeing the object fly off rapidly. What happened next is a complete mystery. Cale felt like her memory went blank, almost like a cut in a movie, when she realised they were several hundred metres down the road with no memory of having travelled the distance. When the couple got home, they noticed that they had lost a full hour. On top of that, Cale had a triangular mark close to her belly button that was quite painful. Undergoing hypnotherapy, she had flashbacks over the coming months, and later went on national television to narrate her story. Cale claims that several alien beings appeared in a field. They had no discernible features aside from bulbous red eyes. They seemed to be able to communicate telepathically. Another car just up the road also pulled over to witness the event. They later corroborated the story, giving further details. They claim they were taken aboard a craft and examined by alien beings. They too claim they had a triangular wound on their lower abdomen following the incident. A Melbourne-based paranormal research group, Phenomena Research Australia, was called in to document the case. A 300-page report was written up detailing the bizarre incident, including interviews from multiple witnesses. Sadly, intergroup politics muddied the case and the report was never released to the public. Many UFO enthusiasts believe that the unreleased report is a golden opportunity gone to waste. In the 2016 X-Files reboot, Fox Mulder himself referenced this historic case. Interestingly, I was just looking at the map of where this allegedly took place, and it's only 20 minutes from where I currently live. Maybe one day we'll do a live stream from the exact location where this now infamous alien encounter took place. Been having any weird dreams lately? Maybe it's this man paying you a visit in your dreams. This man is apparently a man who multiple people have repeatedly seen in their dreams since 2006. Andrea Natella, an Italian marketer, made a website in 2008 called Ever Dream This Man that took the internet by storm, as many people claim to have seen the man in their dreams. However, despite so many people dreaming about him, no one could find the actual person. This man first surfaced when a woman told her psychiatrist that she kept seeing a man in her dreams. The psychiatrist sketched the man. Later, one of his male patients saw the drawing and claimed he too had seen the man while dreaming. Interestingly, none of them had actually ever seen the man in real life. Upon this interesting revelation, the psychiatrist sent the drawing to his colleagues who had patients with repeated dreams. Patients of 4 of the psychiatrist's colleagues recognized the man as the person they kept seeing in their dreams. When the story went viral in 2009, over 2,000 people from all over the world claimed to have seen the man in their dreams. People from New Delhi, Paris, Dubai, Manila, Stockholm, Amman, Rome, Berlin, and many other cities identified this man from their dreams. The dreams were spread over an interestingly expansive spectrum. While some people experienced romantic and even sexual closeness to the man, others were in deadly situations with him. In an interview with news outlet Vice, Andrea Natella said that he dreamt about this man for the first time in 2008. It was on this man's instructions that he made a website to identify him. However, no human looking like this man has ever been found. Natella's website, thisman.org, presents the following theories to explain this occurrence. Carl Jung, a psychoanalyst and psychiatrist, provided the concept of an archetypal image of the unconscious mind that people see in difficult times of their lives. This man could be an example of an archetype. Another theory was that the man could be a godly manifestation. Perhaps some corporation was conditioning people mentally to dream about the same person. Some people only had dreams of this man after they had seen his picture online or heard about him from others. It's difficult for people to remember the faces of those they dream about, so people may have been inaccurately describing the man in their dreams as Natella's this man. However, just as the story hit fever pitch, it was discovered that thisman.org was linked to a website called guerrillamarketing.it, a fake marketing agency known to pull large-scale hoaxes. And while this man was outed as a publicity stunt, it was never explicitly linked to a product or service, which chalked it up as a sort of marketing experiment. In 2010, a production company purchased the rights to the This Man IP, and plans for a feature-length movie were announced. However, there's been no announcement since. Derived from American folklore, the story of the Melonheads is known all over Connecticut, Michigan, and Ohio. According to urban legend, melonheads are tiny humans with giant bulbous melon-like heads that roam around the states attacking people, especially around Halloween. In Michigan, the melonheads are said to live near Felt Mansion and have also been seen in the wilderness surrounding Ottawa County. Different sources attribute the origin of melonheads to various reasons and entities. One story narrates that melonheads were actually kids suffering from hydrocephalus, a condition in which cerebrospinal fluids fill the brain, putting pressure on the skull. Initially, according to the legends, these children were kept in the Junction Insane Asylum, which is in close proximity to the Felt Mansion. During their stay at the asylum, the children were physically and emotionally abused, leading them to become feral. It's said that they fled to the forests around the asylum and are said to still reside there. However, the Allegan County Historical Society denies the presence of any asylum in that area ever, although the land was once a prison. Another story says that these children lived in the Felt Mansion and plotted to kill the doctor responsible for abusing them. Local teenagers still hang out near Felt Mansion and have reported seeing the melonheads, calling them wobbleheads. Visitors to the area have also reported seeing curtains move in empty old buildings and strange noises coming from the rooms, such as footsteps and heavy breathing. In Ohio, melonheads are said to live in Kirtland. The local law narrates that a mysterious doctor named Dr. Crow or Dr. Melonhead used to perform unusual experiments on children. As a result, the children developed malformed bodies and abnormally large heads. Upon suffering this abuse, the melonheads killed the doctor and burned the orphanage down. There's even a 2010 horror movie called The Legend of Melonheads based in the Kirtland suburbs. Meanwhile, melonheads seem to be as far spread out as Connecticut, sited in New Haven County, Fairfield County, Western, Eastern, Stratford, Monroe, and Shelton. It's interesting that the myth is so pervasive and has spread around the United States, linked by uncanny details. As with most urban legends, it's difficult to point to one exact incident as the nucleus of the tale. So is there a strand of truth that runs through these tales to spark the legend in the first place? Could the melonheads really be out there, lurking in the woods? There's nothing like developing film after a vacation and getting to see all the fun images of the trip afterwards. But what if one of the photos features something or someone unexplainable? That's exactly what happened to Reddit user GCR Costa on his trip to Pinacoteca de Estado de Sao Paulo. This long exposure shot of the original poster's girlfriend has been sending chills to over 1,000 other Reddit users on the site. The photo, a black and white shot taken from a distance, shows the original poster's girlfriend standing in the center of the frame, taking a picture herself with her own camera. Directly behind her stands something that turns this photo from a cool black and white shot to a terrifying one. Standing just behind the girlfriend is what appears to be a shadowy figure that resembles a man wearing a dark t-shirt looking directly into the camera. The original poster emphasizes that no one else was around when the couple were taking the shots. One other Reddit user suggested that the strange shape could be an effect of the long exposure. However, the uploader emphasizes that the speed the long exposure was shot in, 1/15 of a second, is a very quick time frame for any human movement to take place. So could this be a case of a complex camera technique in action, or was this a ghostly figure making an appearance? The Stanley Hotel, located in Estes Park, Colorado, has seen plenty of history and garnered quite the reputation since its first opening in 1909. Many will know the Stanley Hotel as the backdrop for Stephen King's classic work, The Shining, in which the main character Jack slowly descends into madness and attempts to murder his entire family. Since the film adaptation of the work was released in 1980, the hotel has been the setting for plenty of paranormal investigations, ghost tours, and curious guests who hope to spot something straight out of a King novel. Slapped Ham viewer Andy S sent in a photo taken by her aunt at the hotel that may have just caught something that would make King proud. In the photo, viewers can see a group of children standing at the top of a stairwell looking down at the camera. At first, it seems like a normal enough photo, but with some context and a closer look, viewers will begin to understand what makes this photo particularly spooky. Andy S.'s aunt explained that there were only 6 kids on the tour that went up the stairwell to pose for the photo. But in this picture, viewers can make out a 7th odd shape that stands 3rd from the right. The form has no dense body like the other children, instead looking like something transparent and ghost-like. There was never any explanation for the photo's strange 7th figure, leaving the photo's original taker and any viewers of the image completely puzzled. Considering that the Stanley Hotel is supposed to be active with ghosts and other paranormal entities, perhaps this figure can only be explained by the supernatural. A graveyard is meant to be a place of rest for deceased individuals, and where loved ones of the dead can go to pay their respects. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. Oftentimes, visitors report seeing spirits, ghosts, or other mysterious paranormal beings. Reddit user Stonewall Brigade's aunt managed to capture not 1 but 2 potential terrifying graveyard sightings. We see a graveyard at night in the photo with grass on the ground and a tree to the right of frame. In the center and to the right of the image is where we can see 2 things that don't seem like they belong. In the center looks to be a ghostly woman in a dress floating above the ground with a surprised expression on her face. To her right floats another transparent figure, though this one is less defined. We can make out what seems to be a cloak with a dark opening in the front as if the figure's face is covered. Other Reddit users came up with ideas as to why the ghostly woman may have appeared. Some suggested that she was warning the picture taker that danger was near and that she should leave the cemetery immediately. Others thought the strange apparition didn't want to be disturbed. So what's your take on these two scary figures? Love to hear your opinions in the comments section below. On June 5th, 2015, a 5.9 magnitude earthquake hit the Malaysian state of Sabah, located in the northern part of the country. It was the strongest earthquake to hit the region since the mid-1970s. The disaster threw the state into disarray, with hotels, schools and other significant infrastructure being damaged in the incident. 18 fatalities were reported. Despite the tragedy, locals banded together to help with the cleanup effort. 7 days after the earthquake took place, a group of donors from a local organisation posed for pictures in front of Mount Kinabalu located in Sabah. While their photos were meant to capture a nice moment among a group of donors, things quickly turned scary when the images were examined later. These photos, recommended by Slaptown viewer L. Pete and posted on The Star, have been making people all over the world scratch their heads. The two pictures were snapped with both a mobile phone and a Nikon camera. In the photo taken with the Nikon camera, viewers can see the group of donors posing in front of a large sign. It's the man on the far right who has a terrifying meeting with the unknown. Viewers can see a small dark hand wrapped around the man's jeans. In the photo taken with the mobile phone, there are two of these hands holding onto his jeans, both small and dark, with no other person standing behind him to account for them. The men in this photo were asked about their thoughts on the matter. One of them stated that since he and the group were there to make contributions to the earthquake relief, he believes the eerie limbs were not there with any bad intentions, and instead could be spirits of the earthquake's victims wanting to thank them. The man who had the direct bizarre encounter, Miss Bahudin Rita, was more amused about the situation, not taking it too seriously. He did mention that he tried to replicate the hand's positioning, but found it very difficult to do so. Even scarier, the hands don't match Rita's hands at all, and he additionally notes that the fingernails of the mysterious hands look dead. So, could these hands belong to ghosts of the victims of the recent earthquake, or is there another way to explain this eerie image? When we look in the mirror, all we expect to see is our reflection. But what about when we turn our backs? Since their invention in the 1800s, mirrors have been connected to various religious rituals and superstitions. In this photo, shared by Reddit user Minimum Sector 2859, something unsettling seems to be taking place. In the photo, we see a woman smiling and posing for the camera. Behind her, we see a mirror mounted on the wall. Immediately, we can see a reflection of the camera light. To the right of this light is a horrifying white face staring right at the camera. The woman explained that both she and her aunt had found mirrors on the side of the road one night and decided to keep them. The mirror in this picture is her aunt's one. She emphasized that there was no lamp behind the picture taker that could act as the petrifying figure's reflection. One Reddit user, however, decided to blow up the picture to get a better look at the frightful face. After examination, they believe that there's a shade behind the picture taker that is causing pareidolia. Pareidolia is the tendency for humans to make patterns or see shapes in random objects that are not actually there. Still, the original poster maintains her statement that there is no object behind the picture taker. So what do you think? Eerie coincidence or genuine spook? Let me know down below. Hunters expect to see animals on the prowl when they go hunting, but what if they spot something that can't exactly be explained as a furry creature? That's exactly what happened to Reddit user Live Professional 631's brother-in-law in 10 Mile, Tennessee in December of 2020. When the hunter returned home after dark, his phone pinged, alerting him that something had been caught on his trail cam. When he took a look, he was shocked at what he saw. The trail cam picture shows what looks to be a field all in black and white. In the center right of frame is what seems to be a man who looks to be wearing a gas mask. His left foot, closest to the camera, is covered in a black combat boot, while his other foot is not apparent, almost as if it's disappeared. Upon closer inspection, the man also seems to be sporting an ammunition belt. As there are usually just deer in the area where this photo was taken, this figure is certainly worth suspicion. The gas mask and missing foot also add to the air of mystery. Even if this is just a person, why are they traipsing through private property wearing a gas mask with a belt of ammunition? This photo is unsettling, to say the least. Abandoned asylums are the perfect horror setting for scary films, novels, and TV shows. Their history of housing the insane makes for a spooky atmosphere. In real life, they're the location for many ghost hunters, paranormal investigators, or bored teenagers looking for something to do. In 2005, Reddit user Ken and his friends decided to explore Larundel Mental Asylum in Bundoora, Australia. Larundel once housed notorious Australian serial killer Peter Dupas, among hundreds of other deranged criminals. This Reddit user and his buddies certainly got what they were looking for, with the picture he shared upon exploring Larundel. In the photo, we can see a group of 4 friends standing together and posing for the camera. All seems well until we see something hiding behind the friend to the far left. Standing behind the group, we can see half of a face of what looks to be another young man, with grey skin and short hair. Plenty of suggestions were made by other Reddit users to explain this eerie photograph. Some suggested that there was indeed a 5th friend in the group, who decided to play a prank and hide behind his friends for the photo. Others believed the photo had a processing error or was manipulated in editing. Still, others know that asylums are prone to a hotbed of strange activity, so if the photo is real, it would be no big surprise that something creepy decided to make an appearance. In another instance of eerie figures caught on camera, Reddit user Wonder Woman 1078's friend caught something terrifying manifesting itself right behind her son. Other Reddit viewers are in 100% agreement that this is one creepy image that's worth a second look. The photo shows a boy standing in front of a sign that appears to be a big letter O. Right behind the boy floats something strange. Upon closer examination, we can see that the figure seems to be ghost-like, with disturbing wide eyes that look directly into the camera. As this figure doesn't have the density of a normal human, it can't simply be explained away as another person behind the boy. Moreover, the fact that the shape is floating can't be rationalized by any logic or science. Lastly, those wide eyes certainly don't look normal. So is this a camera malfunction or a genuine ghost caught on camera? Most people who get arrested fear being alone in a jail cell. According to this footage from Paranormal Activity World, there might be something very different to fear. In this video, we see a man behind bars in a maximum security cell. He's standing alone in solitary confinement looking through the bars. When the man in the cell takes a small step to the side, things get really bizarre. When the prisoner steps to the side, he no longer seems to be alone in his cell. With his body out of the way, we see a bizarre shadow figure lurking just behind him. The shape is terrifying. It almost appears to be part human, part arachnid. It has a human head, but seems to move on a set of spindly legs, staying down near the floor. The shadow quickly disappears, stepping back behind the man after he moves. Clearly, this entity has some attachment to this unfortunate prisoner, using him to hide from other prying eyes. Imagine being trapped behind bars all alone when you realise there may be a shadow person sharing the cell with you. YouTuber Hablemos de Misterio uploaded this strange encounter at a funeral home. It was allegedly captured by a security guard doing his rounds late at night. In this footage, we see what appears to be the lobby of a large funeral home. The video is taken from a distance, but appears to focus on the entrance, where visitors come into the funeral home. At the far end, there's rows of metal poles used to direct large crowds. As the guard's camera rolls, we can see a metallic glint coming from the other side of the lobby. On closer inspection, we see the silver metal bar of one of the poles moving on its own. It rocks back and forth. It's quite clear there's nothing around that could be moving the pole. This footage was taken in a funeral home, so some sort of ghostly entity is an obvious culprit. Perhaps the spirit of someone whose funeral was held in this building lingered long after the services ended. The powerful movement of the pole indicates that the spirit's a poltergeist, and a strong one at that. This could suggest the spirit has left this world in significant turmoil or suffering, causing it to linger long after death. YouTube channel The Haunted Side Paranormal Investigations is no stranger to scary videos. They frequently share footage of eerie things that investigators spot in their visits to abandoned and haunted places. This video, however, is enough to leave even the most seasoned paranormal aficionados feeling rattled. This investigation takes place at the Cleanwater Demon House in Reno, Nevada, USA. According to the stories surrounding this property, more than a dozen people have met tragic ends in the house. There have been numerous reports of paranormal activity taking place there. The investigators visit the property in hopes of finding evidence of demonic activity.
So let's grab the SLS camera, let's grab the Oculus, and let's head in there and just kind of do a walk around and see what's going on.
The investigators use numerous pieces of equipment, including a night vision camera and spirit box. Spirit boxes operate by scanning through radio waves in supposedly haunted places, allowing any entities in the area to make their voices heard using the waves. As the investigators explore the house, the spirit box quickly begins talking.
Ambition.
Oh God.
Jesus.
Applet. Children.
Applet and children?
Shove.
It says a lot of random words, but one quickly stands out. Nail. As the box speaks this word, the investigator looks down and realizes he was inches away from piercing his foot with several large nails.
Nail. Watch.
Oh my God. Look what I almost stepped on.
Chief.
And it said nail watch. And there's all these nails right here. And I stopped because I didn't want to step on it. And it said
Disregard.
nail. Disregard. Threshold. What? That's crazy.
As they keep exploring and the spirit box continues chattering, the investigators locate bones on the floor. Just as they spot the bones, the box states break.
See these bones?
Break. Please. OI.
Break, please. You said, look at these bones. And then it goes, break, please.
Moments later, one of the men claims to have seen a figure pass the door.
It's got like a weird, very weird layout. What the was that?
What?
Something just went by the door.
Diction. Swim.
Something just went by this.
They then discover strange symbols written on the walls. They ask the spirit what the symbols mean, and it says anti-prey.
What does that mean? Oh, I'm getting bad.
Anti-prey.
Anti-prey?
The camera begins detecting movement in various places around the room.
Leather.
It's like doing that. Look. Oh, there. Oh, that was somebody.
Yeah, I saw
it was
that.
right there too, like just on the edge of the stair. There they are.
Right.
The investigators decide to explore the second floor. They hear strange, disturbing sounds that resemble footsteps as they continue their exploration.
Stop. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
No.
Yeah. What the was that?
What?
I saw another shadow dart that way. I heard a footstep kind of at the top of the stairs right there. Who's in here with us?
A curious shadow figure appears to be following them around the building. At one point, as the crew are walking back into the house, an ominous black shape can be seen standing in the window.
What was that?
What?
I don't think that was a shadow.
However, upon reviewing the footage, seconds later, the shape is gone.
I don't think that was a shadow, but it was on the other side of that window.
A second camera that was simultaneously filming the inside of the house shows that there was no one inside the building when the shadow figure was seen in the window.
I don't think that was a shadow, but it was on the other side of that window.
If you slow the footage down, there is indeed a tall, dark shadow in the window.
That I'd captured probably one of the best shadow figures I've ever seen.
The appearance of the shadow figure is followed by disturbing growling noises, footsteps, and knocks on the walls and ceiling, terrifying the investigators.
What was that? It sounded like grumbling. Like,
yeah.
What the
The motion sensing camera picks up a clear humanoid figure standing nearby.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, there it is. There he is.
On the door?
Yep.
It appears to be attempting to close a door, but is unable to do so.
He's trying to... It looks like he's trying to close that door. Or like move that door. Let's see if it maps anything.
Near the end of the investigation, the entity appears to become more powerful. It takes a lot of energy for ghosts to move objects, but it eventually moves a plank of wood during an EVP session in a completely empty room.
Whoa! Dude.
It also knocks over a bike that is leaning against a wall in the empty room.
Yeah. Did you see that?
It seems the attentions of the investigators have made the spirit stronger or perhaps just bolder.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
A pub should be a place to relax and unwind after a long day. Unfortunately, for the patrons of Barney Mac's Bar in Drogheda, County Louth Island, their time at this bar isn't always peaceful. The bar was a regular haunt of a man named Joe Murphy for years. Not long ago, the regular unfortunately passed away. However, the staff at the bar believe he still occasionally comes to visit. In this footage, recorded by the bar's CCTV system, we see a pint of beer on a table in front of a guest. One of the patrons stands up, and while he's not looking, the pint glass explodes, sending beer and shards of glass all over the table. After the explosion, the patrons simply stare at the broken glass, flabbergasted. According to the staff, this isn't an unusual occurrence. Ever since the passing of Joe Murphy, exploding pints have been an occasional problem. Those who work there have gotten used to the strange emergences of their late customer, but it still terrifies customers who aren't used to Joe's shenanigans. A lot of people are working and attending school online these days, but meetings and classes don't usually yield scary videos. At least that's what Twitter user Freddy Giza thought. The teacher claimed to be alone in his recently purchased home in Nuevo Leon, Mexico, while teaching the class. Yet the students attending seemed to think that something else was present that day. The teacher is presenting against a blank wall with a doorway just behind his left shoulder. It's this doorway that becomes the center of attention when a pale face seems to peek into the room. The entity appears to be a pale young woman with dark hair. The teacher glances over his shoulder several times but is unable to see the creepy entity. At one point, he closes the door to end the distraction that the strange entity is causing. Towards the end of the video, he moves the camera around the house to show that he's alone except for his dog. Some of the students who watched the video think it was staged, but others are certain that it was a real ghost attending class that day. What do you think that strange face is? An accomplice, a real ghost, or something else entirely? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comment section below.
No me suena la chinga.
Abandoned hospitals and other places where the sick and dying meet their ends are popular locations for scary videos. In this exploration by YouTubers Finders Beepers History Seekers, they visit a former care home. According to the stories about the place, it would seem the elderly residents who lived at the facility had a difficult time during their residence there. The facility was reportedly shut down because of widespread accusations of abuse, neglect, and deplorable living conditions. Given the history of the building, it's unsurprising that numerous ghost hunters have found their way to this building.
So this place was eventually shut down for a catalogue of abuse. It was really terrible. Some of the people were classed as being put in cells. The bedrooms were that bad. They were locked away, ignored.
The investigators take their time moving through the building, examining the rundown state of the place, a perfect setting for a ghost hunt.
Like Chainsaw Massacre type horror film, yeah. You can imagine people being locked up down here.
At one point, they find a logbook containing complaints issued by visitors who were horrified by the conditions their relatives were living in.
Arrived, he didn't look suitable to enter the building on account of him having a wild expression in his eyes.
Jesus Christ. How can
psychopath coming in?
As they head to the second floor of the building, the investigators are surprised by an unexpected visitor, a shadow figure walking across the top of the stairs.
But yeah, you can see it goes up again. Hey, wait up. Hello?
It only appears for a second before disappearing into the shadows.
See, it goes up again. Hey, wait up.
But then, when the men reach the floor where the shadow vanished, they discover that there's nothing but a wall. This indicates that nothing corporeal could have caused the mysterious shadow.
But they went that way, and there's nowhere you can go.
If you slow the footage down, you can indeed see a solid shape moving at the top of the stairs. Could a former resident be lingering in the place where they met their end? Or is it just a homeless person evading detection? Love to get your opinions on this one in the comments section below.
See, it goes up again. Hey, wait up. Hello?
You might want to check the weather forecast before heading to a little town in the Pacific Northwest called Oakville, Washington. A blip on the west coast with a population of just 723, Oakville is famous for being home to a weather anomaly that has kept people wondering what exactly they saw falling from the sky on August 7th of 1994. Residents of the town claim that torrents of blob-like rain began falling from the sky at around 3 AM on this bizarre evening in 1994. It was enough that witnesses who were on the road in those wee hours of the morning recall needing to turn on their windshield wipers to keep up with the downpour. Unlike normal rain, the blob rain was a squishy substance that felt like jello in your hands. We all know the warning not to get caught in a rainstorm because you might catch a cold. This advice apparently also translates for blob rain. Curiously, people who got caught in the blob storm began reporting physical symptoms of illness almost immediately. Most reported dizziness, nausea, general malaise, and flu-like symptoms. A few people who touched the blob rain had to get hospitalized with intense symptoms. There's even a credible report of a kitten dying after coming into contact with the mysterious substance. The blob rain on August 7 wasn't an isolated occurrence. If you ask the locals, the rain fell multiple times over a period spanning about a month. The death toll of dogs and cats in the area reportedly rose with each rainfall. So what was the goo that rained down over a sleepy Washington town all those years ago? The situation was so serious that the Washington Department of Ecology actually tested goo specimens that locals had gathered. While the department's official analysis concluded that the substance didn't contain any human or animal parts, independent lab testing of a sample stored in a local woman's freezer did contain a nucleus that pointed to human or animal origin. The independent sample was sent to the Washington State Health Laboratory, where it was tested by epidemiologist Mike McDowell. Over time, McDowell studied the mysterious substance and came to the conclusion that it was man-made. He reported his findings to his supervisor. The following day, the sample went missing. McDowell subsequently reported the missing sample to higher-up management, where he was allegedly told to not ask questions and to move on. Several blob origin theories have been floated around over the years. The most popular one is that the goo was actually jellyfish debris caused by military bomb testing in the ocean. Another theory is that the blobs were actually waste from commercial airline toilets. However, the Federal Aviation Administration has stepped in to debunk this idea. The truth behind this weather phenomenon seems destined to remain underground. Nobody has ever come forward with an explanation in the more than 25 years since the Oakville blob incident occurred. Believers and skeptics can't stop picking at a case dating back to the 1950s in London. Known as the Battersea Poltergeist event, this haunting became a sensation back in its day, due to gripping details involving spontaneous fires, strange messages appearing on the walls, and handwritten ghost letters addressed to a teenage girl. While the haunting took place in the London area, home of Wally and Kitty Hitchings, it was their teenage daughter named Shirley who seemed to be the focus of the alleged ghost's attention. The haunting began with a bang one night in 1956 at 63 Wycliffe Road in Battersea. The Hitchings family heard a loud bang reverberate through their home. They would later describe the sounds as seeming as like they're coming from the roots of the house. Next, objects like clocks and cookware began flying through the home without explanation. It wasn't long before the bold entity was trashing entire rooms in the Hitchings residence. The clattering became so boisterous that the family's neighbours began complaining about the noise. While all of this seems pretty standard as far as hauntings go, the ghost was about to write a new chapter that would put this haunting in the history books. The alleged ghost that was pestering the Hitchings family soon began penning letters to Shirley under the name of Donald. The family also noticed that the entity seemed to be following Shirley around the house based on the noise patterns that they could observe. The Battersea Poltergeist event quickly became fodder for British television shows and magazines. Many claimed that it was all an elaborate hoax. The most common theory was that Shirley had conjured up all of the details in a bid for attention. Even family members speculated that Shirley might be carrying out the ghostly deeds on her own, while under the influence of possession. While experts ranging from exorcists to mediums were trotted out to try and get to the bottom of the letter-writing ghost amid the media fanfare, no breakthroughs were ever made. Ghost hunters interested in tracking down Donald today are out of luck because the Hitchings home was demolished in the 1960s. Shirley is still sticking to her story all these years later. Now 80 years old, the great-grandmother who resides in Waterlooville recently told newscasters that she still dislikes speaking about Donald because she fears it'll make him return. Did the sea eat 3 lighthouse keepers keeping watch in Scotland's Outer Hebrides in the early 1900s? Perched in a moody setting near the highest point on Eilean Moor, the Flannan Isles Lighthouse is so fascinating that it's been the subject of a Doctor Who episode, the inspiration for a Genesis song called The Mystery of Flannan Isles Lighthouse, and the topic of several books. So what exactly happened at this 75-foot lighthouse to create so much fascination? It became apparent that something dreadful had happened at the Flannan Isles Lighthouse, when a steamer passing by on its way in from Philadelphia noted that the lighthouse's light was not operating on December 15th of 1900. When a relief vessel arrived on the island to check out the situation 11 days later on December 26th, it was discovered that the lighthouse's 3 keepers had vanished. The keepers, James Ducat, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur, were nowhere to be found, leaving behind a series of mysterious clues. Replacement keeper Joseph Moore was first on scene. Inside, he discovered abandoned plates of food, meat, potatoes, and pickles. A chair was overturned. The clock on the wall had stopped ticking as if frozen in time. 2 of the 3 keepers' coats were gone from the rack, but 1 remained behind. A logbook was discovered that contained even more strange details. An entry from Thomas Marshall on the 12th of December 1900 read, "Severe winds, the likes of which I've never seen before in 20 years. There was also notes saying that James Ducat had been keeping to himself, and Donald MacArthur had been seen crying. A scribbled message mentioned that all 3 men had been praying. Bizarrely, local weather reports at the time indicate that there were no recorded storms in the area for the 12th, 13th, and 14th of December. The weather was calm up until the 17th. However, an entry in the logbook on the 15th read, "Storm ended, sea calm. God is over all." These logbook entries certainly do deepen the mystery, but there is some speculation that the entries have been fabricated. Some historians claim that the real logbooks were lost in the 1901 inquest into the incident. So what really happened? The investigation at the time concluded that the men had gone down to the rocks surrounding the lighthouse, sometime after dinner on the evening of the 15th. It was then that a large wave came without warning to sweep them into the sea. With no bodies to claim, people familiar with the incident began to come up with speculation about what really happened to the men. Some claimed that they had arranged for a boat to take them away to a new life. Others insisted the men had been spies. There was even a tale about a ghost ship coming ashore to carry the men away. Another popular theory claims that one of the keepers went mad before murdering his companions on that desolate stretch of grey-skied rock. The one thing that both skeptics and paranormal pushers can agree on is that the Flannan Isles Lighthouse truly is a ghost lighthouse today. This historic light became automated back in 1971. While it continues to guide the way for seafarers today, you can be certain that every sailor with the knowledge of the area's local history thinks twice before trusting this potentially misguided guiding light. In 1971, in a small town in the Jaén region of Spain, a family reported that something very strange was happening in their home. On August 23rd of that year, Maria Pereira discovered a strange marking on her kitchen floor that seemed to resemble a human face. Maria was so disturbed by the image that she had her husband and son destroy the kitchen floor with a pickaxe before laying down fresh concrete. Before long, the family claimed that a new face appeared in the concrete of the kitchen floor. Soon, word of the strange phenomenon spread around town and people began visiting the home to get a glimpse of the face. The incident became so famous that the mayor of the town forbid the destruction of the image and ordered that the concrete be systematically and safely removed so the phenomenon could be properly studied. Soon after, more faces of different shapes, sizes, and genders appeared. Local townsfolk began speculating as to what was actually happening in the Pereira family home. Many believed that the faces were a thortographic phenomenon, whereby the deceased former owner of the home, Maria Gomez Camara, was making faces appear in the concrete to make contact from beyond the grave. However, the discovery of zinc, lead, and chromium on the kitchen floor has led to the hypothesis that the faces were painted on the floor as a hoax. So was Maria Pereira making faces for attention and money? Nobody really knows to this day. Plenty of scientists and engineers have been brought in to study the concrete floors in the Pereira family home over the years. A skeptic from the Spanish Society of Parapsychology named Ramos Pereira concluded that pigment and paintbrush bristles could be easily observed after conducting infrared photography in the home. However, other experts have concluded that the images were not made with paint after conducting testing. While the best guesses state that the family members used some combination of oxidizing agents, resin, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and acetic acid to create the inexplicable images, nobody's been able to prove concretely that the images were made using external manipulation or elements. Skeptics who have attempted to recreate the faces using concrete solvents, hydrochloric acid, and silver nitrate have been unsuccessful. The mystery of the Belmez faces has been the source of several books and television specials in Spanish media over the years. Many skeptics today believe that the images were made using some combination of paint and acid, in an attempt to drum up a money-making scheme. However, the fact that nobody's ever been able to pin down exactly how the images were created allows this story to perpetuate over and over, minting itself as a puzzling unsolved mystery that will continue to perplex audiences for years to come. American Fork Canyon is famous for its rock climbing, hiking, and choice fishing spots, but those who have visited will tell you there's something more mysterious going on in this scenic mountain range. Nestled in Utah's Wasatch Mountains, this spot is supposedly haunted by the spirit of two lovers, who are forever entombed in Timanogus Cave. The tale behind the haunting of American Fork Canyon purports that a Native American warrior tricked a princess, who was the object of his affection, into marrying him by posing as a god who would save her people from a drought if she agreed to be his wife. Upon discovering the lie, the betrayed princess took her own life by leaping from a cliff. The warrior placed her body inside Timanogus Cave after discovering what she had done. Those who believe the story point to the heart-shaped mineral formation that droops from the cave. American Fork Canyon is a hotspot for alleged haunted happenings. Many hikers have claimed to see a little boy wandering alone on the trails. When they approach him to see if he's okay, he runs off, never to be seen again. Others report the appearance of a man who thrashes about on the trail before disappearing. People who hang around the canyon at nighttime report seeing eerie hitchhikers along the winding, foggy roads, who have an uncanny habit of disappearing into the mist of headlights, just as the cars slow down to offer a ride. These tales would be easy to dismiss if American Fork Canyon didn't have such a habit of attracting death and darkness. Several people have died in rock climbing accidents at the canyon over the years. The ghost culture at American Fork Canyon has taken on a life of its own in recent years. If you decide to camp here, park employees will tell you endless tales of hearing footsteps, feeling someone brush up against their skin, or overhearing whispers while doing surveillance around the park. Both employees and visitors routinely find themselves stepping into cold spots on the trails. These unexplained chilly zones can even be felt on 90-degree days when the sun is beating down over the canyon. If you want to suss this eerie paranormal destination out yourself, American Fork Canyon can be accessed via the Alpine Loop Scenic Byway on State Route 92. In May 2021, Coventry local Rebecca Glassborough took a group photo with her friends and thought nothing of it. However, when they later reviewed the photo moments later, they were all shocked at what they saw. In the picture, we see the group of friends posing together. On the left side of the photo, we see what appears to be a blurry-looking woman with dark hair and a grey face, hovering just above one of the friends. Glassborough emphasised that this was not an individual who was part of the group. After spotting the figure, the group explored the apartment for any signs of what the face could be, but found no reasonable explanation. There were rumours in the neighbourhood that a woman had died in the bathroom of the apartment that this photo was taken in. Without knowing how to explain the strange figure in the photo, Glassborough admits to having a few sleepless nights, wondering whether there's some kind of ghostly presence in her apartment. So could this ghostly figure be the very woman who passed away in the apartment? While there's no clear answer, hopefully the photo's owner can solve the mystery and get some sleep soon. While attending a ghost tour of a famous former slaughterhouse in the village in Mansfield, Nottinghamshire, visitor Tanya Copeman felt a sudden urge to snap some pictures while down in the dark cellar. In the photo, we can see the cellar covered in a bright green carpet. A door stands in the middle with a sticker of an alien on it. But the creep factor gets cranked up to 100 when we look at the far right of the image. While initially hard to see, we can make out a terrifying, ghoulish face staring directly into the camera upon closer inspection. The photo's owner didn't initially notice the dreadful looking face until later when she looked through her photos. At first, she thought the eyes of the figure were simply two bright white lights. Of course, this all changed when she saw the outline of a face. The couple then contacted the tour guide, who double-checked CCTV footage of the cellar and confirmed that no one else had been in the room with the group when the photo was taken. That's when the tour guide suggested that this could be a ghost of one of several monks who allegedly burned there hundreds of years ago. He even tried recreating the photo to see if he could catch the presence again, though he was unsuccessful. Historians say that an old barn once stood on the property. Prior to the 19th century, it was said to be used as a hideout for monks seeking refuge. One day, the barn was set alight and 7 monks perished in the blaze. Interestingly, Tanya had said that she felt her face go hot when she first entered the basement, even before knowing about the priests who had burned there. She believes the burning sensation is connected with what's been caught on film, and that there's no other way to explain what had happened besides referencing the paranormal. Now, if all this sounds familiar, it's because we featured footage from the village in Mansfield just a few weeks ago. The clip we shared shows an eerie smoke blowing through the property. This was captured by a CCTV camera during a seance conducted by full-time paranormal investigator Lee Roberts. He too referenced the tragic fire that took the lives of several monks. So given the evidence, is something supernatural really happening at this old heritage-listed building in Mansfield? User Small Bees uploaded this eerie photo to our Slaptam subreddit. They took their nephew to the Kemah Boardwalk in Texas for a fun night out. In the pic, we can see a large splash pad area, with the Redditor's nephew looking down in the middle of the frame. To the immediate right of the child, there's a strange shadow. If you zoom in, there's even what looks to be a partially formed leg. Small Bees said they took numerous photos that night and they all seemed normal, except for this one. Most other Redditors were creeped out by the photo and were sure that this was evidence of something otherworldly. One viewer did say that this could be a case of motion blur. Perhaps the original poster had captured another child in motion who appeared blurry on camera. The original poster disputed this, showing another photo of a child running in the same area. While there is a little bit of motion blur in this second image, there are definitely no dark shadows near the children. While there's no way of knowing for sure what's been captured in this image, the dark shadow and the partially formed leg does make one's mind wander into the realm of the paranormal. In 2016, the aunt and uncle of Redditor Caramel Watermelon were on a ghost tour of the Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Kentucky. The aunt diligently took photos of all the rooms they visited, just in case they caught something supernatural. Sure enough, in a dark, dusty room that was once used as a children's play area in the sanatorium, something showed up on film that wasn't there in person. In the eerie photo, we can see a large, empty room. In the back of the room, in the doorway, we can see a small, dark shadow. From a distance, it resembles a girl. Waverly Hills was opened in 1910 to house tuberculosis patients. At the time, the local area was being ravaged by tuberculosis or the White Plague. In 1914, a children's wing was added, for not only kids suffering from tuberculosis, but also children whose parents contracted the awful disease. Over the years, it's been dubbed the most haunted location in the United States. The Redditors aren't explained that in this particular room where the photo was taken, the children of the sanatorium would gather to play games. As such, many commentators on the photo believe that this is the ghost of a little girl who once played here. Some Redditors noted that the figure seems to have disproportionately short limbs. Given the morbid history of Waverly Hills Sanatorium and the years of suffering and death that have played out amongst the halls of the old building, it's possible that the spirits of former patients do indeed linger here. Reddit user Kirkster1986 captured a bizarre incident on film one night that he had to share with other ghost lovers on Reddit. On the 9th of May 2021, while taking a nap on the couch, the Reddit user's home security system detected movement in the living room. In the first picture, we see the Redditor lying down on his couch, sleeping. However, judging by the timestamp, a fraction of a second later in the second photo, the blanket has been lifted off the Redditor. On top of him is what looks like a crouching shadow figure. Here it is, zoomed in. There were plenty of theories as to what's happening in these photos. Some jumped to the idea that this figure was actually a succubus. These demonic entities have been noted in historic literature all around the world for centuries. Folkloric tales refer to a feminine supernatural energy that haunts men in their dreams. Typically, these entities sit on the dreamer's chest and suck the life force out of their victims. From Arabian mythology to Buddhist scriptures and European folklore, it's interesting that these disparate cultures all refer to the same supernatural entity, one that visits you in your dreams, sits on your chest, and sucks the life out of you. So could these photos confirm a thread of truth running through the mythology behind the infamous succubus? Take another look and decide for yourself. Haunted hotels make for the perfect spooky outing. Reddit user cplats123 decided to get their fright on with a visit to Hotel Mead, a supposedly very haunted place in Montana. The building's history stretches all the way back to 1875, when it was first used as a courthouse. In the 1890s, it was transformed into a bustling hotel, where many of the town's big events and socials were held. The hotel was made into a makeshift hospital when epidemics hit the city, including smallpox and typhoid. In the 1940s, all the townspeople left the city, leaving the building abandoned. Fortunately, Montana State Parks decided to renovate the building and present it as a visitors center. Nowadays, visitors and workers on the building alike have reported countless sightings of all types of strange manifestations, with most of them believed to be previous residents of the hotel. In the photo shared to our Slaptam subreddit, we can see a room on the hotel's second floor. On the right side of the doorframe, we can see a strange strand of curly blonde hair. The Redditor explained that in 1916, a young girl named Dorothy Dunn had drowned in the hotel pool, and her spirit is said to haunt the second floor. The uploader said that they took the photo because they're fascinated by old-fashioned doorways that have internal windows on them for airflow, so they grabbed a quick snap, thinking nothing of it. Some commenters thought the girl's hair looked too vivid to be a ghost, and that there was probably just another person in the room when the photo was taken. However, the OP insists that the room was empty when they walked by and snapped the photo. So could this be a glimpse of Dorothy Dunn's spirit? Or is there another way to explain the photo? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. There's someone at the door, and it's not your long-awaited delivery. Reddit user VeggieShite420 captured something with an accidental Snapchat picture that's been making people want to bleach their eyes out. In the image, we can see the Redditor's living room. Take a look at the doorway on the right-hand side. Here we can make out what looks like a dark figure wearing a white sweater and black pants. The head of the figure looks like it's sunken down into its torso. Take a look at this brightened version of the image. It's worth noting that the Redditor didn't seem to notice this horrifying figure at first. In fact, they posted the image asking about two small lights on the left side of the photo. In the pitch black under the window frame are what resembled two bright eyes looking inside the home. Most people shrugged this off as either lights from an electronic device or an animal. Instead, they were far more interested in the freaky floating figure in the doorway. So what do you make of this unsettling photo? Love to hear your theories in the comments section down below. The following video, uploaded to the Facebook page Mr. Ngiri, shows what appears to be a piece of security footage that's filmed along a motorway. The clip starts off normal enough, and we watch a couple of vehicles drive by on the road. As they pass, they don't seem to notice that there's actually a mysterious figure standing just off to the side. Take a look. The figure lurks in the shadows at the top left of screen, and it's only slightly visible to the naked eye. Although it may be difficult to see at first, the figure soon begins to walk into the light. It looks tall and lanky with long, thin legs. Up until this point, you may be excused for thinking it's simply a person, but what happens next will certainly change your mind. As you can see, the figure suddenly drops down on all fours and runs away at top speed. It looks as though it's actually some sort of hairy creature like a large dog or wolf. As soon as it starts to run, it seems clear that it's not human at all. Videos like these are often hard to analyze due to a lack of accompanying information. In this case, all we have is this strange piece of CCTV footage, and we're left to mull over the details in our own minds. Was this strange shadow really an animal? Take another look and let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Taking family photos is something that millions of people do all around the world in order to preserve happy memories. However, sometimes the photographer manages to catch something they didn't expect on camera. This image, uploaded to Reddit by GLBBLV25, was captured on Christmas Day 2012. The young girl in the image is the uploader's sister who was taking part in a performance held at their school. On first glance, the picture seems innocent enough. However, if you take a close look at the background, you may notice something strange. There appears to be a pair of ghostly white legs. They seem wispy and ethereal, and in parts are actually transparent. In the photo's description, the uploader notes that it was taken 10 years prior, and ever since then they've believed that it shows something paranormal. The uploader also mentions that they're 100% certain there was no one standing behind their sister when the photo was taken. They go on to say that when they were in the 8th grade at the same school, two students who lived close by had committed suicide only a few days apart. Despite the uploader's thorough testimony, several viewers have suggested that the strange image is more likely to be the result of long exposure. So what do you think? Has this photo really captured a ghostly entity? Or was the uploader mistaken and there really was someone standing behind his sister the whole time? This video was uploaded to the YouTube channel Viral Press and showcases a snippet of surveillance camera footage captured inside a police station in northern Thailand. Take a look at what happens. Watching that again, we can see a snake slither in through the front door. It cautiously approaches the man, who's completely oblivious as to what's happening. Then, just as the reptile rears its head to strike, the man turns. Startled, he manages to raise his leg just as the snake lunges forwards. The man eventually is able to subdue the creature. He then shows it to one of the police officers that's come out to see what the commotion was. Luckily, neither the man nor the snake were harmed during the incident, and the snake was eventually released into bushes some distance from the police station. While it's not known whether the snake seen in this video was venomous, there's still no telling what could have happened had it successfully sunk its fangs into the unsuspecting man's leg. It just goes to show that danger could creep up on you in the most unexpected of places. Reddit user Haslan Hafiz, 97, shared this piece of footage to the social media platform in an apparent attempt for answers. The brief clip, which was captured in Malaysia, shows something strange happening at night time. Take a look. The figure is some distance away, making it hard to see in any great detail. It appears to be wearing a long white robe or dress, and it walks as though it's gliding across the pavement. The figure's identity remains a mystery to all those who have viewed the footage, including the uploader themselves. Most have been quite spooked by the video, noting the figure's obvious ghost-like appearance. One theory that seems to be gaining momentum is that the figure might actually be a woman dressed in Muslim prayer garb, who's returning from a nighttime prayer service. While this is certainly possible, there's little denying that seeing a person walking along like this at nighttime immediately conjures up ghostly images in one's mind, especially if you're familiar with the tales of La Llorona and other similar white lady spirits that are said to roam the earth alone under the cover of darkness. A Reddit user named Westway09TN has a security camera set up outside their home, just like millions of others around the world. These cameras are designed to monitor our homes and ensure our safety while we sleep. However, sometimes they catch some seriously unexplainable things. Take a look. The uploader notes that the footage was captured at 3:52 AM, a time known as the witching hour, often associated with paranormal activity. As you can see, a large glowing orb proceeds to fly by the camera before finally disappearing off screen. The object definitely looks as though it has a straight trajectory as it moves. It doesn't look to be floating around aimlessly like one might expect a piece of dust or spider's web to do. Because of these strange characteristics, it's understandable why the uploader was probably at least a little bit freaked out by what his cameras captured. Many paranormal enthusiasts believe orbs to be supernatural in nature. However, these days, it's just as easy to find someone who believes that orbs are little more than dust particles reflecting the camera's light, or even an insect moving across the camera's lens. In this case, it seems that there might actually be something a little more mysterious about this particular orb, due to its large size and movement. So what's your stance on objects like this? Do you believe they're supernatural? Or do you think there's other ways to explain them, like dust, insects, or spider webs? Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. This creepy photo was uploaded to Reddit by user BrokenStrings94. It's supposedly a photo of their nephew captured in a wooded area of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. It seems the two were out for a typical stroll when the photo was taken, and upon initial inspection, it may have looked completely normal. However, if you take a closer look at the image, you'll see something that might just give you chills. There appears to be a mysterious man in a large coat standing right behind the uploader's nephew. Some have suggested the mysterious figure is probably little more than a case of pareidolia, the tendency for one to see meaningful shapes and patterns in plain objects. The uploader too has noted that their nephew was standing about 300 feet in front of several trees. Their branches could be responsible for the strange shapes we're seeing. Add to that the fact that the photo itself is about 10 years old and has poor resolution, and it seems more than likely that there is a logical explanation for the strange anomaly. Still, it seems the longer you stare at the photo, the more lifelike the mysterious stranger actually becomes. The following video, posted to Reddit by user OKBudget818, shows a young boy straight up spitting some fire for the camera.
Go to the plate, yeah. Yeah, the metal plate right next door. Yeah, that's all I have in store, yeah.
As he attempts to impress the audience with his freestyle skills, something rather creepy happens when a disembodied shadow appears. Take a look.
You go into the abyss, yeah. This is kind of crazy. And why are you so lazy?
The boy doesn't seem to notice and continues his song.
Yeah, I don't discover anyone, I'm slow.
About 20 seconds after the strange shadow brushes past the wall, something even stranger happens. Take a look.
Yeah, this is really cool, yeah, really cool.
As you can see, the door next to the boy suddenly opens. This time, he seems genuinely startled and immediately turns to investigate. He soon stands up and enters the adjacent room, only to discover there's nobody there.
There's no one there.
Several skeptically minded viewers think that the mysterious shadow seen earlier in the clip might actually belong to someone who's later responsible for opening the door. If this is the case, it's unclear whether or not the boy is actually in on the prank. There's certainly something unnerving about the boy's initial reaction that seems to suggest he was really quite shocked when the door opened.
Yeah, this is really cool, yeah, really cool.
Whether or not it was moved by a human prankster or something genuinely paranormal is still unknown. Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think's going on in the comment section down below.
It's really cool, yeah, really cool.
¿Estás tirando? Yo también te voy a tirar, ¿no? ¡Oh! ¡Uy! ¡Oh, la mierda!
Lalo Escalante is a YouTuber well known for posting some seriously creepy videos. In this one, the crew is exploring a very rundown building in Culiacan, Mexico.
Estaba teniendo este güey, ya me está preocupando. Aquí no hay nadie,
Soon after entering, one of the members begins to feel unwell.
A lo mejor el susto, güey. Respira, respira. Y vamos para acá un poquito al aire, güey. A lo mejor fue el susto. No, sí. No. Respira bien, güey.
Then, as the others stop to lend him a hand, the camera catches something rather unnerving in the background.
¡Hola! A lo mejor de... Güey, se vio pasar, güey, güey.
¿Dónde, güey?
Güey, no es broma, güey, se vio como una niña, güey. Allá al fondo, está la alberca, güey.
The figure moves quickly and appears to be wearing a long white dress. The investigators give chase, but are unable to keep up.
Te lo juro, güey, que se vio en el video, güey. Güey, tengo la pechinita. ¿Qué dices, Salcedo? Y no hay pase, güey. Te lo juro, Lalo, te lo juro que de aquí cruzó la niña, güey.
They keep searching the dilapidated building and soon spot the figure once again, this time from a high up window.
Es que de aquí se puede ver la alberca perfectamente.
The team quickly descends several flights of stairs. Then, just as it seems they've lost the figure once again, there's a loud smashing sound, and one of the crew members appears to faint.
De aquí fue. Güey, de aquí fue, Lalo, güey. Fue de aquí, fue de aquí.
Concerned, the rest of the team carry him from the building and into their car. They speed away from the area and the video eventually ends.
No responda. Güey, se le pinche susto, güey. Abre la puerta, güey. Doctor, márcale el doctor ahorita, güey. Sí. Termínalo, güey. Ya termínalo, güey.
Luckily, it turns out the ill team member is okay. In the video's description, it notes that David, the man who fainted, was later seen by a doctor and simply had low blood pressure. But did the strange ghostly character have something to do with his mysterious illness? Seems we may never know the answer to this question. The explorers left the building in such a hurry they were unable to learn the true identity of the figure that was lurking in the darkness.
De aquí fue. Güey, de aquí fue, Lalo, güey. Fue de aquí, Fue de aquí. David.
This next clip on our list was posted to the TikTok account, UAP TikTok. It was supposedly captured by a passenger on a commercial flight who seems to have noticed several strange objects out their window. As the camera holder zooms in, you can see that there's no less than 6 cigar-shaped objects that appear to be hovering in the sky. At first, it seems there's too many of them in close proximity to be passenger planes, and they're likely too high in the air to be remote-controlled drones. However, several keen-eyed viewers have suggested that the UFOs might simply be a trick of perspective. They think that these objects are actually boats in the water below. With that in mind, watch the clip again and let me know what you think. This certainly could be a possibility, as it appears there's a shoreline in the bottom of frame. So what do you think we're looking at? A hovering fleet of UFOs or just a few boats floating in the water? Let me know where you stand on this in the comment section down below. Sometimes it can be the subtle details captured by a camera that are actually the most frightening. User Albin Jammin posted this video to Reddit, which shows a recording from a security camera positioned inside their house. The poster says they were out at a party at the time the incident was captured. Take a look at what happens. As you can see, the light in the adjacent room switches off. Then, after a few seconds, it turns back on again. Several viewers thought the power to the apartment might have briefly reset, or that there was some sort of issue with the actual light bulb itself. Either of these explanations might make sense were it not for one small detail. You can audibly hear the light switch turning off, and then on again. In the comment section, the poster notes that their switches are the small stick variety, and that they're pretty new so they still have a hefty click when you flick them. While some who saw the clip thought it might be the work of a playful poltergeist, one viewer in particular was more concerned that there might have been an actual human intruder inside the house at the time of recording. Interestingly, the cat doesn't seem to be fazed by the light at all. Instead, it remains focused on its food in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Many think that animals have a heightened sense for the paranormal, so if this was a poltergeist, wouldn't the cat have reacted differently? So too, if there was a human intruder. So what do you think was responsible for the light flicking on and off? Was it something supernatural, or could there be another way to explain the click sound heard in the video? There's very little information available about this video that was uploaded to Instagram by Paranoid Normal. However, it appears to show a rather creepy incident. Take a look. Watching that again, as the ball's kicked into play, the camera holder begins to follow it. Then, suddenly one of the players appears to be knocked to the ground by some sort of invisible force. He then looks as though he's being dragged by his left leg towards the goal. The man continues to struggle and writhe about before two other players rush to his aid. They pick the man up and escort him from the field just as the footage ends. Could it be possible that this footballer was actually attacked by a poltergeist? Unfortunately, it's almost impossible to know for sure. Take another look at the footage and decide for yourself. Cameras often capture things that are undetectable to the naked eye. In this clip uploaded to Reddit, the poster Hachi4496 admits that what we see could be anything, but you have to agree it's still rather unnerving. The camera is positioned to show the kitchen. At first, your eye's drawn towards the blinking lights in the background. Then suddenly, something zips past the camera. Take a look. It looks amorphous, starting out as a dense black blob before flashing past the camera like a wispy cloud. Even if you watch the clip a few times, it's hard to describe what it is we're actually seeing. Here it is, slowed down. Several viewers think it's probably just some sort of insect, one that's moving so close to the camera's lens that its shape is being distorted. However, one commenter noted that if it was a small bug, why does it change shape like it does? It seems unlikely we'll ever get a definitive answer to what we're actually witnessing here. It probably is just an insect, but it's hard to deny that at first it's quite unsettling. This next clip was posted to the Instagram account Unanswered Universe. According to the description, a farmer kept finding his tractor trailers and other farming equipment flipped over onto their sides. Other farmers nearby were also reporting that their tractors had been toppled over as well. Then, one day he captured this footage while out working on the land. Take a look. There's a dark figure up ahead, but it's too far away to make out any details. As they get closer, the figure becomes somewhat easier to see. Even though there's some daylight, the figure remains unusually dark. It actually looks like a shadow itself, however there's nothing around that could be casting it. Also, if it were just a human being, then it itself should have a shadow of its own. Toward the end of the clip, the farmer speaks. His words supposedly translate to, "It scares the crap out of me." He also mentions that he can't see the figure's face. Unfortunately, as is often the case with videos of this nature, it's very difficult to verify their origin. This, in turn, makes it hard to know if the story accompanying the footage is actually genuine. It's also difficult to verify the farmer's claims that his tractors had been flipped over. Could this mysterious figure have something to do with it? Take another look at the clip and let me know what you think this is in the comment section down below. When it comes to capturing spiritual activity on camera, poltergeists are a goldmine. The main thing that separates a poltergeist from a typical ghost is that poltergeists have the ability to interact with their environments. They can move objects, turn off lights, and even physically attack the humans unfortunate enough to dwell in the same space. This makes poltergeist activity significantly easier to capture on film. YouTube channel Nerve Paranorm set out to capture such footage in a creepy abandoned house, rumoured to be haunted by a poltergeist. The YouTuber wanders around the house attempting to attract the attention of the ghost. After a few minutes, a loud whistle prompts the poltergeist to move a chair resting just outside the view of the camera. A few minutes later, while he's attempting to open a door inside the house, another door nearby begins to violently rattle. The door is locked from the outside, but the ghost hunters are understandably disturbed by the violent sounds. They approach the door to investigate, and it begins to rattle even louder. A loud banging sound from the floor below draws their attention away from the door. As they begin to walk down the stairs, the door at the top of the landing that was locked only seconds before swings open all on its own. Nervously, the YouTubers decide to ascend the old staircase. At the top, they find an old dusty attic. After exploring for a few minutes, they find nothing that could explain the door rattling on its own. Is it possible some sort of spirit was trapped in the attic, just waiting to be released? It's hard to tell if these bizarre occurrences were recorded with the help of a sneaky accomplice. The footage certainly looks genuine, and staging such a long, drawn-out video in a creepy abandoned house that's falling to pieces would certainly take some planning. This eerie footage certainly makes you wonder, are ghosts real? When a young couple moves into their new home, they're probably not expecting chilling video clips to be part of their housewarming. However, the couple in this video gets more than they bargained for when they decide to inspect their new attic. Not long after the couple took up residence in their new home, they started hearing strange noises. The sounds seemed to be coming from overhead, so they decide to take a look in the attic to see if they can find the source of the strange sounds. The man goes into the attic with a light and a camera. He looks around for several minutes but sees nothing out of the ordinary. He reassures his wife that there's nothing to worry about as he hands her the camera and calmly climbs back down the ladder to the floor below. However, the woman keeps the camera on as he descends and inadvertently captures something terrifying, the haunting grey face of an old man. In the dim light, it's difficult to make out any specific features. The wrinkled skin is a pallid grey and the face looks down at the couple with an eerie smile. It only appears for a moment before disappearing once again into the dark. Viewers have suggested that an elderly homeless man may have taken refuge in the attic while the house was empty. However, others have pointed out that in such a small attic, the homeowner surely would have spotted a squatter as he checked the space. According to these believers, the only possible explanation is supernatural. YouTube user Fexed is known for uploading videos of people doing fun and bizarre things. The fact that the channel has only ever uploaded this one ghost video makes the footage all the more disturbing, as it's less likely that it was staged for the sake of YouTube fame. In the video, the man holding the camera states that he was hanging out at home when he heard a strange noise over his head. He checked inside a nearby closet and found a hole in the ceiling.
There's a hole in my closet.
Assuming a small animal had made its way into the space beneath the roof, he decides to use his camera to investigate. When he puts the camera through the hole, he quickly captures the image of a pair of green glowing eyes looking out from the darkness.
It's a pair of eyes. Hey!
The space is too dark to capture anything else, but the man is still shaken. He still believes it's an animal, however, and places the camera in the hole again for a better look. This time he captures some eerie audio. As he films the creature, the camera picks up the sound of high-pitched laughter.
Oh, close its eyes. Oh my god!
The sound is enough to terrify the man, and he quickly abandons the hole in the ceiling. This photo was taken in the attic of an unknown restaurant in the US. For over a decade, employees reported strange sightings in the roof of the restaurant. They say they've seen shadows lurking, felt nauseous for no apparent reason, as well as had feelings of dread wash over them. Finally, one employee took a photo when they felt they were being watched. Later that night, when reviewing the photos, they spotted this ominous shadow figure. It has the clear outline of a head and shoulders, but its lower body looks almost like vapor and lacks any real definition. When co-workers saw the image, they all agreed that this is the shadow entity they had all seen over the years. This creepy clip, uploaded to the YouTube channel Paranormal Dwellings, certainly appears to show something supernatural happening in this house. The video opens up to reveal a well-lived-in home. There are a couple of articles of clothing and random items scattered about. The camera holder sounds as though he's breathing quite heavily, and it quickly becomes apparent that there's something that's not quite right. The camera focuses on a screwdriver that has suddenly begun to move. The man immediately opens the cabinets below in order to film inside. It's clear there's absolutely nothing there that could be manipulating the screwdriver in any way. The video then cuts, revealing a view of the ceiling. There's a loud thumping noise coming from above. The camera holder then takes a metal stool from the kitchen and slowly opens the manhole in the ceiling to get a better look. The attic is dark except for the light that is peeking in from the small hole where the man is standing. He cautiously asks if anyone's there, but he doesn't receive a response.
Hello?
The attic appears to be cramped and littered with insulation and other construction material. It's obvious that if there was someone in there, they couldn't even stand up, let alone be responsible for those terrifying thumping noises. The video then cuts out, leaving the viewer wondering what could have possibly happened next. So what do you think caused this screwdriver to move all on its own? Have you ever had a sudden, eerie event occur that made you reach for the camera? If so, we'd love to hear about it in the comments section below. This scary video was uploaded to the YouTube channel Interesting, Creepy and Abandoned in October 2016. The clip begins as the YouTuber and his companion are walking through the woods in an unknown location towards an old abandoned house. He mentions that the area is extremely isolated and that there's no road around for at least a mile. As they approach the house, they notice that the words "Don't enter" are written in large letters across the roof of the property.
Do not enter.
Keen to continue their exploration, the YouTuber and his companion decide to enter the house via a broken garage door. Inside, the floor is littered with dirt and debris. They make their way down some stairs where they come across what at first appears to be an old uncovered vent.
Oh my golly.
However, when the explorers look inside, they notice that there are actually several light fixtures that lead off into the darkness, suggesting that it could possibly be some sort of secret tunnel. The pair think about entering the space, but eventually decide not to, and continue their exploration of the house. They make their way around the side of the property and enter through a broken window. Inside, there are several pieces of old furniture strewn about, and the walls are covered in graffiti.
A fortress of prickers just to get inside here.
Soon they enter another room that contains a fold-out bed. Although worn, the bed looks as though it's been recently slept in.
Yeah, this is really weird.
Cautiously, the pair make their way up a flight of stairs where, after exploring several more rooms, they discover a ladder that seems to lead into an old attic space.
So there's this creepy ladder thing.
The camera holder decides to climb the ladder to take a peek and is immediately startled by what he sees. There in the middle of the attic is a creepy doll hanging by a rope.
What is it, dude? Oh my god.
The discovery becomes even more terrifying as he zooms in to get a closer look. The doll slowly begins to rotate as if it's aware of the YouTuber's presence.
That is so weird.
Scared, the explorers decide to leave the house and the video soon ends. Since the footage was released, some have suggested that the building might have been used for satanic rituals. If you look closely, just in front of the old cardboard box, you can see what appears to be an open book placed upside down. Could this be some sort of tome filled with evil incantations? Whatever the house was used for, one thing's for sure. These explorers are unlikely to return for another look anytime soon. In 2014, a police officer known only as Ted posted this disturbing video. He claimed to have heard some strange noises coming from a neighbouring house after responding to a disturbance in Delray, Detroit, and decided to investigate. As the officer approaches the abandoned house, he pans the camera across an old newspaper clipping, then calls out to see if anyone's inside the building. Suddenly, a ghastly face appears in the upstairs window before disappearing into the darkness. The video reveals that the article seen by the police officer was actually about a woman named Rose Verez, who was known as the Witch of Delray. It was thought that Verez may have murdered as many as 12 men in the 1930s, but that her neighbours were too scared to testify against her, believing that she had supernatural powers that could make their children sick. Did this officer actually catch a glimpse of the infamous Delray witch? Was it a creepy coincidence that the article was there on the ground, or did the man plan it in order to create an elaborate hoax? Let us know what you think in the comments section below. In 2017, not long after welcoming a new daughter to the world, Jerome Kennedy of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania started hearing strange noises coming from the attic, above he and his wife's bedroom. He investigated the attic and found unexplained drill holes and even a flashlight. He set up a secret camera to find out what was going on. What he discovered shows that reality can be scarier than the paranormal. In the footage, we see Kennedy's neighbour remove a false wall that the neighbour had put between their two attics. According to Kennedy, the man had removed all of the insulation in the floor so he could gain access to the vent and peer into the rooms below. The original video shows him watching through the floor for a total of 30 minutes. Kennedy showed the video to police, who questioned the neighbour. He denied the claims, stating that he could only access his neighbour's attic if he used a ladder. With this frightening video as evidence, the man was charged with trespassing, burglary and stalking. It's truly disturbing to imagine how the situation might have escalated if the video footage hadn't captured these eerie nocturnal activities. In April 2016, popular YouTuber FazeAdapt released this video in which many believe he captured a ghost on camera while exploring an abandoned insane asylum with a group of friends. After entering the derelict building, they start searching rooms along a graffiti-lined hallway. In one of the rooms, they find a mattress along with the words "New World" and "You're gonna regret it" written on the walls. With only their torchlight to guide them, they decide to head up a rickety staircase. It leads to another hallway with more empty rooms. The group pass an old elevator shaft before continuing down the dark corridor and into a large room. FazeAdapt asks if anyone felt a really cold breeze as they entered the room. The crew ascend another flight of stairs and find themselves inside some sort of dilapidated attic space. They find a narrow plank of wood that leads to the roof of the asylum. Despite being precariously perched above a large hole, the group decide to take their chances and cross the plank. After snapping some photos on the rooftop, they enter another dark room. This one has a mysterious stain on the floor that looks a lot like blood. FazeAdapt approaches a closed door with a small window in it. He peers through the opening, and for a brief second you can see what appears to be a face staring back at him through the window in the adjacent door. Unaware that they're being watched, the group continues exploring the asylum before eventually deciding to leave. When the video was released, some fans thought that the face might have belonged to a homeless man who was stalking the boys, and that they were incredibly lucky to have made it out alive. Most, however, felt that it was a ghost, possibly the spirit of someone who died in the asylum. What do you think? Has FazeAdapt actually captured a ghost on camera, or could it be something else entirely? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section below. In 2013, YouTuber Alien6467 captured this footage in an abandoned house in Southwood, New York. While driving along a deserted stretch of road, the group spots the derelict house and decides to investigate. The inside of the house is empty and there is graffiti covering the walls. As the group make their way into one of the larger rooms, the word "Vengeance" can be seen written above the fireplace. The group take a closer look and notice that the wall is covered with plastic bags, each containing a single coin. One of the members searches a hole in the floor and finds even more bags. Again, each one contains a single coin. As the group leaves the house, the camera holder focuses on the upstairs window, where they notice something moving inside. As the camera zooms in, you can clearly see a robed figure staring ominously out of the window. The video then ends abruptly as the group quickly leave the property. Who or what was the sinister figure seen peering from the window? Was it a ghost, or could it have been a member of some sort of dark cult? Could it be possible that the group interrupted some sort of bizarre ritual taking place? Whatever it was, the figure was probably inside the house the whole time the group was filming. This photo was taken on a smartphone by a construction company in Tremont, Illinois. They were hired by the new owners of the home to renovate the roof before they moved in. The workers claim no one was in the house over the 2 days they worked on site, and there was definitely no one standing in the window when the photo was taken. When the workers asked about the house, the owner said they had just bought it as the previous owner was an old lady who died alone in the house. Has this photo been staged, or have they caught the spirit of the former owner standing in the window? There's very little information available on this video, other than it was apparently captured by a young man who was home alone one evening. He began hearing unusual noises coming from the second floor and decided to investigate. The video begins as he makes his way up a flight of stairs. He then pans the camera around a cluttered room and cautiously heads into the darkness. Suddenly, a flash of light appears. It's so fast that it seems as though the man doesn't even notice. However, if you slow the footage down, you can actually see that the flash looks like some sort of terrifying face. It's pale with dark sunken eyes and a wide open mouth. It almost looks as though it's silently screaming at the man before it suddenly disappears. Sadly, as there's very little information available on this video, it's hard to know for sure what this man has actually caught on camera. Could the mysterious face be the cause of the sounds that the man heard coming from the second floor? Or is it more likely to be an optical illusion or even a clever editing job? Love to get your thoughts on this mysterious video in the comments section below. This short little clip purports to show a shadow entity of some kind haunting an attic. The video was uploaded to YouTube channel Carl Humberg in 2012. The description claims that a paranormal investigation team was sent to a 120-year-old building in an unknown part of the US to take a look at some strange activity. An infrared camera was set up to film around the clock. It would appear some kind of shape or figure has been caught moving in front of the camera. On the left-hand side of the screen, a shadow moves in and out of shot. According to the timestamp, this occurred at 3:19 PM. Unfortunately, the clip is short and it's difficult to see if anything could be causing the shadow. The uploader claims that the video has been analysed by paranormal experts such as Bill Murphy from Fact or Fake and the founders of MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. It's unclear as to their stance on the video as the uploader never posted their opinions. The general consensus is that it's an interesting video that does show something strange, but it's just too brief and unclear to make any definitive judgment. This video from YouTuber Double Bins is believed by many to show a ghost wandering in the attic of an abandoned house. The footage starts as a group of boys are walking across a field towards an old, dilapidated house. They enter and begin to explore the ground floor, which appears to be very heavily vandalized. As the camera pans towards the roof, a strange dark figure can be seen walking past an opening that leads to the attic. The camera holder yells to the other boys and the group immediately run from the house. While the video footage is poor and it's difficult to make out the figure in any great detail, it does leave you wondering what it could actually be. Is it a ghost, or could it be a person that's living in the attic of this old abandoned building? What do you think the dark figure seen in this video actually is? Generally, going to the local store is a rather mundane task. However, not so for this man, who found himself the unwitting star of a very mysterious video. Let's take a look.
Weirdest thing.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what is that?
This is blowing, I don't know, oh my god.
The footage, which appears to have been taken from a security camera, shows the man standing in an aisle. He takes a product off the shelf and begins examining it. Suddenly, a box from the shelf behind him floats forward, appearing to hover in mid-air.
Weirdest thing.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what is that?
A few seconds later, another box flies off the rack in front of the man and onto the floor.
This is blowing, I don't know, oh my god.
Surprised, the man bends down to pick it up just as the floating object also falls to the floor.
Oh my god, that looks like a poltergeist or something like that. You know,
Startled voices, presumably those of employees watching the footage, can be heard in the background, with one suggesting that it could be the work of a poltergeist.
oh my god, that looks like a poltergeist or something like that. You know, when they hear about things like flying, oh my god, I don't like that.
The way the first box appears to slide off the shelf and hang in mid-air without any support certainly seems within the realm of the supernatural. And with no other people standing nearby, it seems difficult to explain the situation any other way. If it turns out that this video does indeed show a poltergeist, then the man may have been incredibly lucky. After all, it seemingly chose only to manipulate the items on the shelf while leaving the unaware shopper to continue about his day.
This is blowing, I don't know, oh my god.
Oh my god, that looks like a poltergeist or something like that.
YouTuber Sylvia C is no stranger to paranormal activity. With many unusual events occurring in her kitchen, this video confirms what many often suggest, that the kitchen can be a dangerous place to be confronted by the supernatural. As the video begins, all seems normal. However, the peace and quiet is soon interrupted.
Cutlery's moving.
As you can see, a piece of cutlery begins to swing back and forth all on its own.
Cutlery's moving.
As the camera holder moves in for a closer inspection, it falls forward onto the countertop. Soon after, several more pieces are disturbed, almost as if violently knocked from their stand by some sort of unseen force. Then, just as everything seems to settle once again, a knife flies from a block and lands on the kitchen floor.
Oh my god, guys.
Luckily, the camera holder is standing far enough away from the dangerous object, which could have caused a serious injury.
Oh my god, guys.
The woman then asks the unseen entity if it needs her help in some way, and if so, to move something as a sign.
Do you want my help? Please move something if you want my help.
No sooner have the words left her mouth that a pot on the stove begins to turn.
Do you want my help? Please move something if you want my help.
Many viewers have questioned the intentions of the potential poltergeist in this video. The sharp knife being thrown onto the floor is certainly suspicious. However, the fact that the entity appears to respond when the woman asks if it needs help suggests that it might simply be manipulating its surroundings in an effort to get the woman's attention.
Do you want my help? Please move something if you want my help.
Could it be possible that this video actually shows evidence of a ghost reaching out to the living for help? Perhaps a trapped spirit unable to move on, or even a former resident of the house trying to communicate. Whatever the case may be, let's hope that this woman's able to figure out its message sooner rather than later.
Do you want my help? Please move something if you want my help.
Most people probably have an idea of how they think they would react if they were to come face to face with a ghost. While many may see themselves acting brave in such a situation, the truth is that most would probably run in fear. In this video shared to YouTube by Maduka Narote, we get to see what a genuine reaction to something supernatural might look like. The footage, which appears to have been captured on a security camera, shows a room with a desk and 2 chairs opposite it. A man sits behind the desk using his phone as 2 other men enter the room from the front door. The 3 of the men begin to speak before one of the men leaves. The 2 remaining men continue to talk for several more seconds until something eerie is captured on camera. Take a look. Startled, the pair look at the chairs. However, they soon resume talking. Suddenly, the chairs move once again. This time, they're lifted into the air with enough force to slam into the door. Scared, the men scatter. One runs through the front door while the other opens a side entrance and flees into the darkness. Understandably, this video's been met with mixed opinions. Some feel that the clip's been staged, noting what appears to be some overacting. However, others in the comments section think it's actually a genuine response. Imagine how you might react to the same situation. Running for the nearest exit certainly seems like a logical thing to do, given the circumstances. Surely no parent ever wants to witness something creepy occur around their child. Unfortunately, that seems to be what happened to YouTuber Original Bayless, as he was filming his toddler playing on the floor. In the video, we see a young child sitting in a living room with a mix of toys scattered behind them. The The child's father explains that for the last 5 minutes, one of the toys has been moving by itself without explanation.
Yes, I don't know if you can see that, but that thing just keeps moving completely by itself.
It continues to rotate in a circle,
Doing its own thing there. Okay.
At one point, the toy appears to hit a green ball, causing it to roll forwards.
And nothing really around it. It's been doing it for about 5 minutes or so.
The general consensus from viewers is that the toy's movement is certainly creepy. However, some have wondered if the toy itself is motorized and has a rolling head.
Kinda creepy.
So what do you think? Is the uploader just playing funny buggers with us? Or is this genuinely something supernatural caught on film? Love to hear your opinions in the comments section below.
And nothing really around it. It's been doing it for about 5 minutes or so. The green ball just moved.
Most people visit the library in order to read or study in peace and quiet. In this video, however, there's anything but tranquility. In the footage, which appears to have been taken from a series of internal security cameras, you can see various areas of the library. One in particular picks up something rather unusual. Take a look. The eerie stillness is suddenly interrupted when one of the books at the table appears to levitate in mid-air. The book then opens up as if someone or something is attempting to read it. While there's little information available on this footage, all we can do is speculate about its authenticity. However, the original uploader has circled what appears to be a fan attached to the ceiling in the upper left corner of the video. If you look closely, you can see that it seems to be switched off, ruling out the possibility of it being somehow responsible for the book's movement. Still, even if the fan was working, it would do little to explain the book's seeming ability to hover in mid-air. Of course, a lot of people have pointed out that it could just be CGI. So what do you think? CGI hoax or genuine floating book? Let me know what you think down below. As is often the case, renovating a house can lead to some strange discoveries. Bizarre items in the attic or an old newspaper between the crawl space. However, discovering a dormant, potentially dangerous paranormal presence is probably not that common. Initially, YouTuber Rocky Mills thought that it was a squatter that might have been responsible for a series of mysterious incidences that occurred in a property he was renovating.
Hello?
In the video, he begins to explain what's been happening as he wanders around the house.
And I think there's a squatter in this house. I think it's in here.
When he reaches the basement, he points the camera down the stairs and calls out into the darkness.
Hello?
Receiving no response, he decides to move on.
Hello?
After another minute or so of searching, a door slowly begins to open. The man cautiously moves in for a closer look. However, there doesn't seem to be anyone or anything nearby. Suddenly, the door to the basement slams shut. The man immediately opens it and calls down the stairs one more time. Again, there's no response.
Who is it?
The light then begins to flicker. Spooked, the man drops the camera and runs from the building. All seems still and quiet until something rather chilling occurs. Take a look. The camera begins to spin wildly as a deep breathing sound can be heard in the background. It continues for several seconds before coming to a stop. The camera then remains motionless on the floor for another minute or two, then the man comes back to pick it up. Many viewers agree that the activity seen in this video appears to be genuine, and that the man made the right decision not to enter the basement. Could it be possible that the renovations disturbed some sort of supernatural entity that was lying dormant in this house's basement? Perhaps all this spirit wanted was to be left alone.
Who is it?
While the favourite haunts of the supernatural seem to be old, decrepit, or well-lived-in buildings, could it be possible that restaurants are also prone to paranormal sightings? That seems to be the case in this video, uploaded to YouTube by Daily Pakistan Global, who captured the footage whilst eating at a restaurant named Broadway Pizza. The narrator explains that he and his friend had just come into the restaurant to grab some lunch, when they thought they saw one of the chairs move by itself.
So we just came to Broadway for lunch, and it's this.
Thinking quickly, the YouTubers pulled out a camera and attempted to catch the potential poltergeist in action.
Outlet and
sure enough, after a few seconds, one of the chairs moves, as though being pulled by some sort of unseen force.
Rashid Manas Road. This chair literally moved a little.
The narrator and his friend react in shock, and the clip abruptly ends.
Manas Road. This chair literally moved a little.
Viewers have several theories about this video. Some have suggested that it might be a promotional stunt cooked up by the restaurant's owners. Others are more confused and surprised by the footage and are not sure what to believe.
Outlet in Rashid Manas Road. This chair literally moved a little.
Without further information, this clip can only remain open to interpretation. Does it show something supernatural, or could it be a clever plan to attract more paranormal enthusiasts to the restaurant?
Literally moved a little.
While videos of objects moving around or falling off tables for no obvious reason are certainly scary, when they contain a potential paranormal entity, they become a little more chilling. That may be just what occurs in this clip, uploaded to the YouTube channel DM Secret Facts. In the video, we see what looks to be a kitchen. In the foreground, there's a table and chairs. Suddenly, the ceiling light begins to flicker, illuminating the room with an eerie glow. Several objects fall from the table. And the lamp begins to bend. All is still until a menacing black figure suddenly appears at the table. The figure is only visible for a split second. However, if you pause the footage, you can see it in greater detail. Take a look. Shortly after, the figure reappears, this time in the kitchen. As before, its appearance is brief, and only those with a keen eye are likely to see it. A moment passes, then the door in the background begins to open and close, seemingly all on its own. While the initial movement of the objects on the table is difficult enough to explain, the sudden appearance of the dark, shadowy figure is even weirder. Though it's only visible for a split second, its presence evokes an uneasiness that only adds to an already creepy video. A video that seems to offer more questions than it answers. So what do you think the mysterious figure could be? A ghost? Shadow person perhaps? Or is it simply a glitch in the film? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. If you walk around Boston's North End on a hot summer day, some say you can still catch the sickly sweet scent left lingering after a tragic day that took place just over 100 years ago. In 1919, a deluge that can only be described as a molasses tsunami erupted from Purity Distilling Company before ploughing right through Boston's commercial street on a busy January afternoon. The wave froze its victims in place by trapping them under a hard, unyielding veil of amber-coloured suffocation. There was no warning, other than a soft, muffled roar in the seconds before more than 2 million gallons of ultra-thick, ultra-sticky molasses overtook the streets. The deluge tore through Commercial Street to take down trucks, overturn wagons, ruin buildings, and push a train from the tracks. Witnesses who were caught up in the chaos of the day reported seeing sticky, molten waves that were 30 feet tall barreling past them at 35 miles per hour. Sadly, 21 people perished during the event. Another 150 people were injured during the molasses flood. The aftermath was so severe that both the Navy and Red Cross arrived to help rescue survivors, amid a gooey, sticky post-apocalyptic scene that required effort to pull the victims from their hardened tombs. In the initial aftermath of the tragedy, the molasses flood was blamed on anarchists sabotaging the molasses storage tanks inside Purity Distilling Company to create a roaring, rippling explosion. However, further investigation began to point to poorly built and maintained tanks. The likely cause of the explosion was a buildup of pressure within the factory's molasses tanks that simply couldn't be contained by the walls of the building. Civil lawsuits against Purity Distilling Company stemming from the incident lasted until 1925. History never quite put a lid on the molasses flood, however. In recent years, scientists have been revisiting Boston's Great Molasses Tragedy to make sense of how it all happened. Ultimately, we may finally have an answer to why something as sweet as molasses can turn so deadly. Modern researchers speculate that a shipment of molasses that arrived from the warm Caribbean, meeting with the freezing temperatures of a Boston January, helped to create the perfect recipe for disaster. The reason why the molasses was so deadly once it was in motion was that the liquid hardened as it moved. As a result, people became unable to escape being trapped by a wave that was hardening in real time. A television program that aired on BBC One on Halloween night of 1992 still has people questioning if what they saw was real 30 years after the fact. This program was so sensational and controversial that it never aired in the United Kingdom ever again. Ghostwatch was a 90-minute horror film shot in a documentary style that was inspired by the tale of the Enfield poltergeist. Its subject matter was a haunted home in a London area called Northolt, where a family was being harassed by a terrifying poltergeist named Pipes. The premise was essentially to debunk the claims of children who insisted that strange sounds in their home were caused by ghosts in real time. During the program, the audience was invited to call in with their own ghost stories as they watched along to shaky camera footage from a handheld video camera. In reality, the documentary was a professional production, full of footage that had been shot weeks in advance. Viewers were left to play along, as the program's host sat with a supposed paranormal expert to determine whether the family on the screen was genuinely being harassed by violent spirits through a barrage of banging noises, moving objects, and claw marks. Of course, everyone on the screen was part of an elaborate cast of child and adult actors. Ghostwatch had such a profound psychological impact on viewers that the BBC received more than 30,000 calls from angry, scared members of the public. The British press was highly critical of the disturbing nature of the program. Many claimed that the program didn't do enough to identify itself as a piece of fiction. Sadly, the program led to the suicide of a young viewer, whose parents claimed he became hypnotized by the program after becoming convinced that the ghost depicted in the program was indeed real. Medical journals have even published several cases of post-traumatic stress disorder being induced in young children who watched Ghostwatch. This may be a case where there's good reason to avoid ever talking about this bizarre piece of television history ever again. It has cropped up in horror anthologies that are sold or aired outside of the United Kingdom from time to time. If you've ever seen Ghostwatch, would love to hear about it in the comments section below. Some events are so bizarre and impossible to explain that the collective subconscious of society tries to wipe the memory clean. However, the memory of the Beast of Gévaudan still prowls the French countryside that was terrorized centuries ago. Deep in the Margeride Mountains of France, a series of attacks that took place between 1764 and 1767 by man-eating beasts with razor-sharp teeth created fear and terror. According to reports, more than 600 attacks resulted in 500 deaths and 49 injuries. The beast had a habit of attacking lone men, women, and children as they tended to livestock on the outskirts of town. Curiously, there were several reports of the beast being killed before the attacks officially stopped. From the modern lens, the most likely cause of the attacks was not a supernatural being at all. During the 1700s, wolf attacks posed serious problems throughout Europe. The high death count associated with the Beast of Gévaudan likely points to the idea that packs of wolves were causing chaos in France's Margeride Mountains before being scared off by wolf hunters searching for the supernatural beast. One theory that has floated around is that the creature was actually a red-coloured mastiff, wearing the hide of a boar that was sired by a villager named Jean Chastel. Notably, Chastel was a farmer and innkeep in Gévaudan in France, who was credited with killing the Beast of Gévaudan in Montmouchet during the summer of 1767. A 2001 French film called Brotherhood of the Wolf that's centered on the legend features Chastel as a character. However, some people have reviewed the ghastly incidents and have wondered whether wolves could have caused so much death and chaos. So the question remains whether something a little more sinister was stalking the Margeride Mountains all those years ago. This one will make you want to run out to the car and check your windshield. In the spring of 1954, more than 3,000 windshields in the Seattle area experienced mysterious unexplained pitting. Police initially blamed the blemishes on vandals. However, the pitting became so widespread that it became clear no criminal could work quite so swiftly. It wasn't long before reports of the pitting hit the mainstream news. A number of theories were floated around that spring. One was that the nearby Jim Creek Naval Radio Station was producing waves with a new 1,000,000-watt radio transmitter that was powerful enough to impact the physical properties of glass. Another was that cosmic rays were shooting down over the Washington area. A tamer theory was simply that sand fleas were burrowing into the glass. Most mysterious of all was that the pitting abruptly stopped on April 17 of that year. The windshield pitting epidemic is one mystery that has never quite been solved. However, one theory that is being pitted against all others is simply that this was a case of mass hysteria. For those who subscribe to this theory, all it took for the hysteria to take off was one person noticing pitting on their windshield. That person then shared their observation with others. The fact of the matter is that a good amount of natural pitting occurs on windshields due to the general rocks and debris that exist on our roads. Once stories about pitting made the news, many people throughout the area looked for pitting on their own windshields for the first time. This led to a huge spike in reports over something that had actually been there the entire time. It's highly possible that the pitting abruptly stopped because people simply lost interest in the story after a few weeks. This next forgotten tidbit of history was widespread enough that it touched royalty. During the Middle Ages, there was a recorded widespread psychiatric disorder that caused people to believe that they were made of glass. People afflicted with the fear lived in terror of shattering to pieces at any minute. King Charles VI of France was famously so afflicted by this preoccupation that he refused to allow people to touch him out of fear that he would shatter. He also supposedly wore special protective clothing. The glass delusion was so prevalent that it was mentioned in the works of famous authors like Miguel de Cervantes, Constantine Huygens, René Descartes, and John Locke. From today's lens, the fear of being made of glass can be seen as a manifestation of anxiety. It's not all that wild to consider that people had lots of anxiety regarding physical well-being and death during a time of disease and pestilence back in the Middle Ages. While the idea of shattering like glass is an obvious manifestation of a fear of death, it's very likely that the fear of falling apart if touched was a subconscious protective measure against catching illnesses. This forgotten piece of horror from history dates back to July 25th of 1184 in what would be modern-day Germany. A number of nobles from throughout the Holy Roman Empire had gathered in Erfurt for a meeting across from the Church of St. Peter, as part of King Henry VI's attempt to neutralise a feud between Archbishop Conrad of Mainz and Louis III, Landgrave of Thuringia. During the meeting, the weight of the crowd caused the wooden floor in the hall to collapse directly into the latrine beneath it. During the horrifying event, more than 60 nobles and meeting attendees were sent to their deaths to drown in suffocating liquid excrement. Among the dead nobles were Frederick von Abenberg, Heinrich von Schwarzburg, Heise Gottsmar von Ziegenhain, Burkhard von Württemberg, and Frederick von Kirchberg. Many of the survivors avoided getting sucked into the foul pit by clinging to the rails and windows until rescuers could arrive. By luck, King Henry's positioning within a stone alcove allowed him to be spared. During the 16th and 17th centuries, artists had a very colourful way of sourcing a special brown pigment that was a favourite of the famed pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, that included English authors like William Holman Hunt, John Everett Millais, Thomas Woolner, Frederick George Stevens, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, William Michel Rossetti, and James Collinson. The hue was a mix that fell somewhere between burnt umber and raw umber, that happened to have an especially good consistency for fleshy tones and shadows. However, it wasn't necessarily the colour of this pigment that made it so striking. What really stands out about this hue is the way it was sourced. Mummy brown was comprised of white pitch, myrrh, and the actual remains of Egyptian mummies. Both human and feline remains were used. In some cases, the ground-up remains were sourced from the Guanche mummies of the Canary Islands instead of Egyptian mummies. Mummy brown was so in demand during its heyday that the need for it often outpaced the available supply of authentic Egyptian mummies. This led to some interesting practices among suppliers. In many cases, mummy sellers substituted modern-day corpses of slaves and criminals for genuine mummy remains. The demand for mummy brown eventually died down significantly by the start of the 20th century. In fact, it had essentially dried up by 1900. Artists looking to experiment on canvas with mummy brown today can still use formulas that recreate the same hue, without being sourced from actual remains. Today's mummy brown is made from kaolin, quartz, geothite, and hematite, a somewhat more palatable mix. Back in 2013, YouTube user Megascally11 uploaded a piece of footage that left hundreds of viewers freaked out. Take a look. Breaking this one down, there are numerous things to take note of. The footage begins with a magazine rack flying into the air. Then the couch tips over. After that, the door to a cabinet flies open and silverware begins falling out. Just after, the camera seems to move by itself, eventually landing on the floor. As one viewer pointed out, the camera is up against the wall, and as it spins, we can see that there's no one there manipulating it, making it move. Many commenters were quick to call this poltergeist activity. Some paranormal investigators believe that poltergeists are a particularly powerful type of spirit with enough energy to move objects in the physical realm. They believe these are the ghosts responsible for flickering lights or slamming doors. To many who have seen this clip, the footage seems genuine and they're convinced that it depicts real paranormal activity. But what do you think? Let us know in the comment section down below. Terra El Extremo is a popular urban exploration channel on YouTube. They regularly investigate some of the most notorious places in Mexico, sites of urban legend, famous hauntings, and other eerie locations. In this clip, the team visits a cemetery in Cocotitlan, Mexico. According to the YouTubers, this is a city of witches, myths, and legends. They begin by walking among the near endless rows of tombstones. Shortly after they enter the cemetery, they spot something eerie in the distance. A dark figure can be seen walking up ahead. The dark, shadowy figure is difficult to see at first, but it seems to follow them throughout their investigation of the property. It appears again a few minutes later. Here we can see it looks like a person that's wearing a cloak. But it seems to be completely made of shadows and at times almost looks transparent. Spurred on by these sightings, the team continues to search the property. Later in the investigation, something strange happens near the two cameramen. Take a look. Watching that again, as they take a look around, a noise can be heard from behind them. Then a strange puff of dust rises up from the ground. It's as though the ground was stirred up by something. Viewers have been divided by this cemetery exploration. Some have suggested the team might have just disturbed a squatter or homeless person that was sleeping in the graveyard. Others, however, aren't so sure, noting the almost translucent quality of the figure. So are viewers reading too much into this sighting, or is there more to it? Let me know where you stand on this in the comment section down below. This next clip from TikToker Big King Gourmet has been leaving viewers confused and divided over what it's actually showing. Take a look and make your own mind up.
Y'all can't tell me that ain't no fucking UFO. Look at this.
The video was recorded in Oak Cliff, Texas, United States. Off in the distance, you can see a strange object in the sky.
What is that, child? I'm right here in Oak Cliff, Texas, man. What is that?
Now here's why the comment section is divided. Some say it's nothing more than a light post. A few Oak Cliff locals chimed in saying there are similar poles running the length of the nearby freeway. However, this object's all on its own and seems far taller than a normal street lamp. This is where the UFO enthusiasts come in. A lot of comments believe it looks like an alien craft with a beam of light shooting down to Earth. Around halfway through the footage, what appears to be a commercial aircraft flies behind the object. So where do you land? Are you team UFO or team lamp? Depending on what you think it is, write the words UFO or lamp in the comments down below to cast your vote.
What is that?
Some experts believe that as many as 1 in 10 people may suffer from coulrophobia, the fear of clowns. If you're one of them, you may want to avert your eyes during this next video from Redditor Haunted Luca. According to the Redditor, Luca is a one-of-a-kind jester doll created by Wayne Klesky as part of the Catherine's collection of dolls. After purchasing him, Luca's new owners quickly began to find him in positions different from where they had left him previously, becoming more extreme over time. At one point, the Redditor believes that his wife was even possessed by the doll. She allegedly went missing for several hours. They've tried using spirit boxes on Luca, and at one point heard a girl's voice repeatedly screaming, "Let me out," for over 40 minutes. However, they haven't been able to quite film him moving. Whenever they try, the camera equipment sustains heavy damage. In the first clip they share of Luca, we see the clown sitting down in his chair next to an EMF detector. The lights on the device blink furiously, indicating a strong spiritual presence. In the second clip, we see Luca covered with a sheet to protect him from dust. The clip's been sped up to 32x as the original video goes for over an hour. Take a look at what happens. As the camera rolls, bit by bit, the sheet slips to the ground. This is despite no one being around at all. According to the Redditor, they often find Luca's sheet on the floor in the morning. The Redditor states that no one in the family is afraid of Luca as his activity seems to be harmless. Instead, they just accept him for who he is. They even stated that animals seem to be quite fond of the doll as well. So, given the stories and all the strange activity, how would you feel about having Luca as part of your family? Baby monitors are a great way to keep an eye on your kids while they're asleep in another room. Of course, if you're like Redditor Lousy Mouse, you may end up seeing something you wish you hadn't. According to the Redditor, their son was taking a nap in a nearby room when they noticed something unusual on the baby monitor that made their blood run cold. In the photos they uploaded, there appears to be a person standing on the right side of the screen. Only a faint outline's visible, but it seems clear that someone is standing in the child's room. The OP noted that every time they got closer to the monitor to have a better look, the figure seemed to disappear. And they were at a loss to explain the bizarre event. Several Redditors have theories about the mysterious figure. Quite a few people suggested that the person in the photo looks very real indeed, and might have been an intruder who's secretly living in the house. They recommended having a good look around the house for evidence of someone secretly living in the roof or other crawl spaces. Others, however, think that because the figure disappeared so quickly, it's more likely to be a paranormal entity of some kind. In either case, spotting a mysterious person lurking in your child's bedroom is enough to make any parent nervous. Whether an intruder or a ghost, they should definitely keep a close eye on everything going on in that room from now on. They say that flying is a safer mode of travel than driving, but how would you feel about that statistic if you spotted a UFO while in the air? The footage uploaded to TikTok by Dark Sky Files was recorded from a quiet commercial flight in the middle of the day. The sky is bright blue and we can see a layer of fluffy white clouds below the plane. As the camera zooms in, we can see a large white object flying alongside the plane off in the distance. Whatever it is, it resembles a narrow blimp or perhaps a wide saucer. It's entirely white and doesn't seem to emit any light. It just flies quietly alongside the plane for the entirety of the video. At one point, the OP pans the camera around the interior of the plane, but no one else seems to notice the strange object outside. As per usual with UFO sightings, the camera holder does their best to not steadily film the object in question. One commenter suggested it could be an experimental spacecraft belonging to the United States' space program, while others thought it was nothing more than a speck on the window of the plane. As of right now, there's been no official word on what this sighting might actually be, so until we hear more, this encounter will have to remain a complete mystery. This clip, uploaded by TikToker Parasomnia MX, has been freaking people out. Take a look at what's been captured. The camera captures something strange. The candles seem to blow out all on their own. The look of shock and confusion on the birthday girl's face suggests that it wasn't another attendee who blew them out. Besides, if you watch the smoke, it's clear that the candles are extinguished from above. Although the birthday girl herself is the only one standing in this position. Stranger still, the flowers on the left don't move at all, ruling out the possibility of a stronger gust of air coming from somewhere off camera. So what's going on here? Is this the work of a poltergeist, as some commenters suggested? Or is there another way to explain this bizarre event? Share your theories with the rest of the community in the comment section down below. Shot in Wellington Market, Telford, Shropshire, UK, and uploaded to YouTube by Old Spitalfields Market, the creepy footage recorded in this security video shows how a stack of boxes wound up scattered down a flight of stairs. A subtle, shadowy figure zips up the staircase and appears to almost run into the stacked boxes. The figure seems to blur as it moves toward the boxes and knocks them down. Those watching this alleged ghost may want to pause the video several times to get a better look. While some might claim that a strong wind could have brought the boxes down, the fact that a subtle shadowy image is visible and that the larger box in the forefront doesn't move at all proves otherwise. According to an article about the incident in the Mirror, the manager of the market, Kay Bokier, said, "We came into the market in the morning and the boxes were all over the place. They were on the floor and over the stairs. We thought there'd been an intruder. So we obviously went straight to the CCTV. We couldn't believe what we saw. There was nobody there when the boxes fell off." The market is an old Victorian building that dates as far back as 1244. Old historic structures often have ghost stories tied to them. The traders and stall owners have reported hand dryers starting up without anyone around, doors slamming and coughing noises coming from empty parts of the building. Those who work there never know when or where something spooky might happen. Filmed in Bangalore, India at night, this creepy footage was uploaded to YouTube by Satya Productions. The clip shows what looks like a ghost walking slowly into the middle of a street. It takes the alleged ghost several seconds to make its way to the center of the road. The figure doesn't appear to be in any hurry. Once it reaches the middle of the road, the mysterious image stands there quietly as people on pedal bikes, motorcycles, and cars drive by. The people passing by don't seem to notice the figure. Several cars drive through the ghostly image, and while it fades slightly as they drive through it, the image still remains visible. It finally disappears in the headlights of an automobile. The Bangalore street is dark and eerie, with just one streetlight providing a yellowy illumination. Trees add creepy shadows to the scene, making it the kind of street that most people wouldn't want to traverse down alone at night. The ghost is bright enough to be clearly visible. In fact, those watching the footage are likely to be surprised when people passing by fail to look at it or slow down when coming upon it. The image is too distinctive and moves forward too deliberately to be a puff of smoke or a wisp of fog. Watching the ghost stand in a city street in India is sure to make a viewer wonder if the apparition is aware they're dead or is confused and thinks they're still alive. Some ghosts just want to have fun and tease the living. In a security video from the Bawtry Hill supermarket in Irvine, Scotland, something seems to move a crate from under a store employee as she's attempting to step up onto it to stock some shelves. Instead of her foot landing on the step, she misses it and falls against a stack of store merchandise, knocking over a few cans on the shelf. A nearby coworker witnesses the incident and continues stocking shelves. He doesn't even move in to help her. If you slow the footage down, you can see a clear gap between the employee's shoe and the crate. The crate moves before she steps onto it. According to the shop's owner, the ghost's name is Stacy, and she plays pranks on the staff when anyone annoys her. The store shared the footage on Facebook and wrote, "When Elise, our employee, annoys Stacy, our resident ghost Stacy moves the crate to teach Elise a lesson. Don't be flirting with her man in the store." The store didn't elaborate on who Elise was flirting with, but Stacy's jealousy should have anyone looking over their shoulder. The store confirmed that Elise was okay, with the only damage being a sore ego. She does appear to have been stunned in the recording, and it takes her a few minutes to get back up. Viewers might have to watch the video a few times to see Stacy move the crate, but the crate clearly moves with a ghostly push. Love to get your thoughts on this fascinating piece of footage in the comment section below. As one starts watching this creepy footage, it's tough to decide where to look. The warehouse is cluttered with boxes, but when a strange figure pops its head out from behind the shelf, it's impossible to miss. It shows up about 12 seconds into the footage. The figure seems to have a white face and it looks like it's floating. The spooky image moves its torso from out behind the shelf for a second or two before zipping away. The figure is visible in the gap between the black shelves, so viewers will be able to see it moving. When it does dash away, it's impossible to tell where it goes or how it entered the space initially. So what is it up to? Perhaps the ghostly figure is a former worker who still thinks he needs to complete inventory. Some viewers have even suggested that the figure looks like an alien grey. If so, why would it be lurking in this random warehouse? Uploaded to YouTube by Calling Spirits, the spooky footage caught in this security video happened so fast that blinking at the wrong time could cause a viewer to miss it. The camera is aimed at a door during a day when everything seems to be peaceful and quiet. It looks like a back or side door, one that opens to a tile floor and a covered hallway. Suddenly, a shadowy figure walks towards the door in what seems to be an attempt to step inside. The figure looks like a teen boy or a young man who has short hair. Before he has a chance to reach for the door handle, he disappears. Earlier in the clip, at around 11 seconds into the footage, a wisp of black smoke appears in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. This may be a brief view of the alleged ghost before he walks across the room. Those who watched the video are left wondering what the ghost was intending to do. Is he a past resident of the home, or a friend who has arrived for a visit? The ghost doesn't seem to be angry or sad. In fact, if he weren't shadowy, he would look like he belonged there. Britain's Leopard Inn is one of the country's most haunted pubs. Ghost hunters have been attempting to share its hauntings with the world for years. Finally, paranormal investigators, the Spirit Searchers, hit the jackpot by recording a mysterious mist floating through the pub. The ghost team uploaded the video to YouTube. The creepy footage was shot in one of the pub's back hallways. First, there's a flash of light. Then a puff of mist appears in front of the camera. It shows up briefly. The smoke puff makes its way down the hallway until it ebbs into nothing. When the mist appears, it almost seems to be a figure that dematerialized when it came into contact with the camera. As it moves away from the area and down the hall, it appears to reassemble itself. Those watching the creepy footage are likely to rewind the video to get a better second look. The hallway is creepy enough on its own without the added ghost image. In fact, the space gives the impression of being abandoned. The pub regularly hosts ghost hunts, and those who sign up for one of these adventures will have the chance to walk through this scary, dilapidated area to experience it firsthand. Let me know in the comments section below, would you go on a ghost hunt down this creepy, haunted hallway? In this piece of creepy footage, two men are sleeping. They seem somewhat restless and are shifting their arms and legs around. Since sleep is a time for the brain to relax, some experts have suggested that humans may be able to sense paranormal activity more easily in this state. 50 seconds into the recording, the dorm room door opens up. It appears to open on its own because there's no one there. 20 seconds later, something barely visible enters the room. Viewers may notice a slight shift in the image. After a few more seconds pass, the legs of the man who is closest to the camera start to lift. The initial lift doesn't wake him up. He starts to stir awake as he's yanked toward the end of the bed, with his legs being pulled up into the dorm room's ceiling. As his legs are being lifted high enough for him to almost be in a headstand, the man realizes that he's being hoisted up and starts to fight whatever it is that's pulling him along. The spirit almost succeeds in pulling him entirely off the bed, but at the last moment, it releases him. The boy sits up and looks towards the open door. He seems confused as he searches for whatever it was that lifted him up. He then gets up and walks out into the hallway, likely searching for a human culprit. However, it seems it was something more sinister that disturbed his rest. YouTuber Mario Lara is no stranger to the paranormal. For the most of 2021, he's been posting his experiences with the supernatural to YouTube. His latest encounter seems to be one of the most frightening to date. Mario owns a party supply shop in Mexico. For months, it's been exhibiting some very unsettling and inexplicable events. Items often move without reason, strange whispers can be heard after hours, and ghostly figures have been spotted haunting the shop. Despite its cheery, bright appearance, the premises seems to have a sinister presence lurking within it. Mario has decided to set up some cameras and other equipment in order to get evidence of the shop's eerie haunting. In this clip, early in the evening, some strange activity begins to manifest. Watch what one of the cameras caught. Here we can already see things beginning to move as some items fall off the shelf, seemingly all on their own. Later in the evening, as one of the investigators decides to get some rest on a sofa, something eerie happens in the background. Then, around 30 seconds later, this happens. As you can see, the TV slides across the floor towards the sleeping man. Not long after, the man is awoken by a loud banging noise. He jumps up and grabs a flashlight. When he notes the position of the TV, he seems perplexed. Next, we see footage of the investigator killing some time while playing a PlayStation VR. As his attention is fixated on the screen, something truly chilling happens in the background. Watch. A small, transparent form appears near the back of the room. Only its dark, short hair is distinctly visible as it moves in rapid blurs along the wall, staring at the man. When the investigator later attempts to communicate with the entity, he hears strange sounds in response to his questions.
Si estás aquí conmigo, dame una señal, haz un ruido. Que yo agradezco mucho. ¿Eres una mujer? Sí, es una mujer. Vuelvo a preguntar, ¿te tiene atada algo a esta? Ok, eso estuvo fuerte. ¿El demonio que habita este lugar? Me dirijo al demonio.
A camera shows a candle being blown out in an empty room. The investigation team believes that the ghost of a child is dwelling in the store. They theorize that the child's spirit has an attachment to a particular item, a piñata of the Disney princess Moana.
Vamos a ver de los otros lugares donde venía el sonido, porque venía del área de los dulces, donde está la...
For now, the ghost seems relatively harmless, but no one knows how far it'll go. This next piece of terrifying footage comes from TikToker Paulina Lara62, who is actually Mario Lara's niece from the previous segment. The footage shows Paulina alone in the back room of the shop where the investigation of the previous segment took place. Take a look at what happened. As you can see, Paulina appears to be dragged across the room by some unseen force. One of her legs is sticking up in the air as she slides. To make matters even stranger, take a look at the wall near the doorway where the worker is dragged. This is the Moana piñata that Mario believes is haunted. The doll's arms and legs are stretched out as if hung from a cross. The doll never moves from its spot on the wall, but that hasn't stopped viewers from speculating that the creepy doll might be to blame for the strange events in the footage. Paulina later posted a photo on her Facebook page that shows just how scary this incident was for her. Hours after her shift ended, her ankle is ringed with a dark black bruise. This is an ongoing saga that we'll definitely keep an eye on, and we'll be sure to post updates as they come to hand. In the meantime, check out Mario Lara's channel for all his previous evidence caught on camera. As always, there's links in the description box below. Not many people can claim that they've had an actual alien encounter. Even fewer have abduction stories that experts believe to be credible. According to the Birmingham UFO group, this footage is one of the rare cases where they believe the victim's claims. It all started when a woman from Droitwich, England confessed to her husband that she believed she'd been abducted by aliens while sleeping. At first, he didn't believe her. He decided to try and put her mind at ease by setting up an infrared camera in their bedroom one night to record them while they slept, hoping that seeing evidence of her peaceful night's rest would be enough to convince her that the extraterrestrials had been nothing but a bad dream. Unfortunately, the video shows something very different from what he expected. In the clip, we can see the couple sleeping peacefully under a white duvet. A few seconds into the footage, the duvet rises above the sleeping woman. When it falls back down, it falls all the way to the mattress. The woman appears to be gone. According to the timestamp, the footage is sped up. Approximately 12.5 minutes later, the duvet billows up into the air, even higher this time. When it falls back down, it lands on a prone body. It appears the woman is again peacefully asleep in her bed. The next morning, she once again claims to have been abducted in the night. The footage seems to confirm it. UFO investigator Dave Hodrian contacted the woman in the footage to further look into the events that were caught on camera. Hodrian sent the video off to two separate video analysis experts who were at a loss to explain what the clip showed. The woman in the footage, who wishes to remain anonymous, claims to have been abducted by aliens on two separate occasions. The first incident occurred on the 3rd of December 2010. At around 1 AM, the woman got up to check on her daughters in bed. When she walked past a window, she noticed a strange disc-shaped object floating above the field adjacent to their home. The object began to glow and came closer to the house. At this point, the woman claims that she felt like the object was observing her, and that a strange feeling of calm washed over her, and strangely, she just went back to bed. Later in the night, the woman felt like she was no longer in her own bedroom. It felt like she was naked, lying on an unfamiliar hardened surface in a darkened room. Her eldest daughter was said to be kneeling beside her. She leaned in and whispered, "Mum, it's alright, don't worry. It's your turn, Mum, don't be scared, they're not going to hurt you." Suddenly, she felt like she was floating down a tunnel of some kind. At this point, she was paralyzed and could only move her eyes. She could sense that there were several small beings standing around her. It felt like these beings were able to talk directly in her mind. They reassured her that no harm would come to her. The woman recalls several invasive experiments happening to her before suddenly waking up back in her own bed. She was naked, with her nightgown strewn on the floor some distance away. Frightened, she woke her husband up to explain what had happened. The following morning, the woman felt sharp pains in her lower abdomen near her ovaries, as well as an aching finger on her left hand. In the subsequent days, the woman became anxious about sleeping. It got so bad that her husband decided to install the infrared camera in their bedroom, which brings us to the footage we just saw. On the night this footage was captured, the woman recalls a buzzing feeling happening in her head before being taken to a room filled with the small beings once again. One of the beings began moving its hands over and around the woman's body, but not touching her directly, keeping about an inch or two away. Again, as if by telepathy, the being communicated, reporting a series of ailments that the woman suffered from, such as a stomach ulcer in her lower abdomen. Moments later, the woman felt a familiar rushing sensation, as though floating down a tunnel or corridor. Without quite realizing it, it was the morning after. In the mirror, she noticed that she had 2 asymmetrical bruises around her lower belly. Certain that something strange had happened, the woman and her husband checked the security footage and was stunned at what they saw. The footage seemed to prove that she was abducted and removed from her bed for a period of time. This case is far grander in scope than what we've been able to cover here. To read Dave Hodrian's full report on the incident, I'll put a link to the Birmingham UFO Group's website in the description box below. Strange things can happen in the dark of night, such as the bizarre events recorded and shared to TikTok by user Tracy Perez 408. The footage was recorded on an indoor security camera mounted near the ceiling of their bedroom. At the start of the video, we see a man asleep on the bed. Immediately, the footage becomes strange when something small and black seems to run across the floor and under the bed. 30 seconds later, a sinister-looking hand reaches into the room and slides down the door jamb. Not long after the hand appears, the door slowly creaks open.
¿Qué piensa de eso, Luis, usted?
After a few more seconds, an unidentified object suddenly rolls into the doorway, crashing into the foot of the bed.
¿Eso qué es? Es una bola.
¿Bola de qué?
Things take a terrifying turn when the man in the bed begins to move.
Deje que vea mi video y ahorita le digo algo.
En la casa del Carmen me asustaron más todavía.
Ay, hijo de puta, lo tomaron.
¿Sí vio?
The man awakens in a panic and tosses a pillow at his sleeping roommate. Seconds later, something strange happens to the chair in the middle of the room.
¿Y eso que haya qué es?
Es una bola, yo no sé qué lanzaron. Ahí va la silla, va la silla.
With so many strange little details happening in this clip, there's been a plethora of theories suggested in the comments section. Some believe that the whole thing's a prank, perhaps orchestrated by another roommate. However, the moving chair, the creepy hand, and strange crawling black thing have left a lot of viewers on edge, suggesting that some kind of entity might be haunting this house.
En la casa del Carmen me asustaron más todavía.
Ay, hijo de puta, lo tomaron.
So where do you sit, prank or haunting? Let me know in the comment section down below. TikToker Fernando Victoroli has uploaded some footage that has left viewers thoroughly creeped out. The footage was recorded during a night shift at a train station. We see 2 railroad workers walking alongside the tracks as the TikToker walks behind them, recording the train as they walk past it. See if you can spot anything weird as they walk along. They don't seem to notice that they've caught something strange in their footage. Pay close attention to the train's windows. You may just see a creepy face staring back at you. The face, at first, is difficult to make out through the dark window. It's white, with dark, sunken eyes. It appears for only a moment before the night shift worker moves on down the tracks, blissfully unaware that they're being watched by something. Obviously, it's very late at night and the train is parked at the depot, so there's no reason for anyone to be on board. Could this be a simple case of pareidolia, the brain's tendency to see faces in inanimate objects? Or is there something more sinister at play here? Take a closer look at the footage and draw your own conclusions. When you're having a bad day, you might feel like a dark cloud is hanging over you. However, unlike the man in this footage from Tech World TV, you probably don't have any proof on film. The footage shows an older man walking across a busy street. Watch what happens. There appears to be a strange black mass hovering just behind him as he walks, almost as if a shadow figure is perched on his back. The man seems to take no notice of this bizarre shadow that seems to be tightly attached to him. Some viewers have suggested that the dark shadow could actually be some sort of protective spirit, as the man walks across the busy road easily without being injured by oncoming traffic. So is this just an ordinary shadow, a shadow person, or some sort of guardian angel? Let us know what you think in the comments section down below. Shadows lurking about when no one's home. How would you know unless you were able to catch them on camera? For YouTuber Hamza Ryder, it seems that this nightmare actually came true. Take a look. The YouTuber claims there was no one home when they received a motion alert indicating that someone could have been creeping around their baby's empty crib. For the first 10 seconds or so of the video, nothing out of the ordinary occurs. Then, suddenly, a dark shape appears on the left-hand side of the crib. It hovers around for a few seconds before disappearing from view. While one viewer pointed out the fact that the shadow could have simply been caused by anything passing by, the fact that the uploader states that there was no one home at the time certainly seems reason for alarm. The uploader also said that they tried to recreate the movement of the shadow but were unable to do so. If you look closely at the footage, you can see that it seems to disappear for a brief moment as it moves. So could this really have been a ghostly visitor or even a shadow figure? Worse still, was it actually a real-life intruder? What would you prefer hovering over your baby's crib? Let me know in the comment section down below. If there's one thing that seems consistent with ghostly figures, it's that they like to appear in the background of photos. That was the case with this image shared to Reddit by user Cinnamon. It seems that what should have been a nice family photo showing the Redditor's mother-in-law and her cousin has become somewhat of a spooky heirloom. In it, we see the two individuals posing in the foreground. However, directly in between them, there appears to be another woman's face staring right into the camera. She looks as though she has long dark hair and is wearing a white dress. In the description, the poster noted that the figure actually looks like their mother-in-law's deceased mother, a detail that certainly makes the photo extra creepy. While the mysterious ghostly face seems rather obvious, several viewers believe that this could simply be a case of pareidolia, our mind's tendency to see familiar patterns or figures in random objects. They think that the impression of the woman's face has been created by the trees in the background. Still, the fact that the uploader believes that the face resembles a deceased relative does lend credence to the idea that this image could show something paranormal. So what do you think? Ghost? Or is it just our eyes playing tricks on us? Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Is singer Chris Brown an alien shapeshifter? That seems to be the question suggested by this TikTok video. What was supposed to be footage of several players warming up for a celebrity basketball game soon reignited the theory that shape-shifting reptilian humanoids could be hiding among us. In the clip posted to TikTok by Dunkademics, we see Chris Brown as he attempts to dunk a basketball. However, as he does so, something weird happens. Take a look. If we slow that down, it looks like his fingers grow longer. At one point, it even looks like his hand moves through the basketball. Notice too that as he runs to the side after he lands, it looks as though he might be attempting to hide his hand behind his back. While some viewers seem certain that this footage proves that Chris Brown is indeed a shapeshifter, others think that the singer's apparent elongated fingers can be explained another way. They suggest that it's merely a trick of perspective and that nothing unusual is actually happening. While the idea that shapeshifting lizard people have infiltrated human society is certainly strange, many individuals actually believe that these creatures currently run the governments of several countries and even control important world events. This theory was popularized by English ex-footballer and sports commentator David Icke. He believes that an interdimensional race of reptilian beings have seized control of Earth, and that a genetically modified human-alien hybrid race of shape-shifting beings currently manipulate world events to keep humans in fear. Icke believes that these aliens then feed off the resulting negative energy. Interestingly, in a video interview posted by Fuse on YouTube, Chris Brown admitted that he actually is into ancient aliens.
With a little bit more thought process, like you can see on the album cover, it's like a code, it's like a, but that's an encryption for my fans. I wanted to do something different because, you know, I'm into ancient aliens and, you know, I like learning, I like being stuff that's other than what everybody expects, you know what I'm saying? So
could this be a sign that Chris Brown is indeed some type of otherworldly being with shape-shifting abilities? Perhaps let's not rush to any conclusions. Things that lurk in the darkness have always been the subject of scary tales the world over. It seems that the idea that something could be standing just out of sight fills many with feelings of dread. In this brief clip uploaded to TikTok by elkukui.tv, we see just such a situation. The description claims that the footage was captured by a man who began hearing strange noises coming from his backyard. Thinking that a mountain lion was responsible, he took his camera out into the darkness to investigate. What he captured will likely give you chills. Take a look. At first, the figure is difficult to make out. However, we are eventually able to get a decent look at the culprit. The mysterious figure stands still for a few moments before quickly moving out of view. The camera holder pans around and is able to spot it once more. At this point, the horrifying figure seems to look right at the camera. It appears as though its beady eyes are completely white with no evidence of a pupil at all. Once the footage was uploaded to TikTok, viewers attempted to explain the sighting. Everything from a witch to a troll and even Bigfoot were suggested. While a definitive answer is yet to be found, whatever the outcome, it might be a good time for the camera holder to consider a move. One that's very far away from whatever was seen lurking in his backyard. Most of the time, when mysterious lights or orbs appear in photographs, they're usually white or yellow. However, in this image, posted to Reddit by user Tumbling Tumbleweed, their casual snap appears to have captured a strange glowing green shape. In the photo, we can see a man standing in the middle of the frame examining his camera. Behind him is what the Redditor claims to be an abandoned church. Just above the man is a large green light. What's particularly spooky is that the Redditor claims there were no lights present when they took the photo. Even the abandoned church was supposedly dark at the time. One theory posted by a fellow Redditor suggested that the strange object may have actually been ball lightning, an unexplained phenomenon usually associated with thunderstorms. However, these luminescent ball-shaped objects are said to last considerably longer than a normal flash of lightning. If there really were no other lights present, then this certainly could have been a possibility. Of course, the idea that the strange light could have been a ghostly orb was also mentioned, a topic that often polarizes the paranormal community. So what do you think's been captured in this photo? Unfortunately, without more information to go by, the origins of this green anomaly will have to remain a mystery, at least for the time being. While at work, surely one of the last things one wants to experience is something paranormal. Unfortunately, for one employee at the Botanical Extraction Laboratory, Extract Lab, it seems a supernatural figure may have decided to make its presence known. Since the footage was released on YouTube, the video has received hundreds of thousands of views as well as much speculation. In the clip, we see an employee working in the lab. For a few seconds, all seems normal, when suddenly, something strange happens. Watch. A jar falls from the table as if pushed by some sort of unseen force. The man immediately stops what he's doing and begins to inspect the mess. He's then seen leaving the room. A few minutes later, he returns, this time with a senior employee. The pair enter the room and appear to discuss the strange situation. Understandably, the senior employee seems annoyed and dismisses the worker from the room. A few minutes pass, then the employee comes back with a bucket and mop and enters the room and begins cleaning up the mess. However, as they do, another jar on the counter suddenly shifts forwards. The bewildered employee quickly reaches for the jar and pushes it back into place, and this is where the mysterious footage ends. To say there's a debate in the video's comments section would be putting it lightly. Many viewers seem sure that the video is faked. They point to the fact that the workers appear to be overacting for the camera. They also find it hard to believe that an employee would clean up the mess without picking up the pieces of glass first. Several keen-eyed viewers also noted that there appears to be a blink in the footage just before the man begins to mop the floor. This could indicate a cut in the video and perhaps that it's been tampered with. Still, the video's description suggests that it does indeed show a real incident, one that was supposedly under investigation at the time. Furthermore, it also states that the original employee who witnessed the event apparently claimed that he thought it was a ghost. So what do you think? Does this video really show paranormal activity? Or could it simply be a marketing stunt designed to garner the business some extra attention? While this video is almost certainly not of paranormal origin, it does show a sight that would likely shock most people. In the short clip shared to Instagram by Velvet Horror, we see a blanket swirling around in the air. It continues its bizarre dance for some time as if caught in a mini tornado. Jokingly, it seems the uploader has added the music from the swirling bag scene out of the film American Beauty, in an attempt to provide some levity to what is a very bizarre sight. Of course, the most obvious explanation for this video is that a gust of wind has lifted the blanket into the air. Still, seeing this in real life would be rather unsettling. What would you do if you were walking by and happened to see this happening? Let me know down below. The following piece of footage was taken from a CCTV camera at the Mickerbrook pub located in Cheadle, Stockport in the UK. It was uploaded by Cryptids News. For years there's been rumours that this pub is haunted by a malicious spirit. Staff and patrons often report objects moving on their own and have even felt things touch them despite no one being around. Could this CCTV footage prove that this old pub is actually haunted? Take a look.
There. Glass there. That one. That is horrible. That is a face of a girl that does not want to work here no more.
As you can see, one of the glasses shoots across the bar and shatters on the ground. But as creepy as this one incident is, it's not the only thing employees of the Mickerbrook pub have experienced during their stay. Many of the workers have said they've felt their hair being pulled in an aggressive manner by an unseen presence, one that they've since given the name Harry. And they've also said this isn't the first time a glass has been flung across the bar and shattered. In addition, punters have reported seeing a mysterious shadow-like figure donning a black hat, who usually stands in the hallway before disappearing without a trace. So what in the world could possibly be going on here? Can this all be chalked up to strange circumstances and coincidence? Or is this old pub genuinely haunted by a deviant spirit? Let me know your take on this in the comments section down below.
That is horrible. That is a face of a girl that does not want to work here no more.
The following video captures something that no parent would ever want to see on their baby monitor video feed. This video, which was shared online by Cryptids News, shows a baby in a crib during the middle of the night. At first, nothing of unease can be seen, but that doesn't last for too long. Take a look at the bone-chilling footage and see if you can notice what makes this video so unsettling.
It's like she's digging a hole to get out. My baby sister's awake.
A face can be seen peering in at the baby.
I don't know, baby, where's Everest?
Seconds later, the infant begins thrashing about in the cot.
It's like she's digging a hole to get out. My baby sister's awake.
Melissa Smith, the mother of the baby in the video, insists that she's always been a huge skeptic when it comes to anything related to the paranormal. But that all changed in September of 2016, when, after a miscarriage, she began to experience some truly terrifying things going on and around her house in Toronto, Canada. The same night Melissa lost her child, she said that a children's toy began turning itself on and off and started to play music. In addition to this, she also claimed that the closet doors would begin to slam shut, and she could hear mysterious banging on her bedroom door despite no one else being home. Strangely, if we watch the footage again, there appears to be a shadow on the left of frame. It comes in and out of the footage.
It's like she's digging a hole to get out.
Admittedly, this might just be from the person who's filming the baby monitor footage on their phone. But this still doesn't explain that mysterious face peering in on the crib.
It's like she's digging a hole to get out.
So what do you think this mysterious ghostly face is? Is it the ghost of a child, some freaky coincidence, or is this just a trick of the lighting and Melissa has nothing to worry about? Whichever way you look at it, it's certainly a frightening piece of footage.
My baby sister's awake.
Nottingham's Prism nightclub is rumoured to be haunted. It has a turbulent 95-year-long history and was once the site of a correctional facility which housed some of the UK's most notorious criminals. According to some eerie CCTV footage captured on site, it seems perhaps the spirits of the former inmates never left. The manager, Thomas Dodd, was checking the security camera footage one night when he saw something that shocked him. Take a look at the footage and see for yourself. As you can see, one of the bar's fridge doors appears to miraculously open all by itself, before a bottle goes flying out of it. As you can probably understand, Thomas was shocked upon reviewing the footage, and still, to this day, has no idea what could have caused the bottle to fly out of the fridge. It hasn't been made clear whether or not Thomas is skeptical of the paranormal, but it's hard to explain this any other way. Mum of 5, Tracy Lenehan, was sharing some sweet and happy memories of her late father Terence with her eldest daughter Natalie in October of 2019. What started off as a relaxing day for Natalie and Tracy quickly turned into something truly creepy. While Tracy was telling her daughter all about her late father, the two women noticed something bizarre in the window of their Liverpool home, which is when they decided to pull out their camera. Have a look at the clip. The mum had just marked what would have been her father's 83rd birthday after he sadly passed away due to complications with pneumonia following a stroke he suffered in 2009. When they saw the strange figure in the window and pulled back the curtain, they were surprised to see that there was nobody there. The mother-daughter pair were left even more freaked out when they reviewed the footage and noticed that there's a hand that appears to be holding Natalie's in the window reflection. Here's the reflection again in slow motion. It genuinely does look like another hand is holding Natalie's hand. So is this really the ghost of Tracy's late father Terence? Watch the eerie footage again and decide for yourself. Andrew Ward is a paranormal investigator that lives in a secluded cottage in Melbourne, Cambridgeshire, UK, which just so happens to be 400 years old. He says his cottage is haunted by an entity and wants to see if he can capture it on camera for his viewers to see.
Well, we're upstairs in the bedroom now actually, and as I said, I've got a camera on the window and it's going to be on all night. And in fact it's going to be on for the next few nights, just in case we don't see the ghost the first night. So let me just show the little rig up we've got at the moment. So here's the camera.
He sets up a camera in his bedroom to record during the entire night. This is what he captured. Andrew believes this is definitive proof that the cottage is haunted after more than 30 years of rumours and speculation from previous occupants, with one stating that someone had actually died there just years prior. Some viewers suggested perhaps it was the wind that opened the window. However, the opening of the latch looks far too deliberate for a simple breeze. Furthermore, this window is on the second floor and opens outwards, ruling out the possible use of string or wire. So I'd love to hear your take on this eerie piece of footage in the comments section down below. TikTok user The Weird Shelf uploaded a piece of trail cam footage that was filmed late at night somewhere in Wisconsin. In the video, we can see an animal roaming around the area when it suddenly becomes spooked by something. Take a look. A glowing pair of massive wide eyes appears off in the distance between a couple of trees in the forest. Some viewers suggested it could be none other than the folkloric creature Bigfoot, or even the Rake, but others have suggested it could just be a large coyote or even a wolf lurking in the bushes. Sadly, the video is shrouded in secrecy with little to no information about the piece of footage being known. However, even without a lot of context, it still remains an eerie video that will more than likely cause you to think twice about wandering around the woods late at night. Caves, while often magnificent in their beauty, are often associated with some very real fears. Go deep enough and you're bound to be entrenched in total darkness and freezing cold temperatures. Not to mention the isolation. If something dangerous happens deep down in a cave, you may be waiting a long time for the right kind of rescue to arrive. Two cavegoers at the Devil's Icebox Cave in Nelson Ledges Quarry Park, Ohio, were fortunate enough to get away from something before they were in need of rescue. But just what this something actually was remains a mystery. The photo of these cavegoers, uploaded by Jennifer Alba Judson on Facebook, has been making many would-be explorers giving the activity a second thought. In the photo, we can see two individuals making their way through the cave, tightly squeezed between two large rocks. Behind the individual in the back, we can see what seems to be a ghostly entity, with large, completely wide eyes looking directly into the camera. The figure's head is white and almost skull-like. Behind this figure is a strange formation that almost looks like a billow of smoke. Some viewers believe they can see faces in this smoky substance as well. The poster of this photograph claims that no editing or Photoshop was done, as some other Facebookers were skeptical of the authenticity of the photo. They believed that the entity looked too much like a human male, especially since the figure seemed to have short black hair on top of its head. Also, if you look at the cave explorer just in front of the entity, they too have strange looking eyes, making many believe it's just a camera glitch and that the entity is just a third cave explorer. So could this just be a cleverly manipulated image, or is this cave home to some terrifying entity? Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. A trip to the beach is supposed to be a pleasant day out, but unfortunately for one couple in the Philippines, their trip to Alaminos resulted in an eerie encounter. Slaptown viewer Jeffrey BP provided the image for all to try and make sense of. The picture shows a woman, the viewer's wife, standing in the ocean. In the background, we can see an island of trees on the beach. Right above this set of trees is a bizarre-looking object that seems to hover in the air. A close-up of this object shows something quite strange. The object actually looks to be a woman with a hunched back, very long dark hair and no feet floating in the air. The Philippines are no stranger to sightings of ghostly women. In fact, the country's filled with stories of sightings of the White Lady. This woman, typically dressed in white, is a ghost who's suffered great tragedy in the past, such as the loss of a partner or child. She's said to haunt the area where the tragedy occurred, scaring all others who dare to go there. While the woman shown in this photo here doesn't seem to be wearing any sort of white garment, her actions resemble that typically associated with the White Lady, hovering over a certain spot, looking frozen in place and sad. Did this beach visitor get a glimpse of the local legend? What do you make of this bizarre floating object? Let me know your theories in the comment section below. As most hospitals have seen a fair amount of death at some point or another, it is perhaps no surprise that hospital employees and patients alike report seeing strange things. Reddit user IntelligentFix3680 shared an eerie photo allegedly taken in what was supposed to be an unused wing of a hospital. At first glance, we can see what looks to be a typical hospital room in the photo. However, focusing on the center of the image, we can spot what's setting the comment section of Reddit ablaze. Here stands what looks to be a small young girl, her face turned downwards, staring directly into the camera. She wears a dark dress and has pale skin, giving her a ghostly aura. A lot of viewers believe the hospital wing actually looks like it's currently being used, however. Redditors have pointed to the trash bag in the trash can, blankets stacked in the blanket warmer section, and charts hung up on the door. However, other Redditors have stated that some unused wings of hospitals are still routinely restocked and cleaned in case they need to be used in the future, which could explain these observations. And so, while this image is doing the rounds as a supposed ghost photo, it's quite possible that this is just a little girl wandering around a hospital. Art is subjective, but sometimes enough people will unanimously agree that a piece makes them feel a certain way. That was the case with one image of an artwork shared by Reddit user Joshy240. In this instance, the feeling felt by thousands was unsettling. While this sighting isn't supernatural in any way, it's creepy nonetheless. There's no need to zoom in with this image or give it a second look, the horror is immediate. We can see some kind of underground tunnel, and to the left, what the Reddit user has dubbed a wall person. He has one leg jutting out along with his torso, and his left arm is dangling downwards. Reddit users were in agreement that this picture was downright creepy. Why the artist decided to install this artwork is unknown, but some speculate it was simply to creep out whoever decided to investigate the tunnel. Imagine exploring this dingy dark tunnel and coming across this thing. It's a no from me. What was supposed to be a beautiful sunny afternoon of play turned into a day of mystery for parent Jessica Jones Ebert. Rather than simply getting a few cute pictures of her children playing on the lawn, she ended up with something eerie instead. In the first picture, we see her son playing on the lawn, seemingly having a good time. In the second picture, her son has turned to face her in the camera, and viewers are met with a chilling sight. To the right of the child seems to be another young child, though this child looks nearly transparent and grey, almost ghost-like. Finally, in the third image, Jessica's daughter joins her son in play. The possible ghost child in question is now in the background, staring at the two living children from a distance. It's possible that the third mystery child could actually just be another human child caught in rapid movement, which would explain his or her blurriness. However, Jessica's certain that there were no other children nearby when the photo was taken. Could this eerie grey figure actually be the spirit of a deceased child? Perhaps something awful happened in this very park, and the spirit is trying to make contact. Give these photos another look and decide for yourself as to what's actually happening here. This photo was shared by the group Anomalous and Paranormal Phenomena in Buryatia. It was taken at Lake Baikal in Buryatia, Siberia in mid-2020. In the photo, we can see a man emerging from the lake in the center of frame. Just a short distance behind him is what looks to be a shadowy figure resembling a large man. This shadow is also emerging from the lake with a mist surrounding him. The original photographer of this picture explained that there was no fog on that particular day and that the weather was clear, so this figure couldn't be explained as being some type of mist. Some were sure that the so-called shadow figure was actually just a trick of the camera, perhaps a case of double exposure. The strange thing is, though, that the figure looks to be making a wave as it emerges from the water. This photo isn't the only strange event to take place here either. Lake Baikal is the largest freshwater lake on Earth. It's estimated to be around 25 million years old, with a depth of nearly 1,700 meters. Ancient cultures revered the lake for its life-giving properties, and over many centuries the lake has been the center of myth and legend. It's said that a very large, unknown creature lives at the bottom of the lake. In some texts it's referred to as a fire dragon. In the 12th to 14th centuries, marauding Mongol armies would raid nearby villages and make bloody sacrifices to the dragon of Lake Baikal. Thousands of people were killed in the raids, their bodies dropped into the waters of the lake as offerings. In more recent years, reports of extraterrestrial activity have centered on the lake. According to former Soviet naval officer Vladimir Zazar, declassified documents released by the Russian government report that in 1982, 7 military divers were performing exercises in the depths of the lake when they spotted underwater vehicles. It was indicated that the unknown craft moved at speeds far greater than anything the Soviet Navy was in possession of at the time. The squad of divers were also said to encounter strange silver-clad beings swimming deep within the lake. According to Zazar, the report indicates that the divers tried to apprehend the beings, but it resulted in a confrontation that ended with the deaths of 3 of the divers and the rest being badly injured. To compound the mysteries of Lake Baikal, in April 2009, NASA astronauts photographed a large disc-like impression beneath the lake. Many UFO enthusiasts speculated that the shape indicated that a large craft of some kind was hidden deep within the lake. This, coupled with reports of local residents seeing strange flying objects regularly around the lake, makes for a puzzling conclusion. So could the strange, shadowy figure captured in this photo be somehow linked to these mysterious reports? Or could it even be a lingering spirit from one of the poor souls sacrificed at the hands of the Mongol hordes? With so many strange tales surrounding the lake, it's hard to know for sure just what's been captured in this unsettling photo. Other places filled with tales of ghostly sightings are prisons, specifically prisons with a long history of executions. The Old Melbourne Jail, located in Melbourne, Australia, certainly meets this criteria, having executed over 130 inmates in its nearly 80-year operation. Its most notorious prisoner was Ned Kelly, infamous for being a bushranger in Australia. Nowadays, many visitors flock to the prison grounds, now a museum, to get a glimpse of the prison's history. One of these visitors was Slaptown viewer Tim Lapham, who snapped a photo during his visit that has many people freaked out. The photo consists of a wide shot of the interior of the prison. We can see the 2 levels of the prison, each composed of long hallways with prison cells dotted on each side. It's on the right side of the photo that the suspicious activity appears. Coming out of one of the cell blocks directly behind the woman strolling down the hallway is what looks to be a head hovering in mid-air. It looks to be disembodied and somewhat transparent. A quick noise analysis shows that the photo doesn't appear to have been manipulated in any way. A luminance gradient filter seems to show that the disembodied head is indeed transparent. The object is slightly indented when looking through the filter, which suggests that light is filtering through the object. The photographer who shared the shot did mention that the cell in which this head appears was noticeably very cold, a common sign of paranormal activity. Not far from where this photo was taken is the infamous Cell 17. Many workers and visitors believe this to be the most haunted room in all of the prison. Those who have entered the foreboding cell have reported feeling inexplicably ill or emotionally unsettled. One occasion saw a seeing eye dog enter the room and become extremely agitated. The otherwise obedient and placid dog barked and snarled and had to be removed immediately. One journalist claims that they were pulled into the room by an unseen force. Could the supposed floating head caught on camera by Tim be a glimpse into the supernatural forces that are said to be lingering in this old building? As this prison has seen many deaths, it's not inconceivable that one of the executed prisoners could be choosing to haunt this place in the afterlife. Abandoned houses tend to be a magnet for squatters, critters, and adolescents looking for a place to have fun. For some, they also act as interesting material for photographs. A photographer, known only as RM, shared a photo to the internet that has caused quite a stir. In the photograph, we can see the abandoned house from a slight distance. The structure looks beat up with broken windows and torn panels across the house. However, a closer look at the lower right window shows something far more terrifying than a sketchy home. There seems to be a small face peering out of the window. Some have likened it to that of a little girl. Some viewers even thought there were faces to be seen in the upper window too. After it had been pointed out to the photographer that there seemed to be faces in the windows, she decided to go back to the location and see if she could spot either real-life people or even ghosts in the house. After closer inspection with her binoculars, she decided that the face in the lower window was simply a torn window shade, and the two faces in the upper window were just a reflection of a tree. Still, some remain skeptical of these explanations and believe that there could be children hiding out in this abandoned house. It will all come down to who's brave enough to venture inside the house and see what is truly lurking in there. It seems that even supernatural entities like to keep up with the latest technology. In this first video, uploaded to YouTube by Ashley M is for Mummy, the ghostly evidence appears to have been captured on her Xbox Kinect. The clip opens up with a view of a regular room and everything seems innocent enough to begin with. We can see two figures in the room setting up their Xbox Kinect. As the uploader mentions in the video's description, the device, which is able to sense movement, has been shutting itself down without reason. Suddenly, the Kinect picks up a mysterious third figure to the right of screen.
There you go. Hi, buddy.
It seems to peek inquisitively at the camera before disappearing off screen, almost as if playing a childish game of hide and seek. After a little bit of coaxing from the others in the room, we're able to see the entity in more detail. It looks dark and wispy as it wafts onto the screen. Although it appears for a moment, it skitters back out of sight. Eventually, the Kinect shuts itself off again, much to the dismay of those using it. Catching supposed ghost sightings on these devices seems to be quite common, as a simple YouTube search will quickly reveal. However, was the mysterious shape seen in this video really something supernatural, or was it simply some kind of camera glitch? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Schools often seem to be a popular haunting ground for supernatural entities. This certainly seems to be the case in this spooky video, uploaded to YouTube by Darking Foal. Of course, what else does one expect in the darkened hallways and empty classrooms at night? This camera holder definitely gets an A+ for effort in such an eerie environment. The video begins as the camera holder is seen entering a classroom. They pan around the room filled with empty tables and chairs. They briefly peer out the window, revealing a well-lit area across the courtyard. Then, just as they show their watch to the camera, one of the desks suddenly slides across the floor. Despite obvious shock, the camera holder continues to film, and it isn't long before more desks begin to move. They too slide across the floor as if being pulled aggressively by some sort of unseen force. Seemingly unable to hold his nerve any longer, the camera holder exits the room and the footage abruptly cuts out. What would you do if you found out that your school was haunted? Would you attempt to catch evidence on camera, or simply look to get your education elsewhere? Let us know in the comments section below. An angel certainly counts as a supernatural entity, and many think that's exactly what professional photographer Rich McCormack captured in this photo of the 9/11 tribute at the World Trade Center in New York. As one of several photographers capturing images of the Tribute in Light Memorial, Rich McCormack took a series of outstanding photos of the display. However, upon reviewing the pictures, he noticed something rather strange. I did a double take, not knowing really what it was, but as I zoomed in, it almost looked like a vision of the Lord with his arms crossed. I got very emotional and I got tears in my eyes, he told website New Jersey 101.5. After posting the photo to his Facebook page, many viewers have suggested that it could actually show a real angel, perched high in the sky with its arms crossed. Some have even gone so far as to claim that the glowing figure is none other than Jesus Christ himself. McCormack claims that his picture, which has been dubbed the Angel of the World Trade Center, has not been edited in any way. While the photo certainly appears to show a human-like figure standing among the clouds, it's impossible to know for certain. So what do you think? Does this photo really show an angel? Or could the figure be little more than a trick of the light? This next video from Franco TV has sparked a raging debate over whether or not it actually shows a supernatural entity. If it does, then it's got to be some of the best paranormal footage ever captured. In this impressively long video, Franco TV offers us a glimpse into some of his supernatural adventures as he explores an eerie old graveyard at night.
What am I hearing over there?
At one point during his investigation, he spots a strange figure sitting in a chair.
What the
From behind, it looks like an old woman. He attempts to get a better look with the camera's night vision, using the flashlight on the brim of his hat to illuminate the area. Thinking that the figure could be a patron who's visiting the cemetery, Franco decides to move to another area to avoid disturbing them. However, when he returns, the mysterious woman is gone.
Literally inside this room.
Franco continues his exploration of the cemetery and soon spots what appears to be the same figure once again. This time, the old woman is seated on a stone bench, gazing blankly towards the crypt area.
It's an old lady.
He calls out to her and she slowly turns her head to face him.
Hello? Ma'am.
However, the ghostly old lady offers no response and simply turns back to face the crypt.
Do you need help?
Her creepy gaze is transfixed on the memorial wall. Franco calls out one more time. Again, the old lady turns her head before returning her zombie-like gaze towards the crypt. Understandably disturbed by what he's just witnessed, Franco quickly decides to leave the area. Some viewers have suggested that the figure could simply be an elderly woman who possibly has loved ones buried on the premises. Others are adamant that the spooky figure is indeed a ghost, And judging by her eerie transfixed stare, it's easy to see why.
Do you need help?
Either way, this is certainly some very creepy footage. If it is just an old lady visiting the cemetery, why has she chosen to do so in the middle of the night?
Holy crap.
What would you do if you came across a figure like this? Immediately run away? Or would you be brave enough to find out exactly who or what the figure really is? Let me know in the comments section below.
Do you need help?
This clip from an unknown source features a supernatural entity that is anything but shy. The audio suggests that the camera holder is among a large crowd that has gathered to witness the strange event. As the sounds of people wailing and chanting can be heard, a woman's voice shouts prayers to God. The crowd continues to watch as what appears to be a black-robed figure moves ethereally among the clouds. At one point, a flash of lightning can be seen, as if produced by the figure itself. The ghostly shape continues to move up and down while seeming to swing its arms in an arcing motion. Although the figure itself doesn't appear to have malicious intentions, the spectacle certainly seems to be frightening the audience below. The video continues tracking the figure for some time before eventually cutting out. The viewer is left with little information of what it is they've just witnessed. This mysterious video was captured on the USS Yorktown warship and uploaded to YouTube by South Carolina ETV. In the clip, a group of paranormal investigators attempt to capture proof of a ghost roaming the vessel's hallways.
I know I myself definitely saw some shadows out of the corners of my eyes.
The ship has long been rumoured to be a hotspot for paranormal activity, and the team certainly appears to uncover some new evidence that will help to legitimise these claims. When the film's audio was analysed sometime later, eerie whispers were heard overlaying the audio of the ghost hunting crew.
When we go on the tour,
At one point, we can also hear what some believe to be the sound of heavy footsteps from men in boots, even though there was supposedly no one in the area at the time. Apart from the scary sounds and disembodied voices, the investigators also managed to capture a series of rather mysterious photos. They were taken in a hallway containing a laser grid that was set up in an effort to detect any strange movement. In the first photo, you can clearly see what appears to be a dark figure. It's reflecting the lasers and blocking the view of the doorway at the end of the hall. Then, in the second photo, you can see what looks like the leg of the same figure entering a bathroom on the right-hand side of the hallway. Notice too that you can now clearly see the door that the dark shape was blocking in the first picture. Have these investigators actually managed to prove that the USS Yorktown is really haunted? If so, could it be the ghost of someone who passed away while serving on the ship? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Is it possible to conjure up ghosts simply with our minds? That was the question asked by a group of individuals from the Toronto Society of Psychical Research in the early 1970s. None of the members of the group were gifted with any supposed psychic or spiritual powers. Still, they were curious to see if they could conjure up a ghost by simply using their collective imagination and visualization. Lead researcher Dr. A.R. George Owen believed that ghosts were merely an illusion created by the mind, if the mind truly believed it to be so. To test Dr. Owen's theory, the group created a fictitious spirit named Philip. Philip was given a complete biography by the group, from his birth to his unfortunate death by suicide at the age of 30. The spirit was born in the 1620s in England and was a knighted member of the military. One day he met and fell in love with a gypsy girl, beginning an affair with her. His wife discovered the affair and burned the girl at the stake. As a result, Philip ended his life, driven to death by sorrow. For the experiment, the group was seated around a table discussing Philip as well as visualizing him and his life. For months, absolutely nothing occurred, though some group members swear that they could feel another presence among them. After a few months, the group decided to switch up the experiment by incorporating a more traditional seance scene, dimming the lights around them and placing their hands on a table. In doing so, they hoped that Philip would speak to them by either knocking on or rotating the table. Only when they changed the experiment up did they finally find some success. They asked Philip questions about his life, and the supposed spirit began to interact with the group. There was rapping on and vibrations of the table, as well as unexplained echoes and sudden gusts of air felt by the group. At one point, the table the group was sitting at levitated and moved across the room of its own accord. The experiment began to be filmed, and at one point there was a live taping of the group done in front of an audience of 50 people. A video on YouTube gives glimpses into the experiment, including snippets of the actual paranormal activity. In the video uploaded by History vs. Hollywood on YouTube, viewers can see the group seated around the table, hands out, asking Philip questions.
You love Margot. Margot. Oh, yeah. Say it again. Did you love Margot? Good.
At one point, a rapping sound can be heard in response to a question.
Did you like Dorothea?
Following this, the table shakes and seems to lift off the ground. The video cuts to another clip with the group standing up with their hands on the table, singing. Suddenly, the table completely tilts to the left, falling on its side. Dr. Owen's wife, Iris Owen, explains that the group was very surprised when they first heard the knocking. The video then cuts to an interview with psychologist Dr. Joel Witten, who theorizes that the paranormal occurrences happen due to the collective belief and concentrated energy of the group.
The group is involved in a joint feeling of mutuality. Each member almost intuitively senses the other person and their feelings. Is it some type of concentration of energy?
The Philip experiment was met with both awe and criticism in its day. The main criticism lay in the fact that the experiment didn't have any control factors, as usually found in scientific experiments. Additionally, the scientific community remains hesitant to call seances trustworthy. There have been other groups who have tried to replicate the experiment, though usually to no avail.
Did you like Dorothea?
The Philip experiment may be just one mystery left unsolved. In April 2016, a 7.3 magnitude earthquake hit Fukuoka, a city located in northern Kyushu Island, Japan. While the earthquake caused plenty of damage itself, it was what happened shortly after that left many residents scratching their heads. 90 miles from the epicenter of the earthquake appeared a thick foam that covered the streets. Residents walked and drove over the foam but had no idea where it emerged from. In some places, the mysterious foam was knee-high, making it hard to wade through. Other residents refused to leave their houses in fear of what the foam could be. Local first responders and authority figures tried to theorize where exactly the foam came from. Some believe the foam could have been derived from a busted pipe under the streets, though no cracks could be found in the streets which the foam could have leaked through. Others thought the foam could be from a firefighter's hose, though no foam was found in the hoses either, and the sheer size and breadth of which the foam covered made no sense either. Still today, the foam remains a complete mystery with no explanation given. What do you think this foam could be? Love to get your thoughts on this strange mystery in the comment section below. To this day, 80% of the ocean remains unexplored by mankind. This has left plenty of room for speculations and theories as to what mysteries are in the deep blue, just waiting to be discovered. One of these mysteries became known as the Baltic Sea anomaly. In 2011, the Swedish diving team named Ocean X came across an abnormal sonar image, leading to a baffling discovery: a sunken object that strikingly resembled a craft of some kind. The object quickly became known as the Baltic Sea anomaly, as it was discovered in the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Finland. The diving team described the object as having what looked to be man-made formations, including ramps and stairways. Scientists quickly began to come up with ideas to explain the strange object, including the idea that it was a geological formation created over thousands of years, possibly since the Ice Age. Samples taken from the object and examined by scientists concluded that the structure is made mostly of granites, gneisses, and sandstone. The object's discovery led to some controversy, as the tabloids began to create sci-fi fantasies of what the object could be. These fantasies included everything from being a flying saucer to the Millennium Falcon. Scientists around the world were adamant that this was nothing more than a simple rock formation blown out of proportion. The Ocean X diving team also eventually came under fire, as they offered to take wealthy tourists down to the sea floor to see the object for themselves. The team also claimed that they were never able to capture a good photo of the object due to technical difficulties. Many believe the group have exaggerated what the anomaly really looks like in order to gain notoriety. Could this be the case? Or has the mystery object blended in just well enough to escape deeper discovery? Over the years, there have been countless supposed alien sightings, with one of the most prominent occurring in early 1800s Japan. Whether it's simply a Japanese legend or a real recorded experience remains up for debate to this day. The event took place in 1803 in the Hitachi province of eastern Japan. A group of fishermen on the region's coast noticed a large ship drifting alone in the waters. Curious, the group towed the boat to shore to inspect it. The large boat resembled a wooden rice pit, with the upper half of the ship constructed of rosewood and the lower half of brazen plates. The strange ship was said to have windows made of crystal lined by an unknown resin. The fishermen decided to look inside the ship, where they saw inscriptions written in an unknown language. Suddenly, they came across a peculiar figure, a beautiful woman somewhere between the ages of 18 and 20, with very pale pinkish skin, striking red hair. She was donning clothes that were unrecognizable to the group of Japanese fishermen. Furthermore, she spoke a language the group couldn't understand, and held a box in her hand that she wouldn't let others go near. The villagers began to speculate as to who this woman could be, with one villager theorizing that the woman was a prominent figure in her homeland, wherever that may have been. He further speculated that she was cast away from her homeland after engaging in adultery, and inside the box that she so desperately protected was the head of her deceased lover. The other villagers became terrified and decided to send the woman back to her boat so she could drift away. This same story was recounted in 3 different texts over the years, with each text following the same themes of a strange boat that looked nothing like regular boats of the period, as well as a beautiful woman holding a mysterious box close to her. Plenty of Japanese and international researchers have tried to find an explanation for this story. Some believe that the drawings that accompanied the story portrayed what a typical Russian woman might have looked like at the time, including the description of her hair and skin. Still, plenty of other individuals, including ufologists, believe the incident was an encounter with an alien species, and the boat was an unidentified craft of some kind. However, many Japanese individuals believe this story is simply a myth, created in olden times to add to Japanese folklore. $1 million to demonstrate some paranormal activity. Talk about a good deal. While this isn't a mystery as such, it's well worth taking a look at. The $1 million paranormal challenge was initiated by the James Randi Educational Foundation in 1964 to any applicant who could perform paranormal or supernatural activity beyond a reasonable doubt. Over 1,000 people applied and every single one failed. James Randi, a prominent stage magician, believed that there was absolutely nothing magical about magic. It was simply a well-planned and put-together illusion. Upon hearing this claim, a parapsychologist challenged him to put money up against any potential paranormal challenger. Randi initially agreed to give out a $1,000 prize, but as the challenge grew in popularity, other organizations and individuals decided to join in on the fun, raising funds up to $1 million US. Until the challenge's discontinuation in 2015, applicants attempted to demonstrate many different kinds of skills and abilities, including medical dowsing, mediumship, and the use of performance-enhancing bracelets. One prominent psychic, Sylvia Browne, was challenged live on air by famous broadcaster and journalist Larry King to take the test. Browne accepted. On September 3, 2001, Browne and Randi appeared on Larry King Live once more, but Browne refused to take the test. Afterwards, Randi posted a timer on his website that recorded the number of days and weeks that had passed since Browne accepted the test but failed to follow through. A martial arts group based in Bali, Indonesia, known as Yellow Bamboo, claim one of their members, Pak Nyoman Serengan, can knock down approaching attackers from a distance using only a piece of yellow bamboo. Sketchy, low-resolution videos were posted to the group's website showing the alleged abilities. Here's some footage of the group's practices uploaded to YouTube by IET4C0S. Participants run at a practitioner who shouts and pushes them to the ground, allegedly by some sort of invisible force. Volunteers working with the James Randi Educational Foundation agreed to travel to Bali and conduct initial testing on these abilities. However, the Yellow Bamboo group began making excuses as to why they couldn't participate. Eventually, James Randi called the whole experiment off. Out of the hundreds of applicants applying for the fund, none of the experiments were successful, though some critics disagreed with the sincerity of Randi's challenge, as the measurements of proving something was real without a doubt is hard to define. Still, the challenge was popular and remains a hot topic of conversation for paranormal fans around the world. Tina Resch's story seems too bizarre to be true, though sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Tina's story starts in October of 1969. Just a few months after she was born, her mother brought her to the hospital and left her there, abandoning her. She was therein adopted by Joan and John Resch, who were physically abusive to her during her childhood. When she was 14, Tina watched the horror film The Poltergeist, and the alleged paranormal activity that would follow her for the rest of her life began. Shortly after watching the film, strange events started happening when Tina was near. These included flying objects around the house and things falling down from the walls. Parapsychologist William Roll decided to investigate the case and stayed in the Resch's house. Roll claimed that there were indeed telekinesis events in the house, but never when Roll was actually looking at the objects in question. Reporter Mike Harden and photographer Fred Shannon were also given access to the Resch household, but, like Roll, didn't see any paranormal activity until they looked away. Shannon attempted to take a picture with his camera while looking in a different direction, and managed to capture one photo of the house telephone flying across Tina's lap. Still, many speculated that Tina was able to manipulate the objects while others were looking away, probably because she was a young girl who craved attention. Subsequently, a video camera caught Tina knocking over a table lamp and screaming as if it happened in front of her, confirming many individuals' doubts about the paranormal activity. However, Tina Resch's story only gets stranger. As an adult, Tina was married and divorced twice and had one child. At age 3, Tina's child died. Both Tina and her then boyfriend were arrested and charged for murder, though Tina wasn't present when her daughter died. Still, Tina received a life sentence plus 20 years and remains in prison to this day. Tina didn't mention telekinetic activity during her trial, though perhaps such a tragic finale to such a bizarre life is no big surprise. This video, captured by Russell Elliott and uploaded to the YouTube channel Wake Up Project, shows the possibility of what mysterious things could be lurking around at nighttime. The clip starts with footage of a group of horses standing in an old barn. The camera holder seems to cautiously investigate the area as if something had previously startled them. Suddenly, they spot something in the darkness. The alien-like creature stands silently looking into the camera with large dark eyes. The camera holder then appears to quickly turn in fear at the realization of what they've just seen. The footage was supposedly captured in the Black Forest area of El Paso, Colorado, a place known for tales of mysterious figures and unusual sightings. The region gained notoriety in 1991 after a couple who had recently purchased a home in the area started to experience strange events, like ghostly sounds and inexplicable flashing lights. Could this footage of the creature hiding in the barn be related somehow? Perhaps the lights that have previously been seen in the area come from an alien craft piloted by similar beings. If this is the case, then what is their fascination with the Black Forest area? Until further information comes to hand, we can do little more than speculate. Today's episode's in collaboration with Frostmare. They'll be helping out with some of the narration. We'll talk about their channel and what they do a little later in the video, but for now, sit back, relax, and enjoy.
This video, uploaded to the YouTube channel Join Our Band of Belief, was supposedly sent to them by a viewer. It shows a UFO sighting captured from the window of a plane during a flight to Massachusetts. The footage begins uneventfully as the passenger seems to be simply filming the scenery below. However, the camera soon captures what appears to be a plane flying past in the opposite direction. Suddenly, another object speeds through the sky, easily overtaking the other plane. Even when the footage is slowed down, the speeding object moves so fast that its shape remains unclear. It simply appears like a blur as it goes whizzing through the sky. A young boy's voice can be heard in the background exclaiming, "Whoa, did you see that?" While several viewers have jokingly suggested that the object could be a superhero, others have noted that its extraordinary speed is unlike any craft we currently have on Earth. Was this UFO really of extraterrestrial origin? Or is there another way to explain what we've just witnessed? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below.
This footage, seemingly filmed by a roadside security camera, was uploaded to the YouTube channel Chica Leguala. While there's little accompanying information, the clip was caught on the Wessex Way stretch of the A338 in the southwest of England. The clip begins as a white van can be seen driving away from the camera. Then, just as the van passes by the second of the two light poles, a strange-looking creature runs across the road. It leaps over the center barrier and disappears to the right of screen, narrowly avoiding a collision with the oncoming car. While many viewers have suggested that the footage actually shows a deer scampering across the road, others are not so sure. They note the creature's grey colour and apparent lack of fur as evidence that this could be something else. Furthermore, the creature's movements seem to more closely resemble that of a dog rather than a deer. In the video's description, the uploader suggests that the creature might actually be an alien. The idea that it could even be a werewolf has also been explored. While there may very well be a logical explanation to this video, that hasn't stopped internet sleuths from re-examining the footage time and time again. Unfortunately, until further information comes to light, this video will have to remain a mystery, at least for the time being.
It's certainly understandable to fear ghostly figures watching you from a darkened nook or cranny. The idea that something supernatural is viewing you as you go about your daily routine is enough to send chills down your spine. This video, uploaded to TikTok by Dom the Ghost, seems to show just this very scenario. A mysterious figure stands outside the kitchen window. Those inside appear to grow increasingly concerned. The camera holder moves in for a closer inspection. However, when they open the window, there's nothing there. They quickly check both ends of the balcony, but the figure seems to have completely disappeared. While this video is certainly creepy up until this point, it's what happens next that will really spook you. Take a look. As the camera holder turns back into the room, they focus on a young girl. Behind her stands a grey, ghostly figure. It appears to be a boy. However, the camera moves away too quickly to be certain. The camera pans towards the girl a second time, but now the eerie figure has vanished. Viewers have been understandably concerned by this footage, and some have even questioned if the family has now let a ghost into their house, as the mysterious figure seems to disappear just as the camera holder opens the window. Some believe that the ghost might have gained access to the family's home. Another theory that has been put forward is that the ghostly figure first seen in the window was actually never outside, and that the shape was a reflection of the pale young boy already standing in the house. What do you think this video shows? Could the figure be a mischievous poltergeist looking to get inside the family's house? Or is it possible that it might be the ghost of someone who died inside the property? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below.
Nursing homes prove a popular setting for paranormal enthusiasts looking to capture creepy ghost footage. In this video, YouTuber Bella Folletti has recorded something quite unusual. In the video's description, the uploader mentions that several staff members believe that the dining room of the nursing home is haunted by a deceased resident. The uploader also claims that they visited the property with their ghost hunting partner, and that the pair conducted both EVP and K2 readings of the area. This footage was captured by surveillance camera in the nursing home's dining room. Take a look. A few seconds into the clip, a white transparent shape appears and begins making its way around the room. At one point in the footage, the uploader notes that the mysterious shape appears to be sitting in one of the chairs. It then stands up, moves around the table and sits down again. While videos such as this can be often explained away by insects walking over the lens, this one certainly seems different. Firstly, there's the story told by the staffers of a ghost thought to haunt this very room. Secondly, the shape does at times appear to move around with purpose, almost as if it remembers the layout of the room. While there's no way to definitively prove what we're seeing is actually a ghost, it's a very eerie video, one that very well may show supernatural activity in this old nursing home.
Uploaded to the YouTube channel UFOness, little is known about the origins of this mysterious video. Appearing to be filmed on a cell phone from the window of a passenger plane, the clip shows a strange object hovering some distance away. The UFO appears to undulate up and down. However, it's unclear as to how much of this apparent movement can be attributed to the object itself, or rather the unsteadiness of the recording device. The craft certainly resembles the classic depiction of a UFO, cylindrical and disc-like, with a silvery metallic coloring. With so many sightings of unidentified craft matching this description over the years, one can't help but wonder if it's more than a mere coincidence. The object continues to hover for some time before it suddenly vanishes from view. However, if you slow the footage down, you can see the UFO doesn't actually disappear at all. It flies off at such speed that it makes it almost undetectable to the human eye. Who do you think has been captured in this video? Could it be an extraterrestrial spacecraft? Or is this object something else entirely? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below.
This video, captured by John Teeter Official and featured on the YouTube channel Zeal, shows something truly bizarre floating in the skies over Sao Paulo, Brazil, in September 2020. The semi-transparent, white-coloured object hovering in the sky is shaped almost exactly like a jellyfish. It has a half-sphere shape at the top and long tendrils streaming down. The object stays perfectly still in the sky for several minutes as the footage rolls on. Detractors were quick to brush it off as a kite or balloon. However, others point out the eerie stillness as proof that something strange is happening. An ordinary airborne object would move a bit in the breeze. The long tendrils in particular should be rippling in the wind, yet the object in the video remains completely still. So what could this strange object be if not a balloon or kite? Paranormal aficionados around the world are keen to believe that this is some sort of alien craft. What do you make of this mystery in the skies of Brazil? The side of a road along the edge of a forest isn't exactly the kind of place you'd expect to have a normal social interaction. However, this TikTok from Sir Stranger strays so far from normal that people are downright terrified. The footage appears to have been taken from a vehicle. Take a look.
How you doing?
As you can see, there's a strange person lurking in the woods. Something about his speech seems slightly off, almost as if there's an unusual grunting sound behind his words that's just barely audible.
How you doing? Just cruisers, man.
The man's behaviour goes from unusual to downright bizarre as he begins climbing up the embankment to the road.
What's up, dude?
Watching that again as the man approaches the car, the posture and movements of his body shift, becoming almost animalistic. The prevailing theory about this man's unusual shift in behaviour calls back to an ancient Navajo legend, the Skinwalker. A Skinwalker is a creature with the ability to change into other animals or even people, mimicking their appearances and behaviour to get close to their victims. Many viewers of the video think that this strange man isn't a man at all, but rather a Skinwalker mimicking a human. Of course, the elephant in the room is obviously the poor quality of the clip. Its dimensions have clearly been tampered with, giving the video a distorted appearance. Unfortunately, we weren't able to track the original source or find a better quality version of this encounter. If you've seen the full original version, let us know in the comments and we'll look into it further.
What's up, dude?
Doorbell cameras have been the source of a lot of strange footage since they started gaining popularity in recent years. This TikTok from Itzasek is no exception. The video shows a parking area in the dark of night. Take a look at what happens. As you can see, a mysterious shape begins floating up from somewhere in the upper left-hand corner of the video. As it moves through the shadows, it almost seems to shimmer in the darkness, but its exact shape and composition are impossible to make out. The strange shape disappears from the range of the camera. However, moments later, a strange shadow appears to zip overhead. Thousands of people have watched this footage, but no one has a definite answer as to what's been captured on film. So what do you make of this strange sighting? Let us know your theories in the comment section down below. For amateur paranormal hunters, Randonautica is a great way to find strange and mysterious locations to investigate. In this YouTube footage from Signs and Signals, they get more than they bargained for while using the app. The Randonautica app is simple. You open the app and manifest an intention. Then the app gives you a location to go to. You can use the app's built-in GPS to navigate to the exact location where you've been directed. According to users, strange and unexplained things often happen while randonauting. In this instance, these YouTubers are led to a cemetery.
And it's over there like that way.
That's a graveyard, dude.
That is a graveyard. Dude! Zion. I mean, that's got a church. That says a church cemetery. Where's the church?
The group walks around for a while, recording footage and taking photos.
Dude, this place is so old, man. Dude, there'll be some, like, you can get some awesome pictures here, man. Like, look at this stuff.
Yeah, hold on. Let me...
I mean, even these trees, they still have cool contrast. Dude, they clip them trees. They keep it nice out here.
Yeah, I'm taking pictures while I'm recording now.
Alright. You want me to stop hanging all over?
No, that's fine. You can do whatever.
Why do you think some people get, like, extremely big headstones like that? I mean, but then again, back in the day, it didn't cost that much money.
At first, nothing interesting happens, so they begin preparing for a spirit box session, when they start to hear a strange noise from behind them. Watch what happens.
I think I just saw something move.
I can't tell.
There are a slow-motion replay of the event seems to show a small, pale face with dark eyes appearing from behind the leaves. Many believe the Randonautica app is cursed and then it leads people to dangerous situations. So was a person hiding in the bushes watching and waiting for these YouTubers? Or was it something else entirely? Perhaps something paranormal? Watch the eerie encounter again and decide for yourself. TikTok account George Laforte uploaded this mysterious piece of CCTV footage. This clip is taken from a security camera near the front of a store. We can see numerous customers and employees going about their business, when suddenly something eerie happens. Watch.
Ay, no, Dios mío, mire esa cosa. No, yo me está dando. No, me está dando miedo. Ahorita yo no voy a venir en la noche. Yo voy a reportar eso ahorita. Yo no voy a venir en la noche.
A shopping cart appears to move all on its own, wheeling off down an aisle.
No, me está dando miedo. Ahorita yo no voy a venir en la noche. Yo voy a reportar eso ahorita. Yo no voy a venir en la noche.
We also get footage from another camera at the other end of the aisle, showing us that no hidden accomplice could be pulling strings. The cart appears to move completely on its own. From this view, we can also clearly see that after a few feet, the cart swings around to face the opposite direction as it moves. It also navigates around several obstacles as it traverses the aisle, which would be impossible if it was simply rolling down an uneven floor. Bizarrely, the man in the aisle doesn't seem to notice the moving cart, and when he does, he just nonchalantly moves out of the way. It almost looks like he keeps browsing just moments later. Numerous theories have been thrown around. Everything from uneven floors to pranks and even poltergeist activity has been suggested. Whatever the cause, it certainly makes for a compelling and mysterious piece of footage, one that doesn't have a definite answer quite yet. Investigating the paranormal can be a dangerous endeavour, as the folks at Para Evident can attest. After a particular investigation, it seems that one team member may have taken his work home with him. The team had been investigating the Montenay Hotel, an abandoned hotel rumoured to be the site of satanic rituals. Afterwards, one team member began to suspect that an entity had clung to him upon leaving the hotel, when he spotted a claw-like hand reaching for him in the darkness of his own apartment. It's alleged the hand disappeared a moment later without explanation. He's also seen dark figures standing in shadowy corners, lights flickering, and electronic devices turning on and off without explanation. The team decided that it was time to turn the camera on themselves and investigate their own apartment. As they recorded, something strange showed up on camera. See if you can spot anything creepy.
Can you show yourself?
Watching that again, slowed down, you can see a quick flash of a body walking past a nearby doorway. All of the team members were accounted for at the time and there was no one else in the apartment. They have no explanation for what could have walked past the door in the video.
Can you show yourself?
On the night that they suspect the hauntings began, the team believe they spotted a shadow person at the Montenay Hotel. Many paranormal investigators believe that shadow people are elusive spirits, only appearing in fleeting glances in dark spots. Some believe that shadow people are mostly harmless, but others think that they're evil omens. So is it possible that a shadow person has attached itself to this investigator and followed him home? If so, he'd be right to be afraid of the dark from now on.
Can you show yourself?
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Actually, Conspiration ESP on Twitter, who posted this bizarre clip, has no idea what it is. At the start of the footage, it immediately becomes clear that something strange is happening. A group of people are standing near the street staring and pointing towards the sky. The camera turns to give a view of the area overhead, but at first everything seems relatively normal. However, a closer look at the sky shows why the pedestrians are so concerned. Floating in the sky is what appears to be a small disc of bright white light. It seems to be moving and turning in the sky as its shape changes over the course of a few seconds. It's only visible briefly before zipping away and disappearing behind a nearby cloud. At first, it would be easy to think that the strange object is just a lost balloon or a faraway aircraft. However, when it quickly darts behind a cloud, these explanations become harder to believe. What kind of man-made object could move like this? The high-speed maneuver has led many to believe that they spotted an alien ship flying in the sky. As always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewer. What do you think's been captured here? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. It's often said that dogs have a heightened sense of supernatural presences. Whether it's their animalistic intuition or a deeper connection with nature that allows them to do this remains unknown. In this video, we see a meeting between a potential ghost and a dog that has made one homeowner very aware of something spooky going on in her house. The footage appears to have been taken from a security camera with a clear view of a long set of stairs that lead into the darkness below. A small dog stands in the middle of the stairs, tail alert and barking into the darkness. If you look closely, you can see there appears to be a mysterious figure wearing a large white cloak standing and staring at the dog from the bottom of the stairs. A few seconds into the clip, the dog's owner appears. They shine a flashlight into the darkness and seem to spot the figure. They quickly leave the area and the dog follows them. There's another strange detail in this video that doesn't seem to make sense. If we watch it again, keep a close eye on the left wall. A strange black object seems to slide up the side of the wall. Nearly everyone who's seen this video swears that the mysterious presence has to be a ghost. The homeowner's reaction looks to be quite real, and furthermore, the dog seems genuinely concerned, acting as one would expect around a sinister presence. Unfortunately, the clip is so brief with almost no context that it could simply be someone standing at the bottom of the stairs, just for the sake of a viral video. Since the clip went viral, viewers have suggested that the homeowner get their house blessed by a priest to rid the home of the potential spirit. It seems that this is one homeowner who should certainly be grateful for her dog's intuition. In this video uploaded to Reddit by LeolCarla213, we see a couple of friends outside what looks to be a school at nighttime.
Miss Peggy? F***ing Peggy? Oh, damn, that went out.
They appear to be simply recording their antics as many teens do, when suddenly one of them spots something creepy. Take a look.
Get the f*** out of here right now. I'm dead ass f***ing serious. This is freaking me the fuck out.
At first glance, it looks to be a small child lurking in the darkness. The video then cuts to another clip of the friends who are now standing on a street. They zoom their camera towards an illuminated area next to a large building, and there, once again, appears to be the same child as before.
Dude, I'm actually freaking out.
At one point, the cameraman notes that the closer he moves to the boy, the more it looks like a figurine.
Every time I move closer, it looks more and more like a figurine.
The clip then cuts, revealing that the creepy child now seems to have disappeared.
Wait.
Scared, the boys quickly leave the area.
Nah, to the hell nah, nah.
While many Redditors were terrified by the series of clips, some believed that it could have been an extravagant prank. Perhaps the friends had some type of child-sized figurine that they moved around to different locations. This would explain the stillness of the boy that seemed very eerie and unnatural.
I did not see that when we passed. What the f***?
Some viewers pointed out that the video has some strange cuts in it. The uploader responded to these comments saying that he had chopped the original footage down just to show the most interesting parts.
Dude, that thing looks like it's looking right at us like this.
Some other viewers wondered whether it was really just a child and whether they needed help. They also wondered where their parents could be. So what do you think these boys have captured on camera? Was it really a creepy child lurking in the darkness? Let me know what you think down below.
Right in front of my lens.
What is that thing, dude?
Dude, I'm actually freaking out.
Offices are not usually considered to be paranormal hotspots. For most, the scariest thing they'll likely encounter is the cold realization that they'll have to work till they're 75. However, in this clip, it seems that paranormal entities might also be something to be concerned about. The video appears to contain footage captured by a security camera from inside an office. In the first part of the clip, we can see a long, dark hallway. At the very end of the hallway stands what seems to be a white figure. The figure moves slowly from left to right, where it pauses for a second before returning from where it came. If you zoom in, you can see that the mysterious figure seems to float into view. While this clip is certainly strange, it could be possible that the ghost is simply part of a prank staged by a bored office worker. It isn't until we see the second part of the video that the notion that this figure is something truly supernatural begins to solidify. Take a look. We see what appears to be an empty office space. To the left, there's a window. Suddenly, the ghostly figure appears again. However, this time it's clear that the shape is transparent. This truly is a mysterious video, but does it really show a ghost? On face value, it certainly seems to. However, more evidence is needed before we can confidently say that this office building is home to a real resident spirit. Posing for a photo or short video is seen as something cute and sweet by many couples. However, for the pair seen in this clip, it seems that this attempt at an adorable video turned into a horrifying memory forever caught on film. At the beginning of the clip, we can see the couple standing together while waving at the camera. At first, they smile and everything looks completely normal. However, a few moments later, the young man on the left appears to be pulled to the ground. At first, it's difficult to see what actually happened. Perhaps he simply fell over. If you play the clip in slow motion, the reason for his sudden movement becomes all too apparent. Take a look. A ghoulish hand reaches upwards and grabs the man's arm. Then, as the man topples, we can see that the hand actually belongs to a ghostly-looking girl. Resembling something straight out of a horror film, the girl has long black hair and a pale complexion. While the girl certainly looks like a ghost, there have been other suggestions about what it could be. Many viewers think the clip is from a movie or a short film, but have been unable to name which one. Some have noted that the girl looks like she's been edited in. So what do you think's going on here? Whatever the answer is, this clip has certainly been spooking a lot of people out. While there's very little information available about this clip, it certainly appears to have captured something strange. Take a look. In what appears to be CCTV footage, we see a shadowy, translucent figure making its way through the darkness. With each step, the figure seems to become more and more transparent until it's almost completely faded away just before the clip ends. Sometimes moving objects can appear slightly transparent in videos if there's a glitch in the camera. In this case, this might explain the footage. Still, the ghostly looking figure itself is certainly very creepy. However, it's what happens at the very beginning of the video that makes it even more alarming. The footage shows a person walking towards the left of screen. If you look closely, the person on the left is solid and has detail. So if the camera were glitching out, why would one person be solid and one person be transparent? This footage certainly raises a lot of questions. Unfortunately, none of which can be answered at this time. What do you think this clip shows? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section below. In the paranormal community, there's much debate over whether orbs truly are supernatural in nature. While some remain adamant that they are, others assert that they can be explained in other ways, such as dust particles reflecting light or bugs on the camera's lens. In this video, an apparent orb has been caught on security camera. Take a look. The camera view reveals the exterior of a home at nighttime. Suddenly, you can see a large orb emerge from what appears to be the front door. If you look closely, you can see that the door is closed, yet the orb seems to be able to travel right through it. The mysterious object then floats towards the street before rising up above the line of the porch. This dispels the theory that it could be an insect on the camera's lens, as the object is clearly some distance from the camera. The size of the orb itself is also notable, as is its translucence. While many videos that purport to show paranormal orbs caught on camera can often be explained by more grounded theories, this footage seems hard to debunk using the same methodology. This leaves the possibility that this orb might actually be something supernatural. If this is the case, then the homeowners can only hope that this is a simple, friendly spirit and not anything more sinister. In this video shared to YouTube by Trapidus NL Tiempo, it seems that a dash cam has caught something eerie happening on a quiet country road. Take a look. We can see a car driving at night. Apart from a lone light ahead in the distance, the surroundings are dark, illuminated only by the vehicle's headlights. Suddenly, the car seems to veer to the left as a small ghostly figure emerges from the darkness. The figure remains eerily still as the vehicle speeds by. While the driver was able to react quickly enough to avoid the ghostly figure, there's no doubting that they must have been scared out of their mind. Adding to the creepiness of the clip is the fact that the figure appears to be a child. This, coupled with the way that it stands so eerily still on the road, makes for one spine-chilling video. One viewer suggested that the figure might have been the spirit of a young child who tragically lost their life on this lonely stretch of road. Others suggested the person was drunk or high and was simply wandering around the road. So what do you think's depicted in this strange piece of footage? Love to hear your theories in the comments down below. Humanoid creatures have long thought to roam various places on Earth for centuries. One particular type of creature, known as a duende, is described as an imp or pixie-like being, believed to have originated in Spanish folklore. Some believe these creatures to be good, while others think they could have mischievous or even evil intentions. In this video, we get a glimpse of what some believe to be a duende caught on camera. The footage appears to have been captured from inside a garage. Suddenly, a small humanoid creature walks past the car in the driveway. While the figure is only visible for a second or two, we can see that it does indeed resemble something strange. While it's been suggested that the strange creature in this video could simply be an animal of some kind, others believe that this might be finally proof that the legendary duende actually exists. Whatever it is, it looks small and seems to walk bipedal. Unfortunately, until more info comes to hand, this strange clip will have to remain a complete mystery. However, I'm curious to hear your thoughts in the comments section down below. The scariest thing about window shopping is often the hairy price tags. However, according to this video from YouTube channel The Hidden Underbelly 2.0, shoppers who look at one window display in Chihuahua, Mexico might find themselves worried about a little more than just maxing out their credit cards. In this video, we see two young women on a sunny street in Mexico. As they look into a shop front window, something eerie happens. Watch. If you look closely at the mannequin's eyes, you can see them shift slightly. These women are not the first to be terrified by this mannequin. She's known as La Pascualita, and she's been gracing the shop's windows since March of 1930. Locals were instantly abuzz with gossip about this mannequin, shocked at how lifelike it appears. Her hands, in particular, struck locals as uncanny, as traces of veins could be seen through the dewy skin. The gossip reached a fever pitch when people began talking about how much the mannequin resembled the shop owner's daughter, the daughter who had only recently passed away from the bite of a black widow spider not long before she was supposed to be married. Rumors began to circulate speculating that La Pascualita wasn't a mannequin at all, but rather the pristinely embalmed body of the shop owner's daughter. It wasn't long before passers-by began reporting that they had seen the mannequin moving, particularly its eyes. Because of the rumors about the mannequin's grisly origins, many now believe that the spirit of the shop owner's daughter is still attached to the shop. watching people pass by through the mannequin's eyes. So is this uncanny mannequin really the well-preserved body of a bride who died too young, or is it simply a loving tribute from a grieving father? Watch the clip again and come to your own conclusions. Antiquing is a popular pastime, and often trips to antique stores can lead to some truly amazing finds. When YouTuber Muna Bruzon saw something at an antique fair that they just had to have, they had no idea what they were getting themselves into. In 2017, this YouTuber visited an antique fair and instantly spotted an old doll. The doll's eyes seemed to follow them everywhere they went. Intrigued, they purchased the doll and took it home, hoping to prove that it was more than just their imagination. They immediately began recording footage in hopes of capturing proof of the doll's supernatural nature. The toy didn't disappoint. If we watch that again, we can see the doll's head turn to look at them for several seconds before turning away. The owner's hands are nowhere near the doll's head when it turns. They set the doll down and continue to examine it, this time moving its head manually to see if there's any logical explanation for how the head was able to turn on its own. As the owner manipulates the head, the doll's eerily lifelike eyes appear to move to stay focused on the person holding it. Some dolls are made with weighted eyelids that can open and close on their own, but there's no easy explanation for how its eyes could move completely on their own. The person who purchased this doll felt like it was calling out to them in the store by following them with its eyes. The video footage seems to confirm this suspicion. So is this doll really haunted? Is it somehow possessed, perhaps by the spirit of a former owner? Or is there another way to explain the footage? Let me know your theories in the comment section down below. This video from the YouTube channel Obscura shows yet another mannequin doing something that should be physically impossible. This video was recorded on a cell phone camera by someone waiting outside a strip mall on a grey, rainy day. It's unclear what made them pull out their camera in the first place, but they seem to be clearly focused on a nearby storefront featuring two mannequins. Watch what they caught. As you can see, the seated mannequin's head turns to face the camera. Even without a face, it seems to be staring straight at the person in the car. Viewers of this video have come up with several theories about what's going on. Some viewers suspect a simple trick of the eye, theorizing that a raindrop sliding down the car's window could have created a strange shadow or a refraction that made it seem as if the mannequin's head had moved. Others think that the video was simply a setup, suggesting that a person in a white bodysuit was posing as a mannequin inside of the shop. Still, others are certain that the mannequin is somehow haunted or possessed. No matter what's going on here, the video is undoubtedly creepy. Anyone would be unnerved by a blank, featureless face turning to stare at them directly through the hazy rain. So is this mannequin haunted, or is it just a trick of the light? Tell us what you think down below. YouTuber Smith doesn't really believe in ghosts, so when the doll that they kept on their old chase began acting strangely, they were at a loss for an explanation. The YouTuber and their wife were out browsing a flea market when they came across this old composition doll. Prior to the 1940s, these dolls were made of a composite of sawdust, glue, and other materials such as cornstarch, resin, or wood flour to increase their durability. You're much more likely to find one of these dolls sitting around an old flea market than you are to spot a more fragile porcelain doll. This particular doll isn't in great shape, with some of the material peeling off its legs. This isn't uncommon for a composite doll, though they were marketed as unbreakable. The composite material began to deteriorate over time. Despite its less than pristine condition, the couple happily took their new friend home and made it comfortable on their old chase. That's when things started to get freaky. Take a look. Much to their surprise, the doll began moving on its own, slowly raising its right arm into the air above its head. These old dolls had no mechanical parts, so there's no simple explanation for how it could be moving. With absolutely no information about this specific doll, they had no idea what to think. The doll's new owner turned to the internet for answers. Some skeptics think that the video could be a hoax. Because of the way the camera and the doll are placed, it wouldn't be too hard for an accomplice to stand off screen, moving the doll's arm with an invisible piece of wire or string. However, others are certain that this creepy old doll is haunted. This is an older clip and no new information has surfaced since filming, so for now this mystery remains unsolved. Ventriloquist Andy Gross is certainly used to being surrounded by dummies that others might find a little creepy. In this video that he shared to his YouTube channel, Andy Gross Live, he has his first taste of being freaked out by his own dummies. In the video's introduction, Andy states that he's noticed the dummies in a certain case in his home changing position while he's away.
Lately, when I've been coming back for some of my shows, these guys have changed positions. Now, I don't mean just a little bit. I mean like this guy here with the black hat. His head was actually turned all the way around last week when I came home. The guy on the end in the white right there, he was laying down inside the case.
He suspects that his wife or one of his children might be trying to mess with him, so he decides to set up a hidden camera during his next trip away to hopefully catch the culprit in the act. What he sees on the footage, though, is not at all what he expected. Upon returning home, he notices that one of the dummies' heads seems to have moved. He reviews the footage, expecting to see a member of the household sneaking into the room and moving the doll. Unfortunately, he sees something much creepier.
Just gets me every time. I mean, so weird and creepy.
As you can see, the dummy's head moves completely on its own.
Right?
The way it moves couldn't have been due to gravity alone, and Andy states that he's checked the doll's mechanism closely, but nothing about it seems unusual.
Ooh, this is kind of strange. Here we go. Hi. Just a normal puppet.
So what could have caused this dummy to move on its own? Ventriloquists typically give their dummies personalities during their acts, but seeing one move without its owner nearby is certainly unnerving. Of course, many viewers have suspected that it's all just a prank. After all, ventriloquists put on shows to entertain. However, Andy has maintained that this isn't a setup and that he was quite freaked out by the footage. Andy ends the video stating that he plans to capture more secret footage, and if it happens again, he's going to move house. Probably a good idea. In June 2021, paranormal investigators Lalo Escalante decided to search a local cemetery in Culiacan, Mexico. They had heard rumors of strange things happening on the property. Locals often report hearing screams and spot unusual shadowy figures walking through the property late at night. The most unsettling story revolves around a supposed haunted doll that sits in one of the graves. It's said to come alive and move among the tombstones. Under the glow of a full moon, the investigators explore the graveyard.
Güey, es que es luna llena, güey. Es el día que los brujos su trabajo lo hacen efectivo. Es ese día, güey.
For the first 10 minutes or so, the YouTubers appear on edge. They claim to hear strange noises coming from all directions of the cemetery.
¿Alguien ahí?
After exploring for some time, they come across a mausoleum and look inside to find a tall doll with lengthy blonde hair standing next to a large cross and flowers.
Ay, la madre. Estoy cagado, güey. Estoy que le recagado, güey.
What happens next is sure to give you the chills. Watch.
Amigos, eso estaba así. No mames. No mames. Creí que la abrió ella, güey. Pero qué pedo, güey. Esto se abrió sola, cabrón. No mames. La muñeca se movió, Chicho. Chicho se movió, güey, la muñeca, güey. La madre, güey. La madre, güey. Ay, güey. A la mierda.
As you can see, the doll appears to move inside the sealed mausoleum.
La muñeca se movió, Chicho. Chicho se movió, güey, la muñeca, güey. La madre, güey.
There's no doubt about it, viewers have been terrified by this clip. There seems to be no way that the doll could move without the explanation of something otherworldly. To make this incident even scarier, a month prior, a separate group of urban explorers known as Urbex MX captured the exact same doll moving on its own. Take a look.
Ay, mamacita, se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey.
This incident was captured during a live stream. Hundreds of viewers watched in real time as the doll moved inside the mausoleum.
Ay, mamacita, se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey.
So is this graveyard home to restless spirits? And is this doll really possessed by some unknown entity? According to these two separate accounts, it would appear so.
Ay, mamacita, se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey.
The story behind this photo is as sad as it is disturbing. The photo has been retold over the years as the tale of the ghost that screamed, and 30 years later it's still causing a stir. The origin of this story dates back to a 1984 car accident involving 4 teenagers. The exact circumstances leading to the crash are unknown, however, some have blamed the winding roads. Regardless of the cause, the teens lost control of their vehicle that night. They hit a curb and crashed into nearby trees. As fate would have it, 3 of the 4 teens survived the crash. It proved fatal for the boy in the front passenger seat. At just 16 years old, the teen boy tragically lost his life. What followed was a routine police inspection complete with photos capturing the scene of the accident. Not having witnessed anything abnormal at the time, the police officer sent the photos off to be developed. However, what the police department found in those photos was distressing. The first signs of supernatural interference were floating red and yellow dots visible in many of the photos. However, they wouldn't go on to raise any red flags on their own. But one of the photos in question would haunt those who saw it for the rest of their lives. The photo seems to have captured the boy's spirit yelling in agony. There's a disturbed face visible and clear. Some even believe you can see the outline of a brown Labrador. Some say it's the very same dog that belonged to the boy recently deceased. Skeptics involved had to admit it seemed the photos captured two unique spirits. There's the boy himself in agony after the accident, and the boy's pet there to guide his soul. Posted to Reddit by user DIY Gardening, this picture can only be described as nightmare fuel. The photo was taken at Easter and was simply an attempt to capture a nice gathering of friends. As the title of the submission explains, the photo features one guest who was certainly not invited. We see the food laid out and a group of friends standing by, but there's one glaring addition to this photo that certainly doesn't belong. In the mirror, you can see the creepy and shadowed face of their uninvited guest. It looks to be a person with long hair wearing a white mask. Like many similar ghost photos, this one seems to reveal a being whose presence was not known until the parties involved were able to examine the photograph. However, once they did, it seems certain they were horrified by this creepy figure. All present insist they have no idea who the person might be. Let's hope this unwanted guest didn't stick around for too long after the photo was taken. Sent to the news outlet The Irish Mirror by Paula Whelan, this selfie of her daughter's friend appears to have gone horribly wrong. In this instance, the selfie seems to have strayed past fun and silly and gone straight to disturbing instead. While looking through the selfies in order to delete the less than perfect ones, the friend came upon something utterly horrifying. Positioned right behind the girl seems to be a ghostly figure. Enough to send shivers down anyone's spine and make them take a cursory glance behind themselves, there appears to be what looks like a man's face just above the doorframe. The longer you stare at this particular photo, the more eerie it feels. Some viewers claim it's nothing more than a Photoshop job, but the family insists they've not manipulated the image in any way. Posted by Reddit user Project Mindless, this photo seems to suggest that something eerie happened when this picture was taken. Taken at a family gathering, we see 6 people all smiling happily at the camera. However, if you look closely, it would seem a spirit has attempted to join them. With all the happy faces, it seems as though none of them had any idea this dark shadowy figure lingered behind them while capturing the photo. Directly behind the poster himself is a small dark figure, heavily shadowed. If you zoom in for a closer inspection, you get a better idea of what this shadow truly is. You can see a small, childlike figure directly behind the group. Reminded of the child from The Grudge, the poster and his family were seriously creeped out upon reviewing the photo. They say they have no idea who the boy could be or why he was there. With no other potential explanation for the face behind them, the group seems to believe that a ghost chose their family's gathering to visit that day. Uploaded to Reddit by user Ricky on Radio, this is yet another ghost photo set to creep you out. It reveals an invisible and horrifying presence in an otherwise peaceful home. The uploader explains that this photo was taken by their aunt. The photo of her son after he got out of the bath should have been a cute and precious memory. However, it quickly turned into something far more sinister. The uploader explains that the two were the only ones at home when the photo was taken. This makes the appearance of the person in the corner of the room all the more mysterious and eerie. In the photo, a strange figure is visible standing in the background. You can see a hand and white outfit of some kind. What's even more unsettling, the uploader posted a second photo, showing what the room normally looks like unobscured. When you compare it to the first photo, it looks like it would be impossible for a person to be standing in the corner, not unless they were wedged tightly up against the toilet. The poster also clarified that there is or was no mirror in the room when the photo was taken. Some viewers have suggested the spirit to be that of a nurse or another figure wearing a lab coat. Others pointed out that the thumb on the figure seems to be unnaturally pointed. So what do you think's going on in this strange photo? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Sent in by Slaptown viewer Tammy D, it came with a terrified plea to be taken for her word. Tammy notes that her granddaughter captured this photo as she was playing around with her phone's camera. As Tammy explains, no one aside from herself and her granddaughter were present in the room when the photo was taken. Showing a disturbing figure behind her granddaughter, Tammy asserts the figure was not visible when the photo was taken. This implies that the figure only happened to be accidentally captured by her granddaughter. As Tammy explains, the presence of the spirit in this photograph is easily the scariest thing that's ever happened to her. Those who have previously scrutinized the picture have questioned whether the figure was Tammy herself, but she assures viewers that this is not the case. In fact, Tammy has her own theory behind the origin of the spirit. Built on top of an old fort, Tammy's quite positive that many people had likely been buried beneath their home. Looking for peace or purely restless, a spirit seems to have wandered into their old home and into the photo captured by Tammy's granddaughter. With some relief, Tammy assures viewers that she has since moved from the allegedly haunted home. Sent to the news outlet The Irish Mirror by Gráinne Dowdall, it would seem an eerie figure has ruined what would be a perfectly fine mirror selfie. As with previous ghost photos, the spirit went completely unnoticed until the selfie was reviewed. As the girl strikes a pose in the mirror, another figure is seen striking a pose just outside her window. It looks to be a pale, expressionless face hanging just outside of the house. Creepily, the article confirms that the girl's bedroom was upstairs, meaning this couldn't have just been someone passing by. Instead, the latitude of the room and the spirit's odd appearance all seem to point towards a genuine haunting. Some viewers have suggested it could be an odd reflection or perhaps even a case of pareidolia, a tendency humans have to identify familiar patterns in the things we see, i.e. a face hanging in the window. Still, the image is chilling nonetheless, and until further information comes to hand, it will have to remain a mystery. Sent into the news outlet The Irish Mirror by Ciara O'Callaghan, this last photo is certainly an eerie one. Facebook's facial recognition software seems to point to the legitimacy of this sighting, throwing off even the most hardened skeptics. As the family were taking a series of nice family photos, O'Callaghan's niece grabbed the phone and had snapped a picture of the roof in her haste. When they looked at the photo, they could see an odd shape in the ceiling that resembled a face. When they uploaded the image to Facebook, it even gave them the option of tagging it as if it was someone they knew. With Ciara herself being a self-described skeptic, she admits she had submitted this photo to the public's discretion in order to potentially find some explanation other than the supernatural. For now, she admits she herself couldn't find any other potential cause, going so far as to manipulate the photo in Photoshop, playing with darkness and contrast, looking for any other reason the face should have appeared. However, altering the image only seemed to deepen the mystery. Strangely, the face in the ceiling bears a striking resemblance to the selfie we showed earlier in this episode. Are these shapes related somehow? Perhaps there's a filter that can imprint eerie faces into photos. Let me know if you've seen an app or filter that has similar looking effects. Love to hear about it in the comments section below. Sometimes we see things that are so horrifying that we seek advice from whoever we can to handle what we witnessed. TikToker Marlene Anna White experienced just this situation when she noticed something absolutely terrifying in her shower. The advice she received led her to do a cleansing of the house, but the scary memories still remain, as does the footage. In the very first clip of the story, we see the TikToker's shower. Standing behind the shower glass door is what at first seems to be a small child. The TikToker explains that there's only one child in the house who's currently in the living room.
I only have one baby at my house today. The rest of them are with Grandma. You can clearly hear my baby in the living room crying.
Furthermore, her other children are with their grandmother. She goes on to say that she was on the toilet when she got a feeling that something was watching her. She started to get suspicious around her house, as she allegedly recently took a picture where she swears she saw her father, who passed away, in it. During this explanation, we can see the supposed child or toddler in the shower raise a hand to his or her chest. The TikToker asks the presence what he or she is, but receives no response.
Who are you? Hello?
The second clip brings us back to the bathroom. The TikToker explains that her husband had called to her from the bathroom, saying that she needed to see something. When she went in, she saw that it had nothing to do with the shower this time. Instead, a fire alarm on the ceiling had detached, and parts of the ceiling had fallen to the ground. Moreover, water began to leak on the floor. She then turns the camera to the shower, explaining that she had got her husband to take a look, though he had not discovered anything unusual. For the third clip, the TikToker is using an app that allegedly allows you to speak with ghosts. Listen to what happens.
Hello?
Catherine.
No. Who's Catherine?
I'm close.
The TikToker freaks out and says she's leaving the room.
I'm close.
No. I'm leaving.
In a follow-up video, the TikToker wants to prove to others that these clips are not a prank done with her kids, so she asks one of her children to stand in the shower.
Stand in the shower real quick.
Her child gets in and closes the door in front of him.
Shut the door. Dang, you colorful, boy. Okay.
It becomes obvious that the silhouette of her child looks nothing like the shadow that appeared in the first clip.
Okay. You can get out.
With the videos garnering over 1 million views combined, there's been plenty of speculation as to what's happening in these clips. Many viewers went with the usual demon, ghost, evil spirit, or alien suggestions. Mostly viewers lean towards a demon, as some paranormal experts believe that demons can take on the form of children in order to lure people under the pretense of trust and innocence. If this is indeed a demon, what's its purpose of haunting a shower of all places? And is the demon related to the fire alarm becoming detached? These are vital questions to ponder as this mystery continues to unfold.
Who are you? Hello?
Hauntings seem to occur in millions of places worldwide, though some are luckier than others in that their supernatural encounters only last for a short amount of time. For TikTokers Lainey and Ben, the haunting in their home seems to be consistent and never-ending. In the first video, the TikToker is sitting in her car during her lunch break. She explains that she's just received several notifications on her phone from her home security camera.
And there's been a notification, or a couple, from our home security camera, and there's some footage that I've just seen that you gotta see it.
The clip then cuts to footage of the cameras inside of her house. We can see the TikToker's kitchen where everything is still. Watch what happens next though. As you can see, a kitchen drawer is pulled open. And soon after, a chair sitting at the kitchen table is pulled back. In the second video, the TikToker and her partner are in their living room when they notice one of their doors is shaking. They go near the door, which suddenly opens on its own.
What the hell? Shut up.
She and her partner walk through the door and look at the stairs in the room. There seems to be nothing there. The TikTokers question what they saw, with one asking if there was a shadow on the stairs.
Was that a shadow just then?
Where?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
In the final clip, we get another view of the kitchen. Yet again, a drawer is pulled open. Take a look. As you can see, silverware violently shoots across the room. One utensil flies in a straight line, crashing into the wall. It almost looks like it sticks into the wall. The door also moves on its own. With many fake ghost videos, you can see things gently move around or even fall off shelves, which could easily be done with magnets. But the sheer force that's been applied to the cutlery in this clip makes it hard to believe that magnets are at play. This is an ongoing mystery, as Lainey and Ben continually post the strange events that seem to be plaguing their house. As of posting this, they have over 500,000 followers, all eager to see what happens next. A video uploaded by Parasomnia MX on TikTok has gone on to terrify many around the world. In the video, we get a look at something far from normal, but certainly intriguing in its own right. We can see the back of a car that's driving ahead of the vehicle where the footage is being shot from. All looks normal at first until something freaky happens. Watch. Some kind of ghostly figure appears at the back of the car. It lingers for a few moments before disappearing completely. Here it is again in slow motion and zoomed in. With the closer zoom, it seems that the figure is indeed transparent, making a case for it truly being some type of phantom. Some viewers suggested it could be a mannequin of some kind, but that doesn't explain its sudden disappearance. This might be one mystery we can't solve unless eventually given an explanation from the original uploader. YouTube user Anthony Rodriguez had a plan for a good night's rest, but that was quickly squashed by something frightful seen in his bed. The question is just what this formation could possibly be. We get an immediate view of the YouTuber's bed, where we can see in the middle what seems to be an ambiguous formation squirming around under the sheets. The YouTuber explains that there's nothing under the sheets. He then hits the formation to prove that there's nothing below causing the movement.
There is nothing under it. Look, look. See? Wait, watch. See if it comes. Look, there it is. Look, watch.
After he hits the bed, the formation seems to disappear for a few moments, before reappearing once more.
I don't know. That's just creepy. Oh, there it is. Look. Look.
The YouTuber emphasized that there were no tubes or fans blowing air under the sheets, as some had suggested. Still, many viewers were positive that this was simply a case of hot air, perhaps a mix of temperature and the particular fabric of the sheets caught together.
There is nothing under it. Look, look. See? Wait, watch.
It could also be that a window was open with a stream of air filling a small opening in the sheets, but it just doesn't look like this is the case. A breeze from a window wouldn't make a strange lump move erratically under a sheet.
Out of here.
So unless this YouTuber admits it's a hoax of some kind, this bizarre clip will have to remain a mystery.
My covering for my mattress. There is nothing under it. Look, look. See? Wait, watch. See if it comes. Look, there it is.
Instagrammer ShivarmSona05 has shared a short clip that has sent collective chills throughout the internet. In the video, motorcyclists ride by on a bridge. The camera operator, also on a motorbike, rides slowly forward, and we can spot something on the left of frame. As the rider inches forward, we can make out what looks to be some kind of alien figure walking slowly forward. The entity is tall, slender, and has light brown, greyish skin. As other motorcyclists have a look, it stops in its tracks and turns around to face them. After a few moments, it turns back around and continues to stroll forwards. There's no denying that the entity resembles something straight out of an alien movie. However, I don't think this cameraman is going to win any awards in cinematography, as he fails to get a solid look at the figure. Frustratingly, the camera pans left just as they get close enough to get a better look. Some think this shoddy camera work is used to hide the fact that it's all just a hoax. So let us know what you think's going on here, or what you would do in this situation if you encountered such a strange figure. Let me know down below. There seems to be an endless amount of UFO videos captured by regular civilians of late, but what about those shot by the military? Surprisingly, the United States military itself is beginning to release footage of unknown aircrafts, as seen around the US, pointing to the possibility that perhaps UFOs are real after all. One video uploaded by Jeremy Corbell on YouTube gave a glimpse into the 2019 USS Omaha UFO incident, as caught by military members themselves. The YouTube video shows viewers a strange spherical craft flying through the air above the ocean. Right before the end of the footage, the aircraft seems to plunge directly into the water.
31 knots, sustained wind, topside, gust of 40.
Whoa, splashed. Mark bearing and range.
Following this event, the military confirmed that no wreckage was found from this unidentified flying object after a search by submarine. Additionally, there's no known point of origin associated with the aircraft, and its current presence remains unknown. The case itself remains open. Many UFO fans were excited that the US government seems to be taking UFO sightings more seriously. So could this particular UFO be a real example of aliens finally coming down to Earth? And if so, how will the military react? Perhaps only time will tell.
Topside, gust of 40.
Whoa, splashed. Mark bearing and range.
Nowadays, dolls are associated with evil and creepiness more than ever, thanks in particular to the horror movie franchise Annabelle. Many fear that their own dolls may be possessed by some demon or other sinister creature, though there are, as always, skeptics. Well, thanks to one Facebook video shared by Blustery Zona del Terra, these skeptics may join the group of believers in evil dolls after all. In the video, we can see a doll resting on the floor. The doll holds a type of pink bracelet in her hands and seemingly sits completely still. Two individuals speak in the background, with one lighting candles that sit in front of the doll. Following this, the individuals chant something together, seeming to perform a kind of ritual.
Catalina, Catalina, vuelve a la vida, lo que el diablo te da, el diablo te quita.
For 30 seconds, nothing happens, until suddenly something is caught on camera. Watch. The doll's hand moves on its own. The individuals scream before the clip mysteriously ends. As to the whole argument that dolls are indeed evil, the response to this video was split in half. Some other Facebook users were positive that the girls in the video had indeed summoned a demon. while others were sure that this video was a kind of silly prank. Perhaps we can only hope that this is a prank and nothing wicked, as the girls may have brought to life a real Annabelle. In that case, their first response should be to call their local priest or exorcist. According to Project Paranormal, the first of the scary ghost photos on our list originates from Southeast Asia. Sources say that a recent death was the reason this young man was scared out of his wits when he first saw this photo. The photo in question seems to be a bit older. It was almost certainly taken on a film camera, then developed into a physical photograph. It depicts a carefree, if slightly sad-looking young man hanging out in a typical teen's room. He's sitting at his computer with his legs crossed casually. However, if you look just above his right shoulder, it becomes clear this is no ordinary photo. Hovering in the background is the image of a translucent, disembodied head, with glowing eyes and a wide, eerie grin. The young man in the photo recently went through something no young person should: the death of a close friend. He believes that the face in the photo is that of his friend. Others are more skeptical, however, believing that the photo was likely blurred or double exposed. However, the face and hair of the floating head look far too different to be double exposure of the young man in the photo. Is it possible that his recently deceased pal stuck around to watch over him? Redditor Donald Amandam always suspected that something strange was going on in their childhood home. Odd noises and mysteriously moved objects were just a few of the bizarre experiences that led them to believe their house was haunted. When their sister snapped these scary ghost photos, the whole family became believers. The Redditor's sister was alone in her room with a friend when she took these two photos seconds apart with a digital camera. In one photo she used a flash, in the other she didn't. Yet in the first photo everything looks fairly normal. However, in the second photo an unexpected guest appears. Just behind the friend in the photo appears an older man or woman with round glasses peering at the camera. The person is clearly absent from the previous photo taken only seconds before. So where could they have come from? The family believes that the mysterious person in the second photo could be an entity that was responsible for the paranormal events that had been plaguing them for years. Some who have seen the photo believe it was manipulated as a hoax, but the Redditor who first publicized it insists it's the real deal. Bus driver Trevor Ty is an amateur ghost hunter, so he's no stranger to scary ghost photos. However, he was pleasantly surprised to capture an eerie image of his own when dropping a group off for a tour at Hampton Court in the London borough of Richmond upon Thames. Hampton Court is said to be haunted by the ghosts of two of King Henry VIII's former wives, Catherine Howard and Jane Seymour. Catherine Howard resided in the palace as she awaited execution in 1541. Her ghost is often seen moving about the place in a white dress. After the tour group got off the bus, Ty headed inside to take his own photos of the marble staircase in the public foyer of the royal residence. He waited until the room was completely empty before snapping a few photos. It wasn't until reviewing the photo later that a friend noticed something strange: a young woman in white peering down from the upper floor. Ty spoke to a security guard who confirmed seeing the exact same figure on a regular basis. In addition, he's had the photo analysed by experts who confirm that the photo is legitimate. So, has Ty captured an eerie image of a long deceased queen? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Amateur photographer Mark Baker wasn't looking to take any scary ghost photos when he pulled out his camera at the Mount, a quaint parkland reserve in Guildford, England. However, the spirits of the area had other plans. In one of the photos Baker snapped on that day, later published by the Surrey Advertiser, we can see a foggy path lined with bare, gnarled trees. The fog gives the air a greenish tint. Combined with the trees that look straight out of a horror movie, this is the perfect setting for a ghost story. Sure enough, in the very centre of the path appears a strange figure. The entity is entirely white, but takes on the shape of a person walking down the path, with their hands in their pockets and their head angled towards the ground. Baker insists that he was the only one in the area when he took the photo, and that it's not been altered in any way. This leaves only one question: who could the ghostly figure be? Unfortunately, until further information comes to hand, no one will know the real answer. What better time for scary ghost photos than Halloween? In this photo, published by UK Paranormal Tavern, it seems that a spirit decided to make Halloween extra creepy for one family. The photo, taken with a film camera, shows a young girl standing in a kitchen. The photo is off-center, showing the girl at the far left edge of the picture. Although she's the only person in the photo, something else takes center stage: the image of a strange ghostly figure that appears to be walking through the kitchen. The entity is difficult to make out, but there's clearly some sort of translucent white figure in the room. Its shape is almost certainly human, with one arm jutting out as if swinging while walking. Some believe that the figure is just glare or a flaw in the film. Others are certain it's a ghost. Bobby Mackey's Music World, a nightclub in Wilder, Kentucky, has been the site of numerous paranormal experiences that have led many to believe the place is haunted. A photo captured by club DJ Wanda Kay seems to confirm some of these stories. Heralded as the most haunted nightclub in the US, Mackey's venue was originally a slaughterhouse. After it became a roadhouse, many patrons started claiming that the site contained a portal to hell. Some of the stories surrounding the place involve a pregnant dancer who apparently committed suicide after her father murdered her lover, the club's singer, in a back room. There was also a man named Pearl Bryan who was allegedly killed by Satanists, who later cursed the location. According to patrons and staff, these ghosts and curses are still around. The image captured by the DJ is nothing short of creepy. The photo was taken at the bottom of a cobweb-covered staircase. The room is dark, and the bleached-out colours of the photo give the room an otherworldly appearance. However, the highlight of the photo is the ghoulish apparition walking down the stairs straight towards the camera. The figure is thin, it's entirely white, so no features can be made out. However, the staff of the nightclub believe that the entity is most likely one of their resident ghosts. Have you ever visited Bobby Mackey's Music World? If you have, I'd love to hear about your experiences in the comments section below. According to Ghost and Ghouls, a website dedicated to the paranormal, the Guildhall in Sandwich, Kent is the site of regular paranormal experiences. Security guards who work there late at night often report hearing mysterious footsteps and feeling like they're being watched. The site hosts regular ghost hunting nights, and at least one attendee seems to have captured proof of the building's haunting. The ghost hunt took place on Halloween in the part of the building that used to house a prison. The visitor snapped a photo from inside the old shower block. They were shocked at what they saw: the image of a young boy peeking out from behind a door. He appears to be wearing glasses or has sunken black eyes. No one knows who this boy could be, but his appearance in the building is nothing short of terrifying. Some viewers think it's nothing more than pareidolia, the tendency humans have to spot familiar shapes in random stimulus. However, given the history of the building and the security guards' accounts, this photo does leave the viewer with an eerie feeling that can't quite be rationalized. Douglas Tippled is a firefighter in the town of Gary, Indiana. He never expected that a photo taken to document the scene of a fire would turn into something paranormal. Tippled was waiting for his fellow firefighters to prepare a hose when he decided to pull out his phone to snap a photo documenting the fire for evidence. He was busy attempting to put out the blaze and didn't give the photo a second look. However, when his wife saw the photo, she noticed something shocking: the figure of a man standing in the window outlined by bright orange flames. Because of the raging fire in the house, the man appears mostly as a shadow. He seems to be wearing a baseball cap and a dark jacket as he stares almost casually out the window. His face is unclear. Tippled was shocked by the photo, as the house was certainly empty when they showed up to put the fire out. The bright hot flames behind the figure make it seem like a demon from hell, but many believe the man is more likely the ghost of a previous occupant. However, with no additional information and the house destroyed by fire, the man's true identity may never be known. Many urban legends tell of a story of a deranged mental patient who escaped an insane asylum to prey on nearby men, women, and children. While these stories are often complete fabrications that play on common fears and misconceptions about individuals with psychological problems, in the case of the Cropsey legend, a killer associated with a mental institution who was convicted of murder, it probably didn't turn out how most people would expect. According to the most common iteration of the popular legend, which circulated around New York City through the 70s and 80s, Cropsey was an escaped mental patient who hid in the tunnels underneath an old tuberculosis hospital during the day. At nighttime, he would supposedly prowl the darkness, in search of wayward children and vulnerable targets to prey on. Some iterations of the tale claim that he had a hook for a hand, and the character even made an appearance in The Burning, a 1981 slasher film. Although it's a thrilling tale, no such figure was ever found on Staten Island. Some people even believe that this story was just a clever way to keep kids and teenagers from exploring the many abandoned factories and institutions dotting the landscape of Staten Island at the time. Nonetheless, while the details of the Cropsey legend may have been exaggerated and distorted over the years, the tale does have a strong basis in reality. The story has its roots in a string of disappearances from the early 70s to the late 80s. Throughout this period, children went missing around Staten Island, and although authorities suspected a man named Andre Rand from the start, they simply couldn't find any concrete evidence to detain him. Despite having been convicted of sexually assaulting a girl in the late 1960s, Andre Rand had somehow managed to keep his job as a custodian and orderly at the Willowbrook State School, a mental institution on Staten Island that he'd been working at since the mid-1960s. Although the institution didn't seem to care about its employees' backgrounds, his shady past eventually came to haunt him after the disappearance of a young girl named Alice Pereira on Staten Island in 1972. Aware of his criminal record, local police questioned the man soon after the girl was reported missing. However, despite their suspicions, they didn't have enough evidence to detain him, so they had to let him go. Over the next 15 years, he was thought to be involved with several more disappearances, but he was only charged in one incident, wherein he kidnapped 11 children and brought them across state lines to buy them lunch. Thankfully, nobody was hurt in the incident, but he only served 16 months. Once he was out of prison, the disappearances continued. Finally, in 1987, a girl named Jennifer Schweiger was reported missing, and she had last been seen with Andre Rand. By this time, the Willowbrook State School had recently closed, and its large campus had become a prime location for squatters and vagrants, including the recently unemployed Rand. Suspicious of the man and aware of his whereabouts, the local authorities searched the school, and after more than a month, an officer noticed what appeared to be a shallow grave on the premises. Soon after the grave was discovered, the police dug it up and identified Schweiger's body. Nearby, police found a makeshift camp that had been erected by Rand, all but confirming their suspicions. Following this discovery, Rand was found guilty of first-degree kidnapping, but they didn't have enough evidence to convict him of murder. He was sentenced to 25 consecutive years in prison, and he was set to be released in 2013. However, in 2004, more evidence was uncovered that linked him to the 1981 disappearance of Holly Ann Hughes, a young girl from the Staten Island area. Again, they couldn't convict him of murder, but he got another first-degree kidnapping charge and was sentenced to another 25 to life in prison. It looks like he'll be eligible for parole in 2037. So if you live in New York City, then you should be extra careful and pay close attention to the headlines around that time. Have you ever seen a mannequin that looks so lifelike that you could have sworn it was a genuine human body? If you have, then you're not alone, and this may explain why so many stories of corpse mannequins have popped up over the years. One fateful day in 1976, a studio was filming an episode of The $6 Million Man at the New Pike amusement park in Long Beach, California. A hanging mannequin was obscuring a shot, so one unlucky film technician had to move it so that the crew could continue filming. As he started to get it out of the way, an arm broke off, and it became pretty clear that this wasn't any ordinary mannequin. Within an instant, he noticed human bone and muscle around the broken piece of the mannequin's arm, and the crew quickly realized they were dealing with a corpse. After some investigation, it was found that the corpse belonged to an old criminal named Elmer McCurdy. Having been linked with a series of unsuccessful train robberies and bank heists, he eventually met his end after being shot by police officers in 1911. Due to his lack of friends or family, nobody claimed his body, and it was quickly embalmed and put on display by a dubious undertaker. At some point in 1916, some carnival owners posed as McGurdy's brothers to con the undertaker out of McGurdy's body. From then on, the body was used in sideshow attractions by a slew of different owners across the United States, and it eventually found its home at the New Pike amusement park. Upon being uncovered by the film crew 65 years after his death, McCurdy was finally buried at a cemetery in Oklahoma. If you've ever been on a road trip, then you've probably dealt with your fair share of questionable motels. Between the drug deals, questionable hygiene, and strange characters that frequent them, there's no wonder that there's so many urban legends that have centered around these dilapidated venues. One of the most common stories describes a family or individual unwittingly spending the night in a room with a corpse under the bed. Still, despite the legends, there were never any verified instances of this happening until a couple booked room 222 at a Memphis hotel in January 2010. Upon entering their room, they immediately noticed a foul odor, and no matter what they did, they couldn't cover it up. Coincidentally, detectives from the Memphis Police Department investigated the motel concerning a missing person case a couple of times over the next few days, but they never checked out the Sargent family's room, and the hotel staff claimed they hadn't noticed anything strange about the room. The missing woman was Soni Millbrook, and she and her family had been staying in room 222 at the motel for several weeks before she had allegedly checked out. Despite having checked out, she was reported missing after she failed to pick up her children from daycare. However, the trail was cold and the police couldn't seem to find a lead. In the meantime, the Sargent couple complained about the room to the motel staff, but they refused to let them stay in a different room. Sick of the smelly room, they stayed at another hotel for some time, but they eventually came back because they couldn't find a better price elsewhere. Upon their return, they spent another day in the room, and it was even smellier than before. Finally, more than 5 weeks after the Sargent couple had first checked in, a motel worker found a corpse under the bed in room 222. Following this, Lakeith Moody, the woman's boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, was apprehended and sentenced to life in prison for the strangulation of Soni Millbrook. While it's good that the culprit was eventually brought to justice, one has to wonder why it took so long. Why did the hotel staff not report the strange smell to the police? And why did the detectives not check the room in which the missing person had been staying? While some people have conspiracies and wacky theories about both aspects of the case, the most likely answer is plain incompetence. Thus, whether you're managing a hotel or running an investigation, it's always important to remember to follow your nose and leave no stone or bed unturned. In 1981, rumours started to spread about an arcade game like no other. They called it Polybius and said that it had psychoactive effects like some kind of hallucinogenic drug. While many have said that games have addictive properties, much like a drug, people claim that Polybius gave users a strong psychological urge to keep playing the game. While many variations of this legend exist, most versions of the story claim that the Polybius arcade cabinets mysteriously appeared in various spots throughout Portland, Oregon, and caused a slew of deaths and hospital visits immediately after their installation. Moreover, their appearances allegedly coincided with encounters with government agents and mysterious men in black. Reportedly, users would develop amnesia, hallucinations, insomnia, and other serious symptoms after playing the game. According to the most common version of the tale, all game cabinets disappeared within a month of installation, making the story conveniently difficult to verify for skeptics and journalists at the time. No genuine Polybius arcade cabinets have ever been found, and it's widely considered to be a simple urban legend. Nonetheless, several games have caused physical and psychological symptoms in various individuals throughout the history of gaming. Around the inception of the Polybius rumour, an Oregonian named Michael Lopez had to call emergency services after playing the game Tempest on an otherwise ordinary day. He claimed to have experienced a severe migraine and had vision issues after playing the game for some time. According to a newspaper in the area, the bright lights and flashing effects were very disorienting. Thus, the game could have plausibly caused migraines or affected individuals with sensitivities to flashing lights. Games, hardware, and visual media were not as well regulated back then, and video game studios often hired very small and inexperienced teams because the medium was still rather new at the time. Consequently, it's no big surprise that bad or harmful video games were occasionally released to the public. Tempest is just one of many games throughout history that have caused medical problems for players. For example, in 1982, 18-year-old Peter Bukowski achieved a high score in the game Berserk, and subsequently experienced a cardiac event that led to his death. While some sources claim that he was obese or suffered from heart disease, according to other reports, he was a healthy young man with no known problems. Whatever the case may be, his death serves as a cautionary tale to temper your excitement and not get too carried away, otherwise you could find yourself in an ambulance. The aforementioned deaths and other similar events in the early 1980s likely had some influence on the Polybius myth. Moreover, video games were relatively new at the time, so people would ascribe strange and magical properties to arcade cabinets, consoles, cartridges, and other related media. Of course, most people now understand that video games are just complex compilations of binary code that don't contain any supernatural properties, but it's still a good idea to limit your screen time and not get too excited when you do well in a game. If you've ever worked in a high-rise office building, you've probably heard the urban legend of a guy pretending to test the strength and sturdiness of the windows and accidentally plunging to his death. Gary Hoy, a securities law specialist at a company in Toronto, plunged from the 24th floor of the TD Bank Centre in Toronto after jumping through a window in an insane stunt that had no real purpose. People have whispered about unbreakable windows in skyscrapers across the globe for as long as skyscrapers have existed, but nobody ever dared test the urban legend until July 9, 1983. For some reason, on that day, Gary really wanted to liven up the atmosphere for a group of new interns while conducting a routine tour. Upon reaching a conference room, the man claimed that the office windows in the office were impossible to break, and to his credit, he wasn't exactly wrong. As he reportedly done many times before, Gary Hoy took position and slammed himself against the window, but that would be the last thing he would ever do. The window was quite durable, it didn't break after the 160-pound man rammed into it. However, the window did manage to pop out of its frame. Unable to stop his forward momentum, Gary Hoy flew out the window with the window pane and died upon impacting the ground just a couple of seconds later. While his death was tragic, thankfully nobody else was injured in this event. The man's recklessness could have easily killed or injured several passers-by if they would have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. By going out in such a way, Gary Hoy will forever be immortalised in television shows and online articles as someone who suffered one of the most avoidable deaths in history. TikToker Diego Spickers seems to be experiencing a haunting of a potential ghostly girl right in his own home. In the first video, we see the TikToker showing us a child's playhouse that he has in his home. And as you'll see, there seems to be something very wrong with it. Watch.
Es re lindo, tiene ventanita y todo, pille. ¿Qué es esa mierda? Uy, no.
When we first see the playhouse, there appears to be nothing in there.
Para nada, weón.
He then looks through the window on the side, and now there seems to be something inside of it. We can see a blanket that appears to be covering someone, perhaps a small child. The TikToker moves back to the entrance, though the blanketed child is no longer there.
No.
Diego uploaded a picture to his Instagram account Spickers. Here we can see the child's playhouse again, except this time the creepy sighting is right outside the window. Here we can see what appears to be a small girl peering inside. At first it looks like a normal enough picture, but the following TikTok video gives a little more context. In this clip, the TikToker proves that he lives a few floors up from the ground, meaning this girl couldn't have been standing and looking in the window. He also shows us that he doesn't have a balcony, suggesting that the little girl could indeed be a ghost. Also, if we watch that clip again more closely, as he walks into the room, you can see a face in the window. But as we see, the homeowner lives several floors up, making it impossible for someone to be outside the window.
No es así, miren. Yo vivo en un quinto piso. Sería algo ilógico.
In the final video, the TikToker is sitting in his living room watching some TV when something super unsettling happens. Watch.
Sí, hágale, hágale. Uy, marica, venga. Pichiñero, rápido. No, marica, perro, lo grabé, ñero, lo grabé, venga.
We can see what looks to be a child's hand pushing the door open on the cabinet just under the TV. The man rushes forward, but there's nothing there.
Sí, hágale, hágale. Uy, marica, venga. Pichiñero, rápido. No, marica, perro, lo grabé.
There's a lot in these clips to suggest that there's something way more sinister going on here. How could the girl be looking through the window without any support? And how could the hand have disappeared from the cabinet so quickly?
No, marica, perro, lo grabé.
I'd love to hear your theories on this one in the comment section down below.
Es re lindo, tiene ventanita y todo, pille. ¿Qué es esa mierda? Uy, no.
Some people who come across strange sightings or hear strange sounds are brave enough to take a look. And that includes a few kids in a TikTok video shared by HollerPeter010506H. While one video is scary enough, the kids seem to have spotted the same figure in a whole separate incident. In the first clip, one of the kids is filming inside his grandparents' house. He explains that the lights have gone out in the place and that the adults have gone out to buy some candles.
Espérense. Y mi mamá y mi abuela se fueron al Oxxo a comprar velas por eso, por lo que pasó de que se fue la luz.
The kids hear some strange noises and decide to see what's happening outside.
Estamos aquí en la casa de mi bisabuela, se fue la... ¿Qué es eso?
The camera operator moves to the screen door. Take a look at what happens.
Quiero hacer pipí, pero el baño está allá. Y mi abuela nos dijo que cuidáramos... Mi abuelo nos dijo.
Watching that again, on the left-hand side of the screen, just outside, we can see a shadowy figure emerge quickly before disappearing from view. The kids then decide to go outside, scared but curious. We can hear strange banging and knocking noises.
Y pues, no tengan miedo.
The kids walk to where the shadow figure disappeared, turning the camera to the left when they catch something again. Watch.
Si estás aquí, preséntate ante nosotros.
We can see a shadow figure peering out.
Si estás aquí, preséntate ante nosotros.
The camera operator calls out to the formation, asking it to present itself. When this happens,
Somos tus nietos.
watching that again, the shadow figure pops out and flies up into the air.
Ante nosotros. Somos tus nietos.
In the second video, we can see the roof of the same house. A few seconds into the video, we see the same shadowy figure appear for a brief moment on the roof before it vanishes. Interestingly, it seems that the children thought the shadowy figure might have been their grandfather who passed away. They even introduced themselves in the first video as the figure's grandchildren. However, the figure didn't seem to respond to this, which probably means this unsettling dark figure isn't their grandfather.
Somos tus nietos.
The Molly Stark Sanatorium in Stark County, Ohio is yet another sanatorium that's believed to be haunted. The Molly Stark Sanatorium's history extends all the way back to the 1920s, where it once housed tuberculosis patients. In the 1990s, the hospital eventually closed down due to resigning staff and money troubles. Since then, the location has become decrepit and a hotspot for paranormal investigators and bored teenagers. Those who have visited have claimed to have experienced various paranormal occurrences, such as hearing strange sounds, seeing orbs, and even spotting ghosts of former patients. YouTuber Urbex Hill decided to join in on the fun and see what he could spot in the eerie location. What he finds is definitely unsettling, to say the least. In the first few minutes of the video, the uploader wanders around the sanatorium, showing us the well-worn interior. He notes that he hears footsteps from above, spooking him out.
Do y'all hear that? It's walking. I hear footsteps.
Then, at around the 8-minute mark in the video, something very eerie happens. Watch.
What the f is that? Yo, do you see that? Yo.
In the center of the video, down in the tunnel, we can see a dark figure walking in the distance.
What? Yo, what the f? That is
The YouTuber eventually walks down the tunnel but comes across a dead end, meaning that the figure must have disappeared into thin air.
It's a dead end. Oh my. What?
Here's the sighting zoomed in and brightened up.
Yo, do you see that? Yo. What the fuck? Yo. What? Yo, what the f?
At the very end of the clip, the YouTuber plays some footage he took of the sanatorium's exterior. Watch what he saw. There appears to be someone or something standing up on the roof. Many viewers were puzzled and creeped out by the footage. They believe the first figure had to be a ghost as it seemed to disappear into a dead end. While the second sighting could have been a real person, this could explain the footsteps that the YouTuber heard. Well, according to this footage, it seems this sanatorium does indeed have plenty of spooky, ghostly, and human visitors.
Yo. What? Yo, what the f?
In August 2016, YouTuber The Ball Family Vlogs was filming what was supposed to be a normal vlog updating their viewers, but it appears they inadvertently caught something strange on camera. The YouTuber welcomes viewers to their home before turning the camera around and showing us the living room.
An extra storage workshop area. Our dog is back there right now because he's a little sick and got to him to the vet.
As the camera pans past some stairs, it slows down to show something standing there. It looks like a transparent figure. The YouTuber has said they've experienced weird things in the house. Even their mum has felt an unexplained presence in the home. The ghostly figure is certainly eerie looking and quite suspicious. Sometimes cameras can't always clearly capture a person moving very quickly, showing the person as a blur or even transparent. However, this figure doesn't appear to be moving at all, throwing this theory out the window. With that being the case, what do you think's happening here? Let us know in the comment section down below. This clip, shared by Facebook page Wicked Investigations, shows us a sighting that's been creeping viewers out for years. The footage was shot by a security guard doing his rounds in an empty shopping mall late at night somewhere in South America. Watch what he spotted.
Meu Deus do céu.
Watching that again, we can see what looks to be a little girl on the escalator.
Meu Deus do céu.
The guard runs towards it, showing us an empty view. Just seconds later, the child can be seen running off. Somehow, they're back on the ground floor. The security guard said that this is the second time he's spotted the little girl after hours in the shopping mall, and that he couldn't find her anywhere even after a thorough search. How is it that the girl went up the escalator but then seconds later was back on the ground floor? Were there two children running around the shopping centre after hours? It seems unlikely, as the guard couldn't find a trace of anyone anywhere. YouTube user Logan Robert has shared some eerie Ring security camera footage from his own backyard. We could see someone standing outside apparently calling for a pet to come inside. See if you can spot anything unusual.
Give it, Mahu.
Watching that again in slow motion and brightened up, there's a strange shape that floats by in the background. Given the low quality of the image, it's hard to tell what this actually is. The uploader thinks it's a ghost. However, due to the compression rate of the home security camera system, it's impossible to make a definitive call as to what we're seeing. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you think's been captured on this home security camera?
Give it, Mahu.
In October 2021, a barbershop in Long Beach, Proper Cuts, experienced something on the paranormal side. The TikTok account, thebarber_T, shared some security footage of the shop, and it's been creeping viewers out ever since. In the video, we can see CCTV footage at the barbershop. A few seconds in, we can see the door at the back of the shop randomly open. A few moments after this, we can see what looks to be a ghostly figure moving across the TV screen on the left-hand side. Following this, the door that was open suddenly shuts. About 30 seconds later, the door opens once again, except this time one of the barbers gets spooked and starts to leave. Watch what happens. The creator of the video suggested that perhaps one of the clients that day was a poltergeist. The responses from the clients and barbers alike seems quite genuine. Unless this was a prank and the people in the footage weren't in on it, this event will have to be chalked up as a complete mystery. In this clip, uploaded to Durban Paranormal on TikTok, we see CCTV footage of some kind of large room. It was captured on September 12, 2021 at around 4:30 in the morning. There's two security guards on the left-hand side of frame doing their rounds when suddenly something strange happens. Watch.
See it?
It's subtle, but watching that again, you can see the chair in the center of frame move.
See it?
One of the security guards approaches the table, looking at the chair for a moment before turning to leave the area. The other security guard approaches and touches the chair as well, clearly puzzled. The two talk for a few seconds before exiting the frame together. The person filming the clip is actually another security officer sitting in the camera room. He's filming the security monitor with his phone. He says that the two guards we can see on camera actually reported the moving chair to him, so he could review the footage and see what actually happened. And as you can see, upon review, there's no easy way to explain the chair's movements.
One guard goes over to take a look, and they decide to leave. What the heck's going on?
The guard's reaction looks quite genuine, and the fact that they radioed the incident into the security desk does make you wonder what actually made the chair move. Was it something supernatural, or is there another way to explain this strange clip?
See it?
TikToker Lenaroy Kangi uploaded this weird piece of CCTV footage, and it's been creeping people out ever since. Check out the spooky capture for yourself.
Kung inyo mapapansin, may isang lalaking nakaitim na naglalakad. Pagmasdan mabuti kung ano ang mangyayari sa kanya.
We can see what appears to be the body of a man strolling down the street with no head.
May isang lalaking nakaitim na naglalakad. Pagmasdan mabuti kung ano ang mangyayari sa kanya.
Weirdly, the man then seems to vanish before a truck drives down the road from the opposite direction. In cases of missing body parts, people often cite wonky security cameras or glitches as the cause. In this case, the man's body is very clearly defined while there's no blurriness where his head should be. The blurriness often seen in these sorts of situations are typically associated with low compression rates. As such, it makes it less likely that it's simply a case of a faulty camera, and more likely a case of something a little spookier. Sometimes the creepiest things caught on film aren't paranormal at all. TikTok user jhindo327 proved this with footage from their Ring security camera. Take a look. As you can see, a woman slowly walks up the stairs to the entrance of the house. She leans in to face the security camera directly before putting her whole face directly onto the camera. She then backs up, pauses for a moment, and does the same thing again. Most likely, this is just a woman either high on drugs or very drunk who seems to have lost her way. Why she was so fascinated by the security camera is a mystery, but in the end, it's lucky nothing more drastic happened here. TikToker Gonzo Degoose was woken up at 3 AM one morning by an alert that their security system had detected movement just outside their home. They rushed to the monitor and were shocked at what they saw. As you can see, there appears to be a small child wandering around in the middle of the night. The uploader was so freaked out that they couldn't believe a small child would be roaming all by themselves that early in the morning. This led them to believe they were actually seeing something more mysterious. The uploader suggested they had captured an elf on camera. There is definitely something odd about the way the figure moves, but it's probably not an elf. We think it's creepy enough that a kid was wandering around all by themselves in the wee hours of the morning. Who are they and where are their parents? Until further info comes to hand, this bizarre piece of footage will have to remain a mystery. One TikTok video uploaded by user Travel Cat Mum shows us a clip of a cat that seems to have the ability to do something on the paranormal side. Take a look. Watching that again in slow motion, a cat seems to manifest out of thin air before running away off frame. Viewers were split on what was really going on in this video. Some believe this was just a case of the cat moving very quickly and the camera not being able to catch it in real time. Others, however, thought that this was indeed proof of a cat manifesting in from another dimension. Sometimes CCTV footage can be a blend of creepy and funny at the same time. One TikTok video shared by Jakes to Guy shows us a super odd situation. Take a look.
Cheese time.
Watching that again, the strange man walks up to the security camera, leans in and says cheese time.
Cheese time.
He then covers the camera with a slice of cheese before the video ends. This is one of the lighter CCTV footage videos out there, but it's still super strange. At least it's cheese time, I guess.
Cheese time.
Next up is some chilling CCTV footage from South Korea. In May of 2019, a young woman from Silim district of Seoul was returning home after a night out with friends. Watch what the security cameras captured. As you can see, the woman only narrowly gets into her apartment before a suspicious-looking man tries to hold open the door and enter. He paces back and forth for a while. He even tries moving the door handle. Eventually, he leaves the area. The woman called the police, and this piece of visual evidence went viral around the internet. At one point in the clip, you can see that the man realizes he's being filmed. The following morning, the man turned himself in to the authorities. Known only as Joe, the 30-year-old man claimed he was drunk and doesn't remember following the woman to her apartment. The police initially charged the man with trespassing, but after public outrage, the man was charged with more serious offences and is facing several years in prison. We've actually featured TikTokers Lainey and Ben before, as it seems their whole house is filled with non-stop paranormal activity. Fortunately, they've set up security cameras all around their home for the rest of us to witness the strange activity as well. In the first clip, we see the interior of their living room. Here we can see some rather eerie activity. The second video shows the living room again, where more strange things keep happening. In the third clip, things get a little more alarming. Take a look. Watching that again in slow motion, utensils fly out of the drawer. Then what seems to be a knife goes flying into the wall across the room. In the fourth clip, which takes place in the kitchen again, whatever's causing the activity seems to have a vendetta against Ben.
You shot me? That's not funny.
In the final clip, while it's not CCTV footage, it's so strange we just had to add it. Take a look at what happens.
What the hell? Shut up.
What the hell? Did you see it?
You couldn't miss it? Oh, we've got to watch that back.
As you can see, the door handle clearly moves before the door swings open on its own.
Shut up.
Lainey and Ben look up the stairs, but there's nothing there.
You couldn't miss it? Oh, we've got to watch that back.
Is this house really haunted? The footage certainly seems to suggest so. But as always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewer. What do you think is going on? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Slaptam viewer Steve OC sent us this eerie piece of home security footage. Over the course of several months in 2018, this viewer had been experiencing some strange activity in their home, and they seem to have the evidence to prove it. Take a look at what their home security cameras captured. As you can see, all kinds of bizarre movement has been recorded. Pantry doors and drawers appear to move all on their own. Just when you think it's weird enough, keep an eye on the window on the left-hand side. Sadly, the clip ends right as the figure appears, but if we slow it down and brighten the image, something seems to peer in through the window. It would seem this footage backs up our viewers' claims that they believe their home is haunted. But what do you think? Would love to hear your take on this strange piece of home security footage in the comments section down below. YouTube channel Paranormies is quickly becoming one of the best paranormal investigation channels on the site. They often travel to abandoned properties and other allegedly haunted locations looking for evidence of the paranormal. And more often than not, they catch things on camera that aren't easily explained. In this episode, they travel to a remote cabin deep in the Canadian wilderness. The Paranormies team were tipped off about the property when an eerie trail cam photo was posted to Instagram. Take a look.
We first became aware of Thomas and his cabin after he posted an eerie trail cam image on Instagram. The post has since been deleted, but a screenshot shows what appears to be a ghostly little girl in the middle of the woods near the cabin.
Lead investigator Jordan recounts some eerie incidents that have happened to guests while staying at the cabin.
An ex-girlfriend of his who he brought to the cabin had to leave in the middle of the night after having the worst night terror of her life and didn't feel safe in the cabin. During a hunting trip with his hunting buddies, after retiring to their rooms for the night, one friend was woken by a loud noise in the upstairs bedroom where he was sleeping. After sitting up in bed, he saw an apparition standing at the edge of his bed, which quickly dissipated into nothingness.
The team investigated the history of the cabin, which has been owned by the one family for decades. They discovered that the current owner's great aunt used to practice witchcraft inside the cabin. Knowing the eerie history and having heard the first-hand accounts of alleged hauntings in the cabin, the Paranormies team decided to stay the night and investigate the property for themselves. They set up cameras and special equipment around the cabin in the hopes of capturing evidence of the strange goings-on.
Maybe some of you are still attached to this building. That's what we've heard.
Things begin to get weird when the team hears a knock at the front door.
Whoa.
This door or that door?
It's this back door, yeah, with this door. Hello? Radio.
A short while later, the activity seems to increase.
Soul. Reporting it.
You f***ing heard
What
that.
the f is going on, dude? Violence.
Violence?
Then one of their REM pods goes off as one of the team members begins to feel unwell.
I got a bad feeling in here, dude. There it goes. Just as I said that. Right there. I gotta get out of here, man.
While investigating upstairs of the cabin, more strange movement is caught on camera.
I probably shouldn't have came here in the first place, right?
Oh my god. Okay.
Holy
Oh my god, I'm having a panic attack here.
As you can see, the rocking chair begins to move, seemingly all on its own.
Oh my god. Okay.
There's another eerie detail about this chair. Earlier in the episode, at around the 8:14 mark, you can actually see that this rocking chair is on the other side of the room. The team didn't touch it at all, yet somehow it's now on the opposite side of the room later in the night.
I probably shouldn't have came here in the first place, right?
Oh my god. Okay.
As the evening progresses, the team decides to use a Ouija board to try and make contact with whatever's residing inside the cabin. Watch what happens.
Are you good or are you bad? Oh god! Holy shit. Okay. Oh. I don't even know. Who is that?
As the investigation comes to a close, there's one final unsettling event. Watch.
Hi. Okay. I was a knock at the door.
We gotta check that. Okay, Mary, can you say goodbye?
Again. Okay, goodbye. Oh, no.
Mary, we have to say goodbye now, okay?
Just put it goodbye. Just
Okay.
put it there.
Okay. Cool.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So what's going on in this cabin, and just who is the mysterious child captured on the trail cam on a cold winter's night? Given the history of the property, the fact that the owner's great aunt used to practice witchcraft in the cabin, it would seem it conjured some kind of inexplicable force that may be still lingering even today. The Paranormies have a part 2 to this investigation up on their channel now. I highly recommend you check it out, support their content, give them a thumbs up and subscribe, it's well worth a look. There's a link to their channel in the description box below.
Oh my god!
What do you see?
Holy f***, I thought I saw a shadow. This... Holy f***, I thought I saw a shadow.
This next snippet of footage was uploaded to Reddit by user StayRB89. The Redditor claims that when they were young, they used to be followed around by a ghostly older man that only they could see. This clip was captured in the early 90s. The uploader's grandparents owned a pub. It was early morning, around 7:30 AM, while the pub was being cleaned for the upcoming day's service. The OP's mum was filming on a new camcorder the family had just purchased. Take a look at what was captured. The clip is short and the quality's poor, but if you slow it down, there is something chilling hiding in the footage. On the left-hand side is the uploader when they were young, crawling on the floor. You can just see their head come into frame. Now, on the right-hand side of the shot is something a little more unsettling. Just behind one of the columns is the face of an older man. It looks like he's hiding. Now remember, it's 7:30 in the morning and there was no one else in the building at the time the video was captured. The OP's Nan has always thought the old pub was haunted, and this eerie piece of footage certainly seems to corroborate her claims. Given that the uploader has always thought an older man was following him when he was growing up, this sighting is certainly chilling. I'd love to hear your take on this strange piece of footage in the comments section down below. In November 2013, something was captured on camera that caused quite a stir in Glenview, Illinois. Maureen Kent was attending a service at Our Lady of Perpetual Help when she decided to snap a picture of the ornate setup inside the church. When she glanced at the photo, she was stunned at what she saw. Looking at the photos, you can see a bright white figure hovering over the altar. Whatever it is, it's right beside the host, which Catholics believe is the true body of Christ. Fellow churchgoers immediately recognized the shape of the figure as the classic depiction of the Virgin Mary. Kent is adamant that the image hasn't been tampered with, calling the sighting a miraculous moment. When you first glance at the photo, it does just look like it's a ray of sunlight. However, the rest of the altar doesn't match the bright colouring, nor are there even any windows that could be letting in such a bright ray of sun. So what do you think? Is this a so-called miraculous moment caught on camera, or is there another way to explain the sighting? This next unsettling photo was uploaded to Reddit by Third One. Back in 2017, the uploader noticed that a dark silhouette would appear in their neighbour's kitchen window. It would come and go, but each time it appeared, it would stand there for hours at a time. The uploader eventually took a photo of the silhouette to show the neighbour. They weren't sure whether it was someone spying on their neighbour looking in, or whether it was someone looking out of the window. But it was the fact that the figure would stand there for hours at a time that freaked the OP out. Eventually, they showed the photo to the neighbour, who had no idea who it was. The neighbour has since moved away and the figure no longer appears. This could mean a number of things. The neighbour was pulling a prank and maybe placed a cardboard cutout in the window. Perhaps there was a stalker spying on the family, or as some commenters suggested, it could be a shadow figure or a spirit. Which do you think is the most likely scenario? Love to hear your thoughts down below. This is an old clip from Christmas Eve 2006, uploaded to YouTube by Cara Densau. It shows several young girls playing around with a Ouija board.
Okay, Ashley, can you move the chair for us?
After asking some questions, something unsettling happens. Watch.
Okay.
Okay, we better hurry, our pancakes ready.
Will you move it for us now before we go get our pancakes?
Oh my gosh, Karen.
Okay.
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 Is it Kara?
I don't know.
Kara?
Yeah?
Watching that again, after they ask a spirit called Ashley to move the chair, it would appear it obliges. The girls scream and the clip ends abruptly.
Is it Kara?
I don't know.
Kara?
Yeah?
Eerily, this is the only video uploaded to the channel, so there's no way of knowing what happened to the girls after the clip ends. Could something bad have happened to them? It's been 15 years with no update, so it's looking like the mystery will have to remain in place.
Is it Kara?
I don't know.
Kara?
Yeah?
before we take a look at an eerie family photo that was sent to us by a viewer, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary and mysterious videos. I'm still down here. Help. One of our viewers, No Kaleidoscope 417, uploaded this pic to our Slaptown subreddit, asking the community whether or not there's something more to this seemingly innocent photo. In the photo, we can see the OP's daughter and niece posing for the camera. In the foreground is their sister-in-law's phone, which is also taking a snap of the girls. At first, the family didn't notice anything, but in the photo on the phone in the foreground, there's 2 extra faces in the image. The first and most prominent face in the photo is that of an older man. The family immediately recognized the face as their grandfather, who had just passed away 2 months prior to this photo being taken. Take a look at this comparison photo. Although the photo on the right is blurry, there is indeed a resemblance to their granddad. The second face is a little less defined, but some of the family believes it also looks like their grandmother. Here's a comparison. Stranger still, the photo on the phone in the foreground that shows the extra faces doesn't seem to exist. The phone you can see didn't save the photo. The OP is also adamant that nothing's been tampered with, and given the fact that it's a photo of a photo, it would be pretty hard to manufacture anyway. So what do you think? Are the grandparents making contact with their family, or is it just a case of a strange blurry photo? The resemblance of the grandfather is certainly there. When geneticist Neil Gemmell first went on his expedition to Loch Ness, he probably didn't expect to find anything too out of the ordinary. However, he was in for a shock when he reviewed the last bit of his underwater footage. While he may not have stumbled upon the fabled prehistoric plesiosaur that is said to stalk the depths of the Scottish lake, he was still able to find something truly surprising. In this short clip, we can see a fish slowly making its way towards the camera. While this may seem innocuous at first, it later becomes clear that the fish is swimming away from something. Watch what happens. As you can see, a long tentacle or eel-like creature makes its way through the background. According to the scientist, it's more likely that Nessie is a large eel rather than some prehistoric dinosaur, and he points to this video as proof. Furthermore, for the myth to have persisted for so long, he figures that several of these eel-like creatures must call Loch Ness home. Although the legend of Loch Ness Monster traces its roots to Irish missionaries in the region in the 6th century, the modern image of this creature has primarily been informed by the reports of Scottish journalists in the 1930s. Taken in 1938, the iconic surgeon's photo depicts a silhouette of what appeared to be a large creature in Loch Ness. The authenticity of this photo was later debunked. It turns out it was just a toy submarine. Nonetheless, the image ignited a worldwide passion for the creature, and many people still travel to Loch Ness in the hope of catching a glimpse of this ancient beast. So if there truly are a breeding population of undiscovered eels down in the depths of Loch Ness, then where did they come from, and why have they eluded scientists for so long? An outdoor meditation session is a great way to relax while getting close to nature. However, in Alec McDonald's case, nature might have gotten a little too close. Noticing a large black feline in a nearby field, McDonald grabbed his phone and snapped a photo as quickly as possible. The image, which was taken in New South Wales, Australia, depicts a large black feline skirting on the edge of a nearby forest. Notably, the animal has a large head and a very muscular frame. Because of its robust features, many people who have seen the image think it's some sort of panther. However, most local biologists have concluded that the creature in question was simply a large feral cat. Officially, Australia has no native panthers, but accounts of panther-like animals have been recorded across the country since it was first colonised by the British Empire. Known as the Blue Mountains panther by some believers, this big kitty has been reported by pilots, hikers, hunters, naturalists, and many others. Could this animal be a known species that has been inadvertently introduced into the area, or could it be an entirely new kind of feline? Whether or not the Blue Mountains panther actually exists, enthusiasts from all corners of the earth continue to flock to the Australian wilderness to try and catch a glimpse of this elusive beast. TikTok user Sergio Luis Reis was just enjoying a nice summer day on a Brazilian beach when he was suddenly interrupted by a jellyfish-like monster that looked like it belonged on another planet. The creature, which had a bulbous head and long tentacles, floated near the surface of the shallow waters just a few yards away from the cameraman. Like any young man in this day and age, he quickly busted out his phone to take a quick video to share on social media. Although the creature seemed to just float near the surface for the duration of the short clip, there's no denying that its presence must have been somewhat unnerving. Several varieties of jellyfish roam the planet's oceans, but the larger varieties typically stay away from shallow waters. So far, no prominent marine biologists have commented on this strange video. There's a good chance that the specimen was simply a sick or injured jellyfish that had lost its sense of direction. This could explain its docile nature and strange appearance. However, it doesn't seem to resemble any extant jellyfish species. Did Sergio Luis Reis come across an entirely new species, or did he just happen to cross paths with an ugly duckling? If it was just an extant species, then why was it so close to the shore? And why haven't similar creatures been spotted near Brazil's extensive coastline? It seems that terrible and fascinating creatures are drawn to beaches across the world. As Svetlana Klementieva took a casual stroll along a beach in Kamchatka, Russia, she happened to stumble upon a grotesque mass of appendages resting on the shore. Since this odd monster didn't resemble anything that she had ever seen before, she decided to take several snapshots and a quick video. The unidentified object, which had a slightly fuzzy texture, didn't appear to move, so Svetlana and the video's viewers determined that it was a corpse. At the time of the video's release, Sergei Konev, a local marine biologist, asserted that the mass was simply a chunk of dead whale. Others claimed that it was the corpse of a giant squid, but that wouldn't explain its strange furry texture. Still, many people think that the furry texture was just a result of decomposition. Because giant squids and colossal squids tend to inhabit deep waters far away from the coastline, it's extremely rare for their corpses to wash ashore. Sometimes, however, sick or injured squids make their way to shallower waters, but as a result, their corpses are typically found fresh and mostly intact. Consequently, many people have wondered whether this corpse might belong to an entirely new beast. After all, the vast majority of the ocean has gone unexplored, so it wouldn't be too implausible for an undiscovered sea monster to wash ashore. Do you think that the experts have been correct in their assessment of this creature, or might there be another explanation for this very massive flesh and appendages? TikTok user Cryptid Chronicles has uploaded a video that shows a holidaymaker going about their day at an American ski resort when they happen to notice a large group of fellow skiers and snowboarders gathered near the edge of the tree line. The clip shows the faint silhouette of a vaguely human-shaped creature in the forest. According to the uploader, the animal was between 8 and 10 feet tall. As the camera holder zooms in, the large figure remains relatively stationary, but it seems to be manipulating something with its hands. Accounts of mythical giant apes have appeared all across the world and throughout much of recorded history. Many names have been ascribed to these beasts. Sasquatch and Bigfoot tend to be the most common names for cryptid apes in the United States, and dozens of sightings occur every year. Some scientists and cryptid enthusiasts believe that certain human ancestors or relatives could have survived into the modern era. They might be just so intelligent that they've continued to elude capture. However, if these intelligent creatures are truly roaming the wilderness, then it's only a matter of time until someone gathers more concrete evidence. Life on the Cody First Nation Reserve in Saskatchewan tends to be a pretty calm and quiet place. However, when possible monsters visit at night, that sense of peace and normalcy can disappear in an instant. One night, a Redditor who lives on the reserve noticed something curious behind a boulder in their yard. Going by the username XBeerSeekerX on Reddit, this brave soul felt driven to record the encounter and upload it to the platform for the rest of the world to analyze. Standing on their porch, the uploader focuses on the boulder for some time, but nothing seems to happen. However, once he shuts his porch light off and rapidly turns it on again, a strange figure can be seen retreating behind the boulder. The video isn't of the highest quality, so viewers disagree on how to describe the creature. The Redditor repeats the process of turning off the lights, and each time the creature can be seen retreating behind the large rock.
The heck is that?
The uploader suggested it might be a local mythical creature that resembles a gnome or elf. These small creatures are believed to enjoy offerings of sweet tea and tobacco and have historically been spotted in warmer weather. Other viewers put forth the theory that the creature is a Wendigo. A common myth among Algonquin peoples and other Native American tribes, the Wendigo is said to be an evil spirit that bears an unyielding appetite. According to legend, the creature shapeshifts into a variety of familiar or inconspicuous forms to trick their prey. Once the victim gets close, the Wendigo pounces and consumes the person's flesh. There have even been accounts of these monsters trying to imitate human speech patterns and familiar animal noises. Thankfully, the Redditor lived to tell the tale. However, if they have a Wendigo visiting their backyard, then they may not want to heave a sigh of relief just yet. This myth has existed for thousands of years, and it would be strange for so many people across thousands of miles to have reported the same monster for such a long time. Even if it's not actually a supernatural phenomenon, there must be something behind the legend.
The heck is that?
Thailand's a great place to try delicious food, visit the beach and take a hike. Apparently, it's also a prime location for anyone who wants to encounter an undiscovered cryptid. Kayaking through a charming cove with a group of like-minded tourists, Jemayal Kawaja encountered the strangest thing. Within a partially submerged cave, he and the tour group ran into a tribe of furry humanoids, dancing and playing strange instruments. At this point, Jemayal Kawaja took out his camera and let the film roll. While he only recorded the strange crew for a bit over a minute, according to him, the group continued to perform for a total of 30 minutes. It was later revealed that this performance had been orchestrated by Tori Raines, a Norwegian artist. She had enlisted the help of local actors to make the bizarre scene come to life. While this odd scene may have been fabricated, it raises many intriguing questions. What inspired Tori Raines to come up with such a scene, and why did she want to perform it in front of a bunch of tourists? Still, it would have been quite a sight for the surprised kayakers. The Argentinian city of Villa Carlos Paz is known for many things. It's a picturesque resort city that features beautiful valleys and luscious lakes, and many tourists visit the city to escape the many stresses of life. However, its glimmering waters may hide a dark secret. Shortly after crossing a bridge at the edge of Lake San Roque, Julieta Garcia saw a long, motionless creature floating on the surface of the water. Thankfully, the creature washed ashore, so Garcia could analyze it more closely. Measuring in at around 80 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, this strange animal is not something that you'd want to see swimming alongside you. While the eel-like beast had a slender body, its massive head was conspicuous. Furthermore, it didn't seem to have eyes. Many commenters asserted that the sea monster was just a massive eel. However, freshwater eels in the area are not that big, and they typically don't have such a bulbous head. Could this have simply been a sick, injured, or deformed eel, or is something more mysterious going on? The beast may have been introduced by humans, or it could have somehow found its way into the lake on its own. Then again, there's always the possibility that this type of creature has always existed in this lake, but maybe Garcia was simply the first one to see it. After all, if scientists could film a potentially undiscovered eel-like creature in Loch Ness, then why couldn't a similar animal show up in Lake San Roque? Sometimes there's footage so eerie that even if there is some type of logical explanation to describe what's going on, all who view it are thoroughly creeped out regardless. That's exactly what happened with one Reddit video uploaded by user Fit Then Fat. In the CCTV footage that they shared on the website, we get a view of something unnerving in Costa Rica that has viewers offering suggestions from everything from a cryptid to a ghoul to even the legend of a local witch with terrible intentions. In the video, we can immediately see a dog barking loudly at something off screen, his bark sounding clearly panicked. Another dog soon joins him, barking equally as loud and looking scared. But what happens next is likely to both surprise you and weird you out at the same time. Take a look. On the right of screen appears a strange figure with large bent legs walking in a crab-like motion down the street. The dogs follow the person/creature as it eerily makes its way down the road, barking and chasing it as it crawls off screen and into the distance. There are nearly 500 comments from other Reddit users who have tried to make sense of what they just witnessed. Some went for an explanation that didn't delve into the paranormal realms, offering the idea that this was simply a very inebriated and flexible individual who had managed to bend over and crawl in a very peculiar way. Others were less convinced, believing the figure to possibly be the dreaded Costa Rican legend named Lamona. Lamona is believed to be a witch with a great resemblance to a monkey, notable for her extra long arms and legs, as well as her body covered fully in hair. The screams of Lamona are said to cause great terror in even the bravest of people, leaving them shaken for the rest of their lives. Moreover, Lamona is known for jumping on the roofs of houses and scratching the walls to freak out the people inside. The possibility of this figure being Lamona could explain the clear terror of the dog's barks, as well as the bent legs that look way too long to be human. So does this video prove that the legend of Lamona is indeed true? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. For one grocery shop in the UK, a shopping trolley became the centre of attention after it started to suddenly move and zip around, seemingly of its own accord. Reddit user Pags3531 originally shared the clip, which has since stirred up quite the debate in both the UK and around the globe. We can see a lone shopping trolley sitting in an empty parking lot in the security camera footage. Suddenly, the trolley jerks backwards before spinning around and flailing down the parking lot out of sight. Here it is again in slow motion. The original uploader of the video did inform viewers that it was a particularly windy day that day, which could explain why the trolley had shifted in the first place. Others suggested that if the trolley had had a bad wheel, it could explain why it had continued to move down the lot, the wheel having forced the trolley to slide in a backward motion. Still, some eagle-eyed viewers noted that the timestamp of the video seemed to be faster than normal, adding to the strange zip-like movement of the cart. This is a common practice for individuals who like to manipulate footage for the sake of making it scarier. Of course, paranormal fans believe that a ghost or other supernatural figure had caused this to occur. So was there a paranormal figure that needed to go on a quick grocery run, or is this simply another case of some cleverly edited footage? We'll leave that up to you to decide. A haunted wheelchair. This idea seems like something that might show up in a horror movie, not in real life. Unfortunately, for one man in a hospital, he came face to face with this exact situation. The Daily Star in the UK provided the video for all to see and speculate. In the clip, the camera operator films a wheelchair that sits a few feet away from him in a reception area. A couple of seconds into filming, the wheelchair slowly turns to face the man. The man moves to the right to get a better view of the chair, which then shifts to face his direction again. Creeped out, the man turns and hurriedly walks away. The clip then cuts to some time later, where the man approaches the chair once again. Immediately, the chair begins to move slowly towards the man. He backs away before turning around and running away for good. The turning of the wheelchair to face the man is perhaps the most terrifying factor of the entire video. There's been no explanation provided for what is happening in this clip, leaving viewers to draw their own conclusions. Given that this was filmed in a hospital where no doubt hundreds of people have passed away, many viewers think that the wheelchair was being manipulated by a spirit that hasn't been able to move on, perhaps someone who doesn't realise they've died at all. Whatever way you look at it, it's some freaky footage, and an encounter that will likely haunt the camera holder for a very long time. For one Australian couple flying to Greece, a chance mid-air sighting will likely have stayed with them for a very long time. Kerry Faridas shared the clip in hopes that viewers could give an explanation for what it was they saw. In the video, shot from a window of an airplane, we can see the wing of the plane as well as clouds in the distance. Eerily, there's an ambiguous, thin black object that seems to hover in the air. A woman in the background asks, "What is that?" in a panicked voice.
What is that? Carrie, what is that?
The object turns slowly. A long plume of thick black smoke trails behind it. It continues to fly close to the airplane for the duration of the clip, turning around slowly. Theories as to what this bizarre sighting could be are wide and ranging. Some suggested it could be some type of military aircraft, perhaps a new one that the public isn't aware of. Many believe that militaries keep plenty of secrets from their citizens, so this isn't a stretch of a theory for conspiracy lovers. Others believe this is an example of a UFO in action with aliens likely on board, following the airplane. Whether they're just curious about the aircraft or had some other intentions is unknown. Still, others jokingly offered the idea that the figure is a Dementor straight out of the Harry Potter book series. If this is the case, we can only hope Harry's nearby to save the day. Reddit user Kuchikami provided footage that has made some people rethink what the worst thing they could experience in an airport could truly be. The security footage shows an empty gate area with a big black door to the right of frame. Suddenly, the door swings open with force, seemingly all on its own. Here it is again in slow motion. There's clearly nothing interfering with the door to make it open. Unequal air pressure has been the #1 suggested culprit for this bizarre occurrence. Many viewers have claimed to have seen this exact same situation in their workplaces or school. Still, many other Redditors disputed this, referencing the heaviness of the door as the reason why it couldn't simply have been air pressure that pushed it open in such a forceful manner. Some Redditors saw an extremely slight shadow change right before the door swung open, bringing up the possibility of a ghost opening the door. Could this have been a ghost who was eager to catch a flight, or does the air pressure in the airport need to be double checked? Let me know which theory you think it is in the comments section below. A video shared by Anne Alston on the Daily Star UK seems to show something paranormal, an eerie sighting that's been causing viewers to get goosebumps across the world. In the video, we see CCTV footage of an empty street with a lamppost in the middle of the frame. A few moments into the footage, something eerie is caught on camera. Take a look. If we watch it again, what seems to be a ghostly individual with a face and torso appears directly out of the lamppost and walks forward. As the figure walks down the street, it then vanishes into thin air and disappears completely from sight. If we zoom in and slow it down a little, the figure does greatly resemble a human being with a transparent form. Many viewers have agreed that the figure does indeed look very much like a ghost, though others have tried to offer alternative ideas for what this figure could be. For instance, some think that the figure was the result of a camera glitch or some type of reflection. The reflection idea has been hotly debated though, as the camera sits outside and not indoors, where it could reflect off glass or another surface. Interestingly, the original poster of the video claims that this figure's been spotted by others in the same street, usually at night time when no one else was around. As a result, some believe that this could truly only be explained as something otherworldly. Reddit user Gilgamesh vs Humbaba caught something on camera in his bathroom that has gone on to make many Reddit users scratch their heads in confusion. Whether this is some type of animal or a ghostly entity remains a mystery, though there's no doubting that it's certainly bizarre. The video shot in the Reddit user's bathroom shows us a view of the bathroom floor. Immediately, we can see something small and white scurry on the floor and out of view on the bottom right of the frame. The cameraman pans the camera around the floor, but nothing else appears for the rest of the video. Here's the strange sighting again in slow motion. The Reddit user explained that, while he does have a small pet cat, his cat was in another room at the time, so this mysterious figure couldn't possibly be his cat. He did say that he had had pets that had passed away before, and he wouldn't be surprised if what he saw was actually the spirit of an old pet of his. In fact, he claims to have seen the spirits of his past pets in other homes. Many other Reddit users like this thought, as it brings a sense of comfort to those who have lost pets. However, the original uploader of the video did say that his home is very old, so this figure could be the spirit of something else altogether, perhaps something even sinister. Still, others were sure that the creature was indeed his current cat who had escaped another room, and that no spirits were involved at all. So give the video another view and judge for yourself as to exactly what's going on here. Then let us know what you think down below. Our first entry comes from one of our viewers who submitted an eerie photo on our Slapped Ham Facebook group. In 2012, Sandra Lyles Goldsberry and her family were exploring the Ha Ha Tonka State Park in Missouri when they took a series of photos to remember the day by. They took a bunch of snaps in quick succession and didn't think much of it. That was until they reviewed them. The family was stunned at what they saw. In this first one, you can see a group of children smiling for the camera. There's nothing strange about the pic at all. However, in this one, taken just seconds later, something strange can be seen in the background. It looks like a face with a large outstretched hand looming towards the camera. Our community members were freaked out by the image. One viewer, Tina Gerd, enlarged the image and brightened it up for all to see. Not far from where this photo was taken stands the abandoned ruins of the Ha Ha Tonka Castle, an area of the state park that many believe to be cursed and heavily haunted. In 1905, wealthy Kansas City businessman Robert McClure Snyder Sr. began construction on a grand stone mansion that was modelled after European castles of the 16th century. Set high atop a rocky bluff, the sprawling manor was set to be a beautiful retreat for the family to enjoy. However, less than a year into its construction in 1906, Snyder was killed in a terrible car accident. Snyder's two sons took over the project and completed the castle just before the great stock market crash of the 1920s. Then, in 1942, the home was gutted by fire, leaving nothing but a stone facade atop the cliff face. Due to their tragic history, many believe the Snyder family were cursed, and that curse now lingers in the ruins of the old castle today. In recent years, tourists have reported eerie shadow figures moving among the ruins. One hiker claims to have seen a full-bodied apparition floating on the property. Some say it's the ghost of Snyder himself, trapped eternally in the rubble of the doomed family castle. So, given that this photo was taken not too far from the so-called cursed castle, could it be that we're seeing the spectral remains of Old Man Snyder himself, reaching out in grim terror, shackled by the family curse for all eternity? In February 2022, something truly bizarre was caught on a security camera in Xicalapan de Juarez, about 20 miles east of Mexico City. The footage was uploaded to YouTube by Mousen TV. Take a look. The camera overlooks an empty lot. 3 stray dogs are spooked by an unknown floating object that hovers about the area. Here's the object through an infrared filter. It looks to be an amorphous blob that drifts through the air. Initially, people thought the footage was edited with CGI. However, the fact that the dogs interact with the object seems to discredit this theory. Some comments speculated whether the object is alien in nature, perhaps a craft of some kind collecting data here on Earth. Of course, there's a possibility it could just be a drone or perhaps a deflated balloon, but the amorphous quality of the object casts some doubt on this theory. It's definitely a strange piece of footage, and as of yet, there's been no official word on what this object really could be. This next bizarre little clip was uploaded to Instagram by Strange Activities. The footage has been dividing the comment section on what it's actually showing. Take a look and see what you think. We can see an unknown creature clinging to a branch out the front of a house. Some commenters were calling it an undocumented cryptid, a creature that's yet to be classified by modern science. However, the majority of comments thought it had to be CGI, which most likely is the case. I have to say though, whoever made this really should be working in top-tier Hollywood movies, as the animation is outstanding. Sticking with mysterious creatures, although this next one is almost certainly not CGI. It was uploaded to the Facebook group Weird, Fantastic and Odd Things by Max Jack. This bizarre looking snake was found in Thailand by a local resident who took it home and fed it fish. The snake looks to be covered in green fur. Some comments suggested it might be some kind of algae growing on the snake's skin. The person who discovered the bizarre snake is going to hand the creature over to authorities for research and identification. So until then, all we can do is marvel at this mysterious animal. If you can't get enough of the old slapped ham, we publish daily spooky videos over on our TikTok account. There's a link in the description box below. Check us out and hit that follow button. Paranormal investigator Lalo Escalante is dedicated to exploring some of the most notorious locations in Mexico. Whether it's abandoned buildings, sites of urban legend, or cemeteries, more often than not, Lalo Escalante captures some really freaky stuff on camera. In this episode, he's exploring an old graveyard. Many locals believe the property is riddled with tormented spirits, and often report sightings of shadowy figures lurking in the dead of night and objects moving seemingly all on their own. Disembodied screams are also said to be a common occurrence. It isn't long into the exploration before the OP begins hearing things in the distance.
Escucho un grito. Hola. Uy, abre una reja.
Moments later, as the camera holder's torch begins to flicker, he asks if there's any spirits nearby to make themselves known. That's when this happens.
Si una entidad se quiere manifestar, dame una señal. ¿Alguna entidad se encuentra aquí? ¿Qué pedo?
Watching that again, a nearby tap mysteriously turns itself on, scaring the cat away.
¿Alguna entidad se encuentra aquí? ¿Qué pedo? Se abrió la llave.
He then turns the tap off, but seconds later, it turns itself back on.
Se abrió la llave. Uy. ¿Quién anda ahí? Se abrió la llave. La llave se abrió. ¿Sí la vieron? Ay, Dios mío. ¡Eh! Mira, 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 mira. Otra vez de nuevo. ¿De nuevo se abrió?
Later, the uploader explores another part of the cemetery when something eerie is caught on camera. Watch.
¿Quién está aquí? ¿Alguien es...? Vean, 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 vean. Vean cómo el tren se está moviendo. El tren se está moviendo, el tren se está moviendo. El tren se está moviendo, vean, vean, vean.
Somehow, the toy appears to move on its own.
Estoy enfocando.
He even checks to see if there's batteries, but there's none there.
¿Quién eres? Vean, por favor, que no estoy desenfocando esto. Se está moviendo el tren. Dios mío de mi vida. Vean. No tiene pilas, vean.
After hearing numerous strange sounds, the explorer is soon confronted by a terrifying sight. Take a look.
Se ve que tiene muchísimos años. ¡Mira! ¡Ay, ay, se vio una mujer! ¡Se vio una mujer!
Here it is again, slowed down. There appears to be the figure of a woman moving to the right. The OP is so freaked out, he begins to recite a prayer in Latin.
Pater noster, qui in ceris, sanctificetur, nomen tu adveniat, regnum tu fiat, voluntatus sicut, in cielo in the terra.
Before long, yet more strange activity is recorded.
Quiero que te presentes. Preséntate. De nuevo.
The candle seems to move by itself.
De nuevo.
The camera holder then decides to go investigate the tap once more, the place where all the eerie activity began in the first place.
No, amigos. Esa llave no se va a abrir, yo creo. Ay, Dios mío. Y ahí están los perros. Ay, Dios mío.
Eventually, the noises and bizarre activity become too much for the explorer and the video abruptly ends.
Acá se escuchó.
So what do you make of this eerie encounter? Could this old cemetery in Mexico really be haunted? The moving toy, the tap, the strange vanishing woman, it all certainly makes you wonder whether something supernatural is at play here. But ultimately, I'll let you be the judge.
Mira. Ay, ay, se vio una mujer. Se vio una mujer.
Here's another bizarre little clip that was uploaded to Reddit by user Exastican. I won't preface this one, just marvel in its strangeness. As you can see, a car's dashcam has caught the moment a styrofoam box falls out the back of an open truck, not once, but twice. Well, that's about it. Something about a slipstream and science. Now let's get back to the ghosties. This clip was sent to us by one of our viewers, Natalie Jean Bonovich. It's a home video that Natalie's brother-in-law took while renovating his house to put on the market. He was using the video to show all the work that he had done on the building. He didn't actually review the video until a year later, but that's when he spotted something in one of the windows. Take a look. While in real time, the light in the front left window looks like a reflection. But if you play it in slow motion, it starts to look a little more mysterious. Some viewers think it looks like the light is coming from inside the house. The brother-in-law said that while living there, it always felt like there was a ghost lurking nearby. He also later found out that the previous owner, an elderly woman, passed away in the home. The comment section was almost 50-50 divided on this sighting. Some say it's just a reflection, others think there's more to it. So where do you sit on this one? Let us know down below. Our last entry was submitted to our Facebook group by Romy L. Romy was sitting around the house one day when she felt like something was watching her. She took a few quick snaps to try and document the strange feeling. At first, the photos don't appear to show all that much. However, on close inspection, there is indeed something there. If you zoom in, there appears to be a transparent face. There's a faint hint of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. It almost looks like there's tears just under its left eye. Romy left us a message saying, "The photo was taken shortly after the birth of my daughter. My pregnancy test was on the first anniversary of my father-in-law's death. Maybe he wanted to tell me something." So what do you think? Could this be a family member trying to make contact from the beyond? Or is it all just pareidolia? Until further info comes to hand, this sighting will have to remain a mystery. In late August 2020, two pilots on two separate commercial flights reported seeing something unusual flying through the sky. While approaching LAX at around 6:30 PM, an American Airlines pilot radioed air traffic control to report an unidentified flying person at about 3,000 feet in the air. Listen to the call that was made.
Tower, American 1997, we just passed a guy in a jetpack.
American 1997, okay, thank you. Were they off to your left side or right side?
Off the left side, maybe 300 yards or so, about our altitude.
Then, a pilot on Southwest Airlines also reported the sighting. Take a listen.
We just saw the guy pass by us jetpack.
The mysterious jetpack man continued to be spotted by commercial airline pilots over the span of several months. Then, in December 2020, visual confirmation was released by the Sling Pilot Academy via ABC 7 News. A flight instructor managed to get some footage of the elusive jetpack man flying some 3,000 feet in the air. This took place around the Palos Verdes Peninsula, just south of LAX. Local law enforcement and the FBI launched an investigation into the infamous jetpack man, sometimes referred to as Iron Man, but were unable to track down the individual. Then, in July 2021, Jetpack Man struck again and was sighted for the fourth time flying near LAX. The puzzling thing is, there are only a handful of jetpack manufacturers around the world, and almost all of them are not for sale to the public. Stranger still, most models available only have enough room for fuel to reach heights of around 1,000 to 1,500 feet, about half the height Jetpack Man was seen cruising at. One theory put forward is that it's actually a mannequin strapped to a high-powered drone. Recreational drone users, however, aren't legally allowed to fly higher than 400 feet, but I'm guessing if you're flying a mannequin near commercial aircraft, you're not exactly one to play by the rules. So as it stands, Jetpack Man remains unidentified. To all our Los Angeles viewers, you'll have to keep your eyeballs peeled for a sighting of a real-life Iron Man. And just a reminder, if you've got your own scary photos or videos you'd like to submit to us, head to our brand new Slapped Ham subreddit. There's a link in the description box below. You can also email us at the address that's seen on screen there, submissions@hammedia.net. When the weird guy in the tinfoil hat claims to have seen Bigfoot, you might be skeptical. However, when the National Park Service shares a potential Bigfoot sighting, you're probably more apt to pay attention. When this video from mps.gov began circulating in 2014, cryptid enthusiasts around the world certainly took notice. The video was recorded via one of the many live webcams that the National Park Service streams from its various parks around the United States. This particular video was recorded on a webcam at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. They shared the video because it shows the arrival of buffalo in the park. However, the peaceful scene of the buffalo walking about in the snow is quickly overshadowed by something in the background. Take a look. In the trees just behind the buffalo, several bipedal animals can be seen walking along. The creatures are only seen in the distance for a few seconds before the camera turns away. Eagle-eyed viewers quickly spotted the unusual creatures in the background of the video, immediately labeling it as one of the most credible Bigfoot sightings in history. Bigfoot is one of the better-known cryptids said to wander the forested areas in the United States and Canada. Bigfoot is typically described as much larger than a human and covered in dark hair, often believed to be the missing link in human evolution. Many scientists, however, claim that Bigfoot sightings are typically a case of misidentification. They believe that rather than a distinct creature, Bigfoot sightings are usually bears, apes, or ordinary humans. So is Bigfoot real, or simply a part of common mythology that will never actually be proven? This video seems to suggest the existence of an entire Bigfoot family. Unfortunately, we may never know the truth about the existence of one of the world's most famous cryptids. Typically, when you jump in bed, you assume you're safe and sound and that you can get a good night's rest. However, this video, which was filmed inside an elderly woman's bedroom via security camera, shows that that may not always be the case. In the video, we can see an elderly woman tucked up in bed when suddenly something terrifying happens. Take a look. In early 2019, 75-year-old Keo Sutsufa from Bangkok, Thailand was sleeping in her bed when a python managed to slither into her bedroom. As you can see in the CCTV footage, the snake rears up and bites Sutsufa on the foot. Thinking she was having a nightmare, Sutsufa awoke with a fright. She grabbed her torch and scanned the room only to see a massive python coiled up on the floor. She managed to get past the snake and wake her son Nakorn, who was sleeping next door. Local rescue workers were called in to help flush the snake out of the home. When they arrived, they found the python curled up on the toilet seat in the bathroom. It was captured, catalogued, and released back into the wild some days later. Authorities were puzzled as to how the snake got into the home, speculating that it may have come up through the toilet. So when you're resting peacefully in your beds tonight, remember a giant python might just be slithering out of your toilet, on a mission to digest you whole. Reddit user Seaworthiness number 8416 uploaded a video of some security camera footage that was filmed at the Jacksonville Beach Pier in Florida. Take a look at what was captured.
Gotta get your finger out.
Whoa! You
There
see
it
it?
is, yep.
What is that? What in the world is that? It's just like hovering and pulsating.
As you can see, a strange flashing object flies in from the top left-hand corner of the frame.
How? I don't understand what is going on. That was a trip.
Matt Bullock was the first person to notice the strange flying object in the footage when he reviewed the security tape.
There it is, yep.
The reactions heard in the clip definitely seem quite genuine, and they sound legitimately freaked out when they make the discovery.
What is that? What in the world is that? It's just like hovering and pulsating. What? How? I don't understand what is going on.
It's possible that this is simply a drone flying by and that the compression rate of the security camera is making it look a lot more mysterious than it really is. So, until more info comes to hand, this strange flying object will have to remain unidentified.
What? How? I don't understand what is going on.
This video, published to the Instagram account UFO Sightings Footage, shows something truly unusual. Take a look.
Sonic boom. Wow, the sonic wave is... Holy...
While there's a spectrum of theories breeding in the comments section of the Instagram clip, everything from Project Bluebeam to alien invasion have been suggested. This sighting is most likely one of SpaceX's Falcon 9 rockets. While all rocket launches create shock waves, this particular flight was unusual. On August 24, 2017, a Falcon 9 rocket was carrying one of Taiwan's Formosat 5 Earth-observing satellites. Because the payload was relatively light, the trajectory of the rocket created a circular atmospheric shock wave, as opposed to a V-shaped one.
Let's see the first stage. Wow! Oh, see that?
The camera holder was definitely shocked to see the bizarre circular shock waves.
Wow! Oh, see that? Sonic boom. Wow, the sonic wave is... Holy...
A study into the incident found that the launch disturbed Earth's ionosphere so much that it affected local GPS navigation systems. Water in the rocket's exhaust system reacted with the ionosphere above California, ripping a hole in the plasma layer. For up to 2 hours, GPS coordinates were off by as much as 1 meter, potentially affecting commercial and military aviation navigation systems. And so, while this sighting is perfectly explainable, the intense circular shockwaves certainly put local residents on edge, as initially they had no way of knowing the incident was due to a SpaceX launch. So how would you react if you saw this in the sky above your house? Let me know in the comment section down below.
Oh, see that? Sonic boom. Wow, the sonic wave is... Holy...
Posted to TikTok by user MaryLiz9, this video will have viewers watching over and over again. In the video, the uploader seems to be doing just what teenagers like to do most on TikTok. They're filming themselves doing a dance for the camera. The uploader says in the video's description that this clip was in her drafts and was appealing for viewers to explain the strange man that can be seen behind her. As it's a rehearsal that was never meant to see the light of day, we see the uploader walk through a few dance moves, making her way towards the camera. As she moves to her left, an elderly man can be seen walking towards the camera. The girl ends the video moments later, blissfully unaware of the man behind her, who is now out of sight. If you slow the footage down, you can actually see that the figure is walking backwards toward the camera. This would be incredibly hard to pull off if it is indeed a hoax. The erratic movements of the girl would make it difficult to hide someone the entire shot. Since going live, the video has racked up 11 million views, with thousands of comments speculating on who the old man might be. Theories range from a ghost, to a stalker, to a friend who helped stage the video. MaryLiz9 has since posted a video update in which she insists the video isn't staged, and that she doesn't know who the person was.
The video wasn't staged. I really don't know who the guy in the back was. I wasn't alone in the parking garage, I was with my sister. It was just kind of a strange experience.
She does, however, think that the man might have managed to walk away when she went to pick up her phone after the dance had ended, and just didn't notice a person behind her. So what do you think? Ghost, coincidence, or something else entirely? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Uploaded to YouTube by user Transistus Fluvis, this video claims to feature real footage of a small ghost boy captured by CCTV. The channel is known for posting scary videos of ghosts. It claims each video features real instances of paranormal activity. The footage comes from a camera stationed in the upper corner of a convenience store. It's been positioned to keep an eye on both the counter as well as the front door. At around 30 seconds into the clip, you can see a small child appear out of thin air. It looks as though they materialize out of nowhere, rather than simply walking up to the window. A man is seen behind the counter working and attending to menial tasks. He doesn't respond to the figure clearly present outside the door. The young child raises an arm and it looks to be eerily long. Although admittedly this could be the two windows creating a warped perspective. The figure steps to the side and looks through the other part of the window. It's at this point that the young child seems to shift in and out of focus, almost as if switching in and out of a solid form. The worker's ignorance of the boy's presence is another telling factor, which raises a few questions. Was the boy truly a ghost, so incorporeal as to be easily ignored if one were not looking right at him? Or was he perhaps the type of spirit that can be captured on camera but not seen in real life? Or further still, perhaps the child is just some riffraff that the store clerk is choosing to ignore. Either way, the man pays the boy no mind. The boy remains staring longingly inside, all the while appearing to wish to come in as he waits alone, leaving viewers to wonder at the strange boy's fate. Sure to stump, frighten, and even amuse is this next video posted to Reddit by user KittyK38. The uploader explains that after she and her husband were concerned by a cupboard that seemed to open by itself the previous night, they set up a camera to record the kitchen the following night. That very evening, the uploader's husband is seen grabbing some cereal as a midnight snack. After pouring the cereal, the man puts the box down on the counter and retrieves milk from the refrigerator. As he does so, the cereal box is seen sliding down the counter by itself. Although the man doesn't see the box slide, he does notice that it's moved when he turns around. Only a bit confused, the man moves the box back to where it had been. As he pours some milk into his bowl, the box moves once again. The man looks slightly more concerned but finishes pouring the milk. He moves to replace it in the refrigerator once again. As his back is turned, the box begins to slide down the counter once more. Clearly spooked, the man does something very few people are seen to actually do in genuinely scary videos of ghosts. He jumps and moves away from the box comically fast. He runs out of the kitchen. The man's reaction is most likely the real deal, as he runs away from the serial poltergeist haunting his kitchen. A spirit trapped in a mirror located in a haunted Irish castle seems to be the plot of a horror movie. Yet lead paranormal investigator Siobhan Macaulay seems to have captured proof. The ghost is known as the Man in the Mirror. There were two separate stories in the news outlet The Irish Mirror. The original piece was by Mark Corcoran, followed by a second piece by William Dunn a month later. They both feature the video and photos captured by the 6-person paranormal investigations team during a public lockdown of one of Ireland's most haunted castles, Leap Castle in County Offaly. In the footage, you can see the lead investigator pointing out to her fellow partner that the man visible in the mirror seems to be wearing a straw hat.
There you go. Is he wearing a hat? Yes. No. Yes, he's wearing a hat. Hook off. Yes, he's wearing a straw hat. Look. There he is.
The two seem to be able to make out separate and distinct features in the mirror.
There you can see his nose and the hat. It's around the rim of the hat and everything. Yes.
Like many scary videos of ghosts, this video has come into its own fair bit of contention. Another group of paranormal investigators seem to deny any claim of a ghost's presence in the mirror. They claim the mirror simply needs to be cleaned. While at some points in the video you can actually see something that resembles a man wearing a hat, it's a little odd that the man only moves when the investigator moves her torch. She even admits in the video that the entity moves opposite to her actions.
I'm going to step forward. Are you going to do the opposite again? Look, I knew he would.
With two directly opposing investigative results, viewers are left to decide for themselves just what they've seen in the mirror.
Hey, there you can see his nose and the hat. It's around the rim of the hat and everything. Yes.
Uploaded by YouTube user CH3 Thailand, this next clip captures something frightening on dashcam. The footage was captured in the middle of the night. As the car drives down an empty highway, a figure seems to materialize out of nowhere. Continuing on, the car seems to pass right through the mysterious figure. This video gained a fair bit of media attention in Thailand where it was captured. After being shared on social media, the video was picked up by a Thai English language news outlet. Strange videos like these reach peak levels of speculation when they broach the mainstream, and this one is no different. The clip has drawn a fair amount of skepticism, with some viewers asserting that the figure was simply the result of a reflection on the window. However, discerning viewers find it unlikely that a window reflection could so accurately show a person standing up straight and unmoving in the middle of the road in such a way. If it was just a person wandering aimlessly on the highway, perhaps drunk, how is it that they managed to pass right through the driving vehicle and disappear without a trace? It's no coincidence that St. Augustine, the oldest city in the US, is also frequently referred to as the most haunted city in the US. Posted to the YouTube channel Paranormal Planet, this video takes us on a tour of some of St. Augustine's oldest sites, all of which are reported to be haunted.
The old Spanish fortress still haunted by slaughtered soldiers.
The oldest house in America stands in an area known for a vicious slaughter by the Spanish Armada.
This right here
the oldest house.
In an old room just adjacent to the oldest house in America, the uploader claims the Spanish Armada slaughtered up to 50 people.
When the Spanish Armadas invaded the city, they slaughtered 50 people in this room.
It's here that they set up a time-lapse shot to see if they can capture anything unusual on film. Shortly into the time-lapse shot, a shadowy figure is seen walking between rooms. It glides eerily from door to door. Given the area's history, it's clear why ghosts would remain tied to this place. Being one of the oldest continually lived-in cities in the United States and being the site of many historical battles, there is more to these buildings than meets the eye in the light of day. Almost like a movie, it would appear these shadows tend to walk across the buildings of their old stomping grounds, seemingly restless and haunting such areas of strife for all eternity. Some weird videos, such as this one, posted by a YouTube channel called Gothic Art House, don't seem all that strange at first. However, the more you think about them, the stranger they become. The Optica Network videos claim to present research about dreams and what they mean. They're presented as a sort of welcome video, as though you've signed up to some kind of strange sleep experiment. Fairly quickly, they make you question the link between waking reality and dream state. What would happen if you couldn't tell the two apart? This particular video, part 9 of the series, discusses certain aspects of dreams that the network considers red flags. The video begins with an unsettling vision of a shadowy figure lurking outside an apartment. The red flags it refers to suggest that someone or something has infiltrated your dreams and may be there to cause harm. For example, dreaming about flying could suggest that you're ready to make a big change in your life. However, the video warns that you should never make a decision before consulting your local Optica agent.
Do not make any decision before consulting your local Optica agent.
Additionally, if you find yourself trapped in your dreams, Optica warns that you shouldn't talk to yourself. Turns out, duplicates can be very dangerous.
If you find yourself trapped in your dream, do not talk to yourself.
Duplicates are dangerous and temperamental.
Such incidents, along with numerous others, should be immediately reported to an Optica agent for your own safety.
Call this number and report your dream.
Your cooperation.
After discussing a few red flags, the video is interrupted by strange ads and audio labelled as confidential Optica records, in which we hear an Optica patient moaning, "Let me see him."
Make sure patient 425 does not open their eyes.
We also hear an official sounding voice stating, "Make sure the patient doesn't wake up."
Make sure patient 425 does not open their eyes.
Ultimately, it's a surreal piece that makes you feel like you're in an alternate reality, in which an ominous entity, the Optica Network, has induced you into a permanent dreamlike state. It's well worth a watch, and I'll put a link to the full video in the description box below. The Chelyabinsk State Museum in southern Russia is home to numerous interesting artifacts. However, one of the most intriguing items displayed at the museum is a fragment of the Chelyabinsk meteor. The largest surviving fragment of the meteorite resides in a glass case cabinet inside the museum. To lift the dome covering the meteorite, a museum official must obtain formal approval, so it's rarely opened. The remote control that operates the 4 separate motors is kept in a secret place, watched by a security camera. Yet, in December of 2019, a different security camera recorded something unusual, the case lifting on its own. No one had been authorized to open the case, and the remote was secured in its usual place. Some state that it was most likely a mechanical glitch, but the odds of all 4 motors malfunctioning simultaneously are highly unlikely. Several theories have been put forth. Some believe that the heavy glass must have been lifted by a poltergeist or some kind of paranormal force. Others have suggested that the meteorite might have exuded an extraterrestrial force that made all 4 motors malfunction. This chunk of space rock entered Earth's atmosphere over Russia in 2013, burning brighter than the sun. Because of its humongous size and heavy atmospheric pressure, the meteor burst in the sky, creating a violent shockwave, hot dust and gas, and numerous smaller fragments of rock that sped to the ground. The energy from the blast was approximately 26 times as much as was produced by the atomic bomb that destroyed Hiroshima in 1945. According to authorities, 1,491 people were injured by the blast. Injuries ranged from broken bones and concussions to flash blindness and ultraviolet burns. Around 7,200 buildings were also damaged by the blast. So what do you think made the glass move? Poltergeist, extraterrestrial energy, or simply motor malfunction? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. In Bristol, UK, there have been strange sightings of a man wearing a shed on his head. For years, people have reported seeing a person with a sort of shed helmet walking the local streets, but were unsure whether it was some kind of publicity stunt or prank. In this video here, uploaded to YouTube by Edward Jenkins, you can see one such sighting of the infamous shed head. The shed is adorned with brightly coloured lights that flash in time with techno music blaring from the structure. The shed's chimney often spouts small flames and smoke, making it hard to miss the bizarre spectacle. Subsequent sightings have been popping up all around the internet. This video here, from an unknown source, shows the man walking down the street as the shed blares out music. The man behind the shed engages in relatively normal behaviour while going about town. As the music blares and the chimney smokes, he walks the streets, checks his phone, and does a bit of shopping. The mysterious character recently made headlines in the UK when he was spotted doing some shopping at a local Aldi supermarket. Recently, the local Bristol celebrity has self-identified as Michael Shedworth. He did an interview on Big Jubba's Yak Shack music podcast to clarify his way of life. According to the aptly named Mr. Shedworth, the shed is not really a face covering, it's a part of his body. He claims that both of his parents are sheds, and that the shed head developed naturally as part of his body. As he got older, the shed developed more fine details, such as its glossy coat and chimney, which he claims are a part of a shed's natural maturation process. The music, lights and flames are also natural according to Mr. Shedworth, emanating from inside him. Despite operating under the Shedworth moniker, the man's true identity remains a mystery. Whether Mr. Shedworth really is a shedhead, an attention seeker, or slightly unhinged, the weird videos of him living his life are not easily forgotten. According to one of our viewers, Knight Rider V12, something strange has been happening between the sheets. In this set of weird videos, the things that go bump in the night get a little too close for comfort. As Knight Rider V12 rests in bed, a small lump begins moving underneath the covers. He states that the covers are too thick and heavy to be moved by the wind. Even if the sheets could have been disturbed by the wind, there's almost no breeze coming in through the window nearby. His hands and feet are clearly above the sheets, so he couldn't have made the movements himself. He even reaches out to touch the moving spot to confirm there's no small animals underneath the sheets. Yet the movements continue. The viewer states that this has happened numerous times. The family believes that they know what's causing the strange phenomenon recorded in these weird videos. About 6 months before the creepy movements began, the family dog unfortunately drowned in the backyard pool. The dog got stuck underneath the pool cover and died while attempting to get out from under the thick tarp. The family believes that the videos show the ghost of the deceased pet. We can see that the movements resemble an animal poking its snout upward from beneath, just as the dog must have done as it attempted to get air while stuck under the pool cover.
Ma.
Sadly, the weird videos seem to suggest that the dog may be reliving its final moments while in the afterlife. In another case of a ghostly pet, a CCTV video captured by Juliet Bird and Deanna Kraut seems to have recorded a feline friendship that goes beyond the grave. In July 2020, housemates Juliet and Deanna were notified that their security camera had captured movement. The footage shows a parking area where 2 cars are sitting idle. The cameras are intended to prevent theft, but they caught something much more eerie. A cat with all white fur walks across the sidewalk in front of the cars. Although all white cats are sometimes playfully called ghost cats, this kitty is not the most interesting thing that occurs in this video. A moment later, another animal follows the white cat onto the screen. This cat, rather than being completely white, is utterly transparent. This second cat follows its feline friend until it seems to vanish into thin air. The housemates identified the white cat as their neighbour's pet Topsy. When they showed the neighbour the footage, the neighbour said that they had another cat called Licorice who had recently passed away. So is Topsy being followed by his old friend Licorice? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. In 2009, YouTuber Thomas Rengstorff posted a strange video showing his latest animatronic creation. Little did he know the disturbing figure would take the internet by storm, earning a place in the Nightmare Hall of Fame. The animatronic is modelled to look like the late pop star Michael Jackson. It moves in time with music that plays in the background. However, as the song plays and the animatronic figure's differently sized eyes stare into the camera, you can hear the distinct sounds of a man screaming. There's also an eerie voice speaking incomprehensibly. Videos and stories of the creation spread like wildfire. The animatronic figure was eventually named El Ini Ayawaki, an intentional misspelling of Annie Are You Okay, which is a popular lyric from Jackson's song Smooth Criminal. The lore claims that the hideous Ayawaki might appear in your bedroom, always at around 3 AM. The quiet of the night would be shattered by a sound resembling Jackson's iconic hee hee. The infamy of Ayawaki led to other videos, comics, and memes. The most famous is this supposedly cursed video shared by YouTuber Van Az. The video shows a creature with Ayawaki's face atop a pair of long legs clad in loose black pants. The creature has no torso, neck, or arms. It walks up a set of stairs and then begins dancing manically. The muffled Spanish narration tells the story of a man coming across a Michael Jackson CD lying in the street. After playing the CD, he goes insane and is committed to an asylum. Some say the video is cursed, and that watching it even just once could induce panic disorders, anxiety, and deep feelings of existential dread. There's even rumours of people slipping into a permanent state of psychosis. In 1561, something strange happened in the skies over Germany that has left a lot of historians mystified. This event was a mass sighting of unidentified flying objects over what is present-day Nuremberg. A part of the Holy Roman Empire back when the sighting took place, Nuremberg remains on the radar of UFO enthusiasts centuries later. It was daybreak on April 14. Early risers throughout the city were witnesses to terrifying visions over the sun. First, it took the form of blood-red coloured arcs peppered with black spheres blotting out the sun. What came next was said to be worse. A series of blood-red crosses appeared beside the black globes. The images in the sky all seemed to battle amongst themselves in a torturous upheaval as the people of the city looked on. Finally, the objects all appeared to burn out from exhaustion before falling in the sky with puffs of smoke. Naturally, the people of Nuremberg applied a Christian interpretation to the incident. Many saw the blood-red crosses mixed in with a scene of turmoil and destruction as a call to repentance. However, many other interpretations have been floated around since. Many people believed the globe-like balls mixed with fiery blood-red puffs of smoke were cannons from a nearby military exercise. Others believed that the people of the city were simply applying their overzealous religious beliefs to a particularly red sunrise. Some took it as a sign of an impending apocalypse. Curiously, 5 years later in Basel, Switzerland, another very similar sighting took place. Over the course of 3 days, on the 27th, 28th of July and again on the 7th of August, mysterious black shapes were spotted in the sky. First, it was reported that the sun lost its luster, before blood-red tears seemed to form in the sky. On the 7th of August, the black floating balls appeared as though they were embroiled in battle. Some of the balls turned a fiery red colour before extinguishing. Again, through a modern lens, this event can be interpreted a number of ways. The most common explanation is that overly religious witnesses expounded the sighting of a solar eclipse as apocalyptic. During the 16th century, throughout Europe, there was significant conflict between Catholic and Protestant factions during Reformation. It's possible villagers witnessed military conflict without realising what was happening. Still, there's no concrete evidence that explains what witnesses saw in both Switzerland and Germany all those years ago. Strange flying balls in the sky that appeared to be engrossed in battle certainly does pique one's interest, but ultimately these incidents still remain a complete mystery to this day. Broadcasting at a frequency of 4,625 kHz, an eerie radio station of unknown origin sends a mysterious code out into the airwaves. UVB-76 is a radio station in Russia that no one claims to run. It emits a mysterious buzzing at 25 tones per minute, around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The exact start date of the station is unknown, but many speculate that it began sometime in the early 1970s. Day after day, it sends cloaked messages intended for an audience that hides in the shadows. The station does occasionally break through with a series of nonsensical words uttered in Russian. In this video from Mr. Dr. Smith Jr., you can sample the bizarre and mysterious buzzing sound that is emitted from the so-called ghost station. People from all around the world tune in to try and make sense of the station, crack the code behind the mysterious messages it's sending, and anticipate what type of potential doom the mysterious messages could be conjuring up. Is it a communication method for spies, a calling card for a secret society, a hoax, or a dead man's switch for nuclear retaliation? Nobody's certain. To deepen the mystery, in September 2010, the broadcast broke its monotonous tone to play a short excerpt from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. Take a listen. The theories behind why this station exists are intriguing. A popular one is that the channel's used for Russian military communications. Under this theory, the buzzing sound is merely a placeholder until the channel's needed for more important communications. Another theory that's been thrown around is that the tower that emits the buzzing sound is connected to Russia's missile system. If the signal is interrupted as a result of a nuclear attack, an automatic nuclear retaliation will be triggered. But ultimately, the true nature of this radio broadcast is still unknown. However, when you're trying to sleep tonight, think about this. It's possible that an antique radio station built in the 1970s somewhere in Russia could malfunction and trigger a nuclear war at any given second. Sweet dreams. As the world celebrated the close of 2019, a call went out to the US Coast Guard from Bahamian authorities. A 29-foot Mako Cuddy cabin vessel carrying 20 people on holiday had disappeared while bobbing along in the waves over the Bermuda Triangle, on its way back to Lake Worth from Bimini. Rescuers searched an area covering 17,000 square miles for days, without turning up any evidence that a boat had been in the area at all. Significant resources were used during the search for the boat, including HC-144 Ocean Sentry aircrew from Miami and a C-130 Hercules aircrew from Clearwater. The US Air Force, Coast Guard, as well as the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the Bahamas Air Sea Rescue Association and Patrick Air Force Base units were deployed in the search. Despite such a significant search and rescue contingent, no evidence was found on the whereabouts of the boat. Ultimately, on the Friday morning, after more than 84 hours, the search was called off. The fate of all 20 people on the vessel is now one more mystery that's been swallowed up by the Bermuda Triangle. The infamous history of the Bermuda Triangle, or the Devil's Triangle as it's sometimes referred to, began in the early 1950s, when several journalists reported strange disappearances in the area. The first noteworthy disappearance happened 5 years earlier on December 5th, 1945. Flight 19 consisted of 5 TBM Avenger bombers participating in an overwater navigation training exercise. All 14 airmen participating in the training disappeared without a trace. To make the event even more bizarre, a 13-man crew was dispatched from Naval Air Station Banana River to search for the missing Flight 19. The search party also mysteriously disappeared while looking for the original missing crew. An eerie message from the doomed Flight 19 was later released to the public. Over the radio, the flight leader was heard saying, "We're entering white water, nothing seems right. We don't know where we are, the water is green, no white." This was followed by radio silence. Over the years, more than 30 disappearances have occurred in this notorious stretch of water. Numerous explanations have been put forth trying to explain the bizarre occurrences. Everything from compass variations and dangerous currents to wild weather and human error have been suggested. It should be noted that the official word from the US Navy and US Coast Guard is that no supernatural activity is responsible for causing disasters and disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. Did Dr. Mary Neal really go to heaven? An orthopedic spine surgeon, Neal certainly seems believable as a woman of science and logic. However, her claims require faith in the unknown if they are to be believed. The good doctor was kayaking while on holiday in Chile in 1999, when her kayak pinned her at the bottom of a waterfall for 12 full minutes. When medical aid arrived, the ice-cold body of the doctor had no heartbeat or breath. Ultimately, she was without oxygen for a total of 24 minutes. Amazingly, Dr. Neal was revived without any long-term damage to her brain or body. While she was unconscious, Dr. Neal claims that she arrived in a place full of structures where spirits roamed. Overjoyed to see her, these beings were focused on nurturing and protecting her. They informed her that she needed to return to her body because she had more work to do. This place was allegedly so comforting and magnificent that Dr. Neal protested returning back to the living. Finally, the beings gently guided her down the path to be reunited with her body. However, they delivered a message to her before she should go. The beings informed her that she would suffer the great tragedy of losing her eldest son. It was a piece of knowledge that Dr. Neal tried to shake off after she returned to her life. For a decade, she kept the secret to herself out of fear of upsetting her husband and children. However, she received a phone call 10 years after her spiritual experience in Chile, informing her that her son had been killed in a car accident caused by a distracted driver. Neal claims she received the news of her son's death the day she finished her memoir. While Arkansas may be known as the natural state, an alleged supernatural happening has drawn a lot of attention. The situation became so serious that the Arkansas National Guard was asked to step in to confirm whether or not the soil in a small town called Midway was being used as Satan's playsand. As summer 2018 drew to a close, a flaming sulfur-emitting hole appeared in the ground near the town of Midway, Arkansas. The 2-foot hole was shooting flames reaching 9 feet high at times. Residents reported sulfur odors as they watched the ground burn up in a perfectly circular shape. Early theories ranged from a deadly gas leak to a portal to hell. Local officials took a more tempered approach by declaring the spontaneous fire circle as definitely man-made. The most plausible explanation was that a person had simply dumped some paint thinner that eventually caught on fire. However, some oddities were discovered when the Arkansas National Guard unit was brought in to use specialized equipment to test the soil inside the hellhole. What the unit concluded was the hole contained high amounts of sulfur dioxide that would not be found in the ground under normal conditions. They also found that the hole went down more than 3 feet before making a sharp 45-degree turn. The mystery behind why the flaming hole of Midway was created was never solved. However, local enforcement officials are adamant that the hole was man-made. The official conclusion is that the hole was part of a prank. However, no pranksters have ever come forward to take credit for bringing hell to Arkansas. Chicago's Graceland Cemetery is home to one of the creepiest sculptures ever created. A bronze sculpture called Eternal Silence is an eerie work of art with a dark story behind it. Locals often refer to it simply as the Dexter Graves Statue of Death. In 1831, a man named Dexter Graves led 13 families on a voyage to settle Chicago. While Graves passed away in 1884, it would be 75 years before the statue that is forever associated with him would be created. In fact, Graceland Cemetery itself wasn't founded until 16 years after Graves passed away. So how did this settler come to be associated with Chicago's creepiest statue? Dexter had a son named Henry who left behind a sum of money totaling around $300,000 to create a statue in honor of his father. When Henry died in 1907, instructions were left to create a monument in Washington Park in honor of a racehorse named Ike Cook that was beloved by his father. However, the horse-inspired monument was never actually built. Curiously, the funds were redirected to a statue built by Laredo Taft that featured an eerie hooded figure. The statue has haunted Chicago's Graceland Cemetery since 1909. Standing 10 feet tall, the bronze statue draws clear comparisons to the Grim Reaper. The statue has become something of a grotesque tourist attraction in recent years. According to folklore, anyone who looks into the eyes of the hooded bronze figure upon entering the Chicago cemetery will see a vision of their own death. There have even been reports that the statue's arms move throughout the day, often in such a subtle way that passers-by would never notice. At night time, witnesses say that eerie screams can be heard in the vicinity of the statue. Up until the 1970s, a pernicious rumour suggested that the statue wouldn't show up in photographs, adding to its mysterious lore. This theory has obviously been disproven, but it adds another layer of intrigue to the already eerie statue. So is this statue in Chicago's Graceland Cemetery really haunted, or is it just a case of an intricate layering of urban legend? One way to find out for sure is to stare deep into the black veil of the statue and wait for a vision of your own demise. Posted to the 444 page on Facebook, this video was shared to us by the owner of the page herself, Shannon Courtright. Shannon explains that the video features her own sister, Robin Pagan, as well as her sister's friend, Katie. As the two were playing a drinking game and filming themselves, the group happened to capture what appears to be a rare supernatural event. Early in the video, Katie points out a cup moving in front of Robin.
That whole cup just moved.
However, as the cup is out of Robin and the camera's view, she immediately dismisses it. After playing the game on camera for several minutes, the pair leave the view of the shot. Moments later, the cup seems to move all on its own. It repeats this motion several times throughout the video. At one point, the curtain slowly shifts by itself. The startling thing about this footage is that Katie moves and flips the cup numerous times while playing the game. The source footage is all one continuous shot. This would make it extremely difficult to hoax the event. There can't be string attached to the cup because it gets flipped several times. There also can't be magnets attached either. It's evident while watching the video that the people aren't aware of this paranormal activity occurring around them. It's not until the video was watched back that they spotted it. Shannon explains that the next day the girls saw that a lamp and lampshade had fallen over and flown across the living room. Even more weirdly, a speaker kept turning on, despite the fact it wasn't plugged in. The final straw for the girls was when something seemed to gently lift Katie's hair into the air. Concerned due to the string of supernatural events, the two went back and watched this video from the previous night, now aware they had started capturing their very own scary ghost videos. The paranormal events of the following day, combined with the odd action seen in this video, were enough to convince the pair that they were host to at least one unexpected guest. With this myriad of odd activities all in a row, one has to wonder just how safe the two could feel while staying in that home. Uploaded by YouTube user Rodri Yoshiaki, this next clip seems to have been captured in a nearly empty hospital. The translated text from the video explains that Rodri thought himself to be alone when he saw the nearby doors open by themselves. Slightly worried but not overly shocked, the healthcare worker gave it some time before he decided to begin filming. The camera holder explains that the doors are automatic, but they require motion for them to be activated. In the video, you can clearly see the door open a number of times with no one around. Rodri then meets up with his work partner. The pair hear the sound of the doors once again opening by themselves. The pair decides to approach the doors, finding it curious that they've stopped opening by themselves upon their approach. They take a look around the room to see if anything might be activating the doors. There's clearly no one there. However, it's at this moment that the very clear sound of a whistle is heard. Again, the room is empty except for the two workers. If you slow the footage down, there is indeed a strange disembodied whistle. Now clearly not as alone as they thought they were, the uploader has posted the clip to his YouTube channel for viewers to decide for themselves if he truly came into contact with some sort of spirit that day in the hospital. Posted to the YouTube channel Alice in Wonderland 74, this piece of eerie footage seems to show something truly mysterious. The video was captured by a truck driver's dash cam late at night while driving through Georgia. Although the clip is short, the description of the clip only serves to add more mystery to the already intriguing circumstances. The figure of a fully white woman is seen standing by the side of the road. Then, just as the truck comes nearer, the woman continues walking right into the road, seemingly colliding directly with the truck. The clip ends, but the video's description goes on to further muddy the mysterious circumstances. The truck driver, afraid he had hit someone, pulled over to the side of the road. Oddly enough, the driver didn't find evidence of a body anywhere nearby. Dismayed but still concerned, the driver called the police himself in order to clear up any potential misunderstandings regarding what had happened. Disturbingly enough, when the driver made contact with the police, they explained that his situation was not unique. In fact, the police officer explained that many such calls had come in, all regarding that very same spot. Many drivers seemingly reported concern over hitting the same ghostly woman, only to find they hadn't hit anything at all. What remains for the driver and the Georgia police, as well as viewers, is the ghostly mystery of the woman's origins. Just where did she come from, and why she reenacted being hit in the same spot on the road over and over again? This next clip was originally posted to the Home for Scary Ghost Videos, the Facebook page Do You Believe in the Unexplained? Host to a vast array of similar videos, this clip in particular is sure to give viewers the creeps. Recording an empty hallway, the majority of the clip plays out with no one in sight. The quiet emptiness of the hallway is exactly why it's so frightening when the smallest of shadows appears to creep around a corner, only to quickly creep away in the direction in which it initially arrived. The small shadow appears to be about the size of a small child moving as a person would. It walks around the corner, then darts back in the opposite direction. The appearance of the small shadow is even more shocking due to just how quickly it appears and then leaves in the midst of the complete stillness of the hallway. With no human attached to the shadow, it appears it could be some kind of supernatural being. But without further evidence, we may never know the truth about this mysterious clip. So we'll throw it out to you, the audience. What do you think that strange shadow is? Let me know in the comment section below. Posted to Daily Motion, this next video comes from the pirate-themed bar Dreamwater Lounge. While there are many scary videos caught on CCTV, this one is fairly unique. The video was captured on what appears to be a bridge section of the themed restaurant. The area is seemingly empty, without a soul in sight. An alleged spirit seems to choose that moment to make itself visible. The ghostly figure appears to be relatively white and wispy. It floats right down through the empty area. It's almost as though it knows exactly where it's going, as it moves too purposefully. As the video continues, we watch the ghostly figure continue to move down the hall at a leisurely pace. Given the theme of the bar, it's highly possible that many spirits could have been drawn there. Perhaps it's a reminder of the spirit's home, past life, or an area it used to frequent. Some viewers have suggested the video is staged to drum up publicity for the restaurant. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of info to run with regarding this clip, so until more evidence comes to hand, this strange video will have to remain a mystery. YouTube user Youngboy Lloyd has provided us with this video as an update to a previous one we featured a few months back. In the latest in his string of scary ghost videos, his video explains the most recent haunting he's experienced. Lloyd explains in the video that his children saw a ghost in their home's washroom. He follows his son to the washroom to see what he's talking about.
Okay, you stay there, yeah. Where?
Lloyd is soon trapped in what may be every parent's worst nightmare. Lloyd remains just outside the door as his son points to the spot where he witnessed the ghost.
Okay, show me.
The door suddenly springs shut on Lloyd, trapping his son in the bathroom while he's on the other side.
Holy! Nazir! Nazir!
Lloyd bangs on the door, shouting for his son to no avail.
Nazir!
The door appears to be kept shut by some sort of supernatural force, likely the same force that Lloyd's children witnessed in the washroom in the first place. Lloyd continues to attempt to open the door, banging on it and calling his son's name, even as the video ends.
Nazir! Nazir!
Just how long it took to finally open the door and get through to his son is unknown, but spending any amount of time living in such distress would be unbearable. Given the description of Lloyd's video, it seems quite clear that he no longer feels safe in his own home. This isn't the first time they've witnessed paranormal encounters in their home, as seen in videos that we've previously featured. Who the ghost is and why it's haunting Lloyd and his family is uncertain. However, what is certain is that Lloyd and his family may never feel at ease under that roof. Would you be house hunting and looking for a new place to live? Or would you brave it out and try and live with this supernatural entity? Let me know what you'd do in the comments section below.
Holy! Nazir! Nazir!
Uploaded to the Journey Indiana YouTube channel, this clip is not so much frightening as it is mysterious and intriguing. The clip is centered around the infamous Willard Library in Indiana, a famously haunted attraction for ghost enthusiasts. Declared to be haunted since 1937, when one Willard Library employee first claimed to have spotted a ghost, the library has been home to numerous instances of ghost sightings ever since. All sorts of eerie activity has been reported at Willard Library. Unexplained perfume smells, cold spots, books moving on their own are just the tip of the iceberg. Employees have been reporting apparitions for years. Two visiting lecturers from the University of Southern Indiana claim they saw a person peering into a pool of water. However, when they looked again, the person was nowhere to be seen. On another occasion, two police officers responded to an alarm being tripped within the library after hours. When they arrived, they spotted two people in the upstairs window of the building. After a thorough investigation, no one was ever found on the premises. In another encounter, a single frame captured from CCTV cameras inside the library shows a grey, somewhat translucent figure standing by a wall of books. Some say it looks like a librarian attending to their duties. In recent years, the haunted library has gained attention from supernatural enthusiasts worldwide. When an attempted Halloween stream a few years back attracted over 2 million viewers, effectively crashing the stream, the library finally realised just how popular of a haunted attraction it had become. We took a look at their live stream on their website, but unfortunately it didn't seem to be working. Leaning into their haunted status, the Willard Library has gone so far as to offer haunted ghost tours to those seeking their own paranormal thrills. TikTok user Theatre of the Absurd seems to have captured a chilling bit of ghost footage, thanks to the likely haunted old theatre where he works.
Someone in here? Hello?
In the video, the TikToker gives viewers a tour of the creepy old theatre.
It's a really beautiful theater, as you can see, if you can see it at all.
He explains that he had been hearing a noise coming from the theatre when no one else was supposed to be around.
But I keep hearing a noise in here, and there's not supposed to be anybody here, so...
Filming for posterity, the uploader shows the unique old architecture of the theatre, as well as one of its unique attractions, the ghost light.
There's the ghost light. It's a light we keep on for...
The uploader explains that the light is usually left on in order to help guide any spirits that happen to remain in the old theatre.
It's a light we keep on for ghosts, for people who still remain here and whatnot, and
However, it's just when the uploader explains the function of the light that he immediately seems to get the sense that he's not alone. Looking up into one of the far balconies, a creepy figure can be seen lurking, watching the uploader.
what is that?
The camera holder tries to get a better vantage point. It's here we can make out a grey silhouette of a man staring down from the balcony. The uploader then follows up with a second clip in which he investigates a potential intruder in the theatre. After the theatre's sirens went off, alerting the worker to the presence of an intruder, he was unable to find anyone in the theatre.
Someone in here? Hello?
However, he explains that he did hear the sound of piano keys tinkling in another room. Going to investigate, the uploader warns the potential intruder that no one's supposed to be in the theatre.
You're not supposed to be in here.
The unseen figure plays a few notes on the piano in response, scaring the uploader, who is now certain he's not alone. Still, he calls out to the intruder again.
Who is it?
Suddenly, the lights turn off and he's confronted with the discordant and menacing notes from the piano. The clip ends with the uploader understandably worried, running away from the theatre from whatever meddling intruder awaited him on the other side of the room. In late 2019, a group of friends attended a night market in the Philippines. They huddled together to snap a memory of their trip to the bustling market. Nothing seemed amiss until one of the group members reviewed the photo. There on the right-hand side is a small child's face jutting out on a strange angle. The face is pale and slightly out of focus. It doesn't match the skin tones of the rest of the group at all. No one there that day remembers seeing a small child in the area, let alone right next to the group when the photo was taken. Some viewers have taken the pale features of the child as a sign that it's not of this world, some ghostly visage attempting to make contact. This video, uploaded to YouTube by user Luke Gustafson, seems to show some mysterious activity. Just as the video begins, a small vacuum in the corner of the room is seen rocking back and forth without anyone present to cause it to move. Then a rain of particles, which some viewers claim to be ghostly orbs, float by the camera. While the two events have been linked by viewers, not all believe their origins to be supernatural in nature. Some viewers argue that the shaking of the vacuum and the falling debris are likely the result of an earthquake or other naturally occurring phenomenon. Still, the uploader argues that this is absolute proof of poltergeists. Many supernatural enthusiasts are quick to note the popularity of floating orbs in footage such as this, as the orbs seem to congregate in spots that are notoriously haunted. Orbs typically show up on film in either still photographs or videos, where they go seemingly unnoticed by those around them. While some skeptics attribute these orbs to specks of dust or pollen flying in front of the camera lens, others cite their odd behaviour and concentration around haunted sites as proof of their supernatural nature. So what do you think? Earthquake and dust, or poltergeist and orbs? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comment section below. The ghost footage submitted to the GMA Public Affairs YouTube channel by one Leah Pineda Fuentes claims to show the spirit of a bride's deceased mother. As the text before the photo states, "Just wanted to share this photo taken last August 2016. It was my sister-in-law's wedding. Her mum died in 2007. I was taking a picture, but I felt something else. I'm arranging a picture to post on FB. I was shocked by what I saw. Mama was there a long time ago." When zooming in on the picture, there's a mysterious figure partially hidden by a bouquet of flowers. While the photo is blurry and hard to make out in any great detail, the family insists it resembles the bride's deceased mother. As Fuentes pointed out, it would seem her sister-in-law can rest assured knowing her mother is likely still watching over her during the big transitions in her life, which is surely more of a comforting thought than anything else. This unsettling photo was submitted to Reddit by user Red Desert Cowboy. The uploader claims the photo was taken in 2012 during a demolition of the old East Junior High School in Wyoming. A woman on site was documenting the demolition of the historic building when one of the photos seemed to capture something more than a record of posterity. In the photo, a figure stands among the rubble. It appears to be a woman in a white dress. Her head is bent on an unnatural angle. A second, lightened version of the photo shows the figure in more detail. Many of the comments on Reddit made the connection between the frightful image and the bent neck lady, featured in Netflix's horror series Haunting of Hill House. The uploader claims the old building dates back to around the 1920s, and that it was used as a brothel for a period of time. It then became a home of education where students often reported seeing ghostly figures in darkened areas of the hallways. There's no indication of who this woman in white might be. There appears to be no deaths linked to the property, so why then are there so many reports of ghostly activity? Until further information comes to hand, this freaky bent neck lady will have to remain an unsettling mystery. Reddit user BeautyMo1989 shared this unsettling clip to our Slapped Ham subreddit, hoping viewers could make sense of it. The OP said that they regularly wake up during the night and hear strange noises in their home. One night it was so bad that they were hearing it every 2 hours. Eventually they grabbed their camera in the hopes of capturing some evidence of what was making the noises. Take a look at what they saw. Watching that again, when the lights are off, there seems to be a shadowy figure sitting on the desk. However, when the lights are on, there's nothing there. Our viewers shared the footage because they weren't sure whether they were seeing things or whether there was something genuinely there. The shadow doesn't seem to correspond with any of the objects in the room, which does make this sighting quite unsettling. Also, the fact that the OP had been hearing noises makes this encounter all the more eerie. This is an old clip from 2009 uploaded to YouTube by Lisa Suriyafai. In July of that year, a resident in Joppa, Maryland spotted something truly odd happening in their neighborhood. Luckily, they had a camera handy to record the bizarre event. Take a look. As you can see, it looks like several trees are uprooting themselves and walking around. One by one, they move behind the house in the distance, but somehow they remain upright. This goes on for more than 6 minutes. Some commenters said that they were Ents from the Lord of the Rings. Others suggested it was Bigfoot ripping up trees and carrying them around. Sadly, the camera holder doesn't get closer for a better look, so it's not clear what is actually moving the trees. There are giant logging machines called harvesters that can lop and lift an entire tree, so it's possible there are just some loggers working behind the house that we can't see. I do, however, much prefer the thought of giant walking trees handing out quests to passing adventurers. This next video was shared by the Instagram account World Star and was originally captured by Patrick D. Grant _2020. Looking out a window at nighttime, this camera holder spotted something unusual. Take a look.
Right now it's at number 5 in USA Today.
Not tripping. I swear to God, I'm not tripping. What airplane y'all know standing like this? No airplanes.
Look at that, another one popped up right there.
Where?
At the bottom.
You're right. I know I'm not tripping.
Planes. I see the lights blinking on the top one.
Floating in the night sky are 3 glowing lights.
I'm not tripping. I promise you.
On Netflix right now it's at number 5 in USA Today.
Not tripping. I swear to God, I'm not tripping.
Before long, a 4th ball appears at the bottom of the formation.
Look at that, another one popped up right there.
Where?
At the bottom.
You're right. I know I'm not tripping.
Planes. I see the lights blinking on the top one.
The general consensus in the comments section is that this is yet another sighting of aliens from another planet. With all the weird stuff that's been happening lately, most viewers are resigned to the fact that aliens will show up any day now. So what do you think? Is this a genuine alien sighting? Will intelligent life from other planets be visiting us sometime soon? Love to hear your take on this sighting in the comments section down below.
Look at that, another one popped up right there.
Where?
At the bottom.
You're right. I know I'm not tripping.
Planes. I see the lights blinking on the top one.
El Payaso de la Toledo is a paranormal YouTube channel based in Mexico. They regularly travel around the country looking for the strange and unusual. In this episode, they investigate a notorious cemetery in Guasave in the northwestern state of Sinaloa. The team had heard rumors that the area is haunted. The caretaker of the property has allegedly seen a ghostly child manifest out of nowhere on several occasions. He's said to have seen a lady in white among the tombstones as well, and he even believes that the devil himself lurks in the old graveyard. Having heard the stories numerous times, the team decide to investigate the property for themselves. The night begins with some eerie sounds.
¿Qué fue?
Hola.
Se escuchó bien recio.
¿No será una bruja?
A few minutes later, the team spots something in the distance. Watch.
Hola. ¿Acá se escuchó?
Sí, ya. Ey, se ve una sombra allá, payaso.
¿Dónde acá?
Se ve una sombra.
¿Dónde dice Edwin y Karina?
Allá, sí, se ve una sombra. Allá,
Hola.
ey, alguien está parado ahí. Payaso, alguien está parado ahí.
Watching that again as they see what looks like a childlike figure, a cross seems to fall over all by itself.
Ey, alguien está parado ahí. Payaso, alguien está parado ahí.
Later in the investigation, something stranger happens. While taking a look at the tomb of famous Mexican singer Valentín Elizalde, this happens.
De este gran señorón, Valentín Elizalde.
¿Qué pedo? Se te cayó la cachucha.
No, me tocaron.
No, y se vio como si te la hubieran empujado con la mano, payaso.
No, me tocaron, sí, como que me
Sí, se vio como si te lo hubieran tumbado con la mano.
As you can see, the YouTuber's hat seems to fly off his head for no apparent reason.
Valentín Elizalde.
¿Qué pedo?
What makes this even more unsettling is that Valentin Elizalde was murdered.
No, sí, mira. Pues amigos, ay Dios mío, qué miedo. Pues aquí estamos, Lorena. Ay, Dios mío. Pues, ay, no manches. Ay, qué feo.
On November 25th, 2006, after playing a gig in Reynosa, Elizalde was gunned down while leaving the venue. It's believed he had angered a notorious gang in one of his songs. So could the spirit of Elizalde be trying to make contact by tipping this YouTuber's hat?
De este gran señorón, Valentín Elizalde.
¿Qué pedo? Se te cayó la cachucha.
No, me tocaron.
No, y se vio como si te la hubieran empujado con la mano, payaso.
Given the caretaker's testimony that the property is heavily haunted and that the devil himself apparently roams the grounds, perhaps all those who are buried here are unable to find peace. Maybe their souls are in a state of permanent unrest, and the activity within the grounds of the graveyard is their way of seeking help.
Se ve una sombra allá, payaso. Se ve una sombra. Allá, sí, se ve una sombra. Allá, alguien está parado ahí. Payaso, alguien está parado ahí.
This is some CCTV footage that was uploaded to Reddit by Candice May 3. A little over a year ago, their dog passed away and they've been mourning the loss ever since. It's been so hard on the family that they even kept the dog's toys around the house as mementos. This clip was captured by their home security system at 4 AM. Watch what happens. Watching that again, you can see their dog's ball roll around the living room. It moves as if something's pushing it along, zigzagging back and forth. There's another eerie detail about this clip that the OP didn't even notice until Reddit users began pointing it out. It happens right at the end of the clip. Why? As you can see, a door on the left-hand side of the room seems to open all by itself. Again, it was 4 AM when this was taken and no one was awake. When the OP finally noticed the door opening, they said that the previous owner of the house died in their bedroom. If the dog's spirit is active, then perhaps the previous owner is too. What do you make of this eerie footage? I'd love to hear your theories in the comment section down below. For years, conspiracy theorists have speculated that there's something very strange going on within the British royal family. Some say they're lizard people or aliens, or that they're the head of the New World Order. This next clip, uploaded by Terra and Los Videos, may be a glimpse into the bizarre inner workings of the royal family. Here we can see a public appearance by Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle. See if you can spot anything unusual. If we watch that again, keep a close eye on Meghan Markle. She seems to be acting strangely. Some viewers have noted that she almost looks robotic. She moves strangely and she seems to have a blank look in her eye. When this footage went live, theories ran rife as to what's actually happening. Some suggested it might actually be a stand-in wearing a mask, perhaps for Meghan's own safety. A similar theory was floated that it's a dummy or robot stand-in for safety reasons. Of course, there were more outlandish suggestions like clones or even a glitch in the Matrix. But then again, maybe it is just Megan and there's nothing strange going on at all. So where do you sit on this peculiar piece of footage? Love to hear your thoughts on this in the comment section down below. Redditor Golden Whamsy posted this unsettling bit of footage. When this urban explorer set out down this abandoned tunnel, he was most likely hoping for some terrifying thrills in the darkness. However, it turns out that something much more menacing was waiting in the shadows. In this short clip, we can see the camera holder head into the dark, decrepit tunnel, with only the light from his camera to cast a faint glow on the rundown, shadowy walls made of crumbling grey stone. For the first few seconds of the video, the tunnel is almost silent. The only noise that intrudes the eerie quiet is the sound of the explorer's footsteps as he heads deeper into the tunnel. Suddenly, the silence of the tunnel is shattered in the most terrifying way imaginable, as a horrifying howl echoes through the blackness. The howl is strange. It doesn't sound like any animal, but it also doesn't sound entirely human. Some viewers have speculated that another person was waiting deep in the tunnel to make the terrifying noise. Yet, something about the howl seems too animalistic. Other viewers believe that some sort of creature or entity made the sound as a warning, turn back now or suffer the consequences. Either way, would you be sticking around in this creepy tunnel after a terrifying noise like that? Let me know in the comments section below. YouTube channel Soul Searching is known for sharing haunting videos and scary EVPs. In this visit to the Villisca Axe Murders house in Villisca, Iowa, USA, terrifying noises became the star of the show. According to the investigators, the ghosts responded to several attempts to make contact. The scary EVPs they recorded are truly haunting. Firstly, while the crew was setting up equipment in the barn, a tape recorder caught the phrase, "I'm Noah," and "the cats lie on me," being whispered by a disembodied voice.
Yeah, look at that. I broke. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at that.
Later, in one of the bedrooms, strange banging noises are heard along with the phrases, "It's out there," and "I'm Katie." Even creepier, EVPs were captured in the children's bedroom, a voice saying, "Cast out the devil, my head, and good night." In another bedroom, investigators recorded "Dream That Dream" on a digital recorder, and numerous orbs on a video camera. This home belonged to the Moore family in the early 1900s. In the early morning of June 10, 1912, all 6 family members and their 2 house guests were found murdered. A lengthy investigation resulted in several suspects, 2 of whom were brought to trial, but were found not guilty. The house has been owned and lived in by several families since these murders took place. None stayed long. Each family reported strange happenings, including disembodied footsteps, things moving, voices, apparitions, and strange shadows. I don't think this house will be going off market again anytime soon. Would you be brave enough to live there, or even just spend one night in this creepy old house? Let me know what you'd do in the comments section below. When Slaptown viewer Christina received the first video of her newborn nephew, she wasn't expecting to hear any scary EVPs. But it seems like this little guy has managed to capture a ghost's attention in his first days of life. The video, recorded in Valley Medical in San Jose, California, USA, shows the baby's mother attempting to awaken the sleeping child in his hospital bassinet. While filming, the mother doesn't notice anything unusual, but when she was editing the video later, she noticed a harsh, ghostly voice whispering "wake up" to her sleeping son. Many paranormal believers claim that children are more easily able to perceive the supernatural than adults. This video seems to offer some proof of that claim. Just after the voice speaks, the baby opens his eyes and begins fussing in his bassinet. Is it possible that he heard the terrifying voice? This video was recorded while the mother and child were still in the hospital, so hopefully the spirit remains there. It's thought hospitals are a common location for ghosts to hang around because of the high number of deaths that occur in their rooms. If this little man is lucky, this will be the last encounter he has with a scary EVP. In this video from Ghosted UK's YouTube channel, a ghost seems to have spoken up either in an attempt to help or to be terrifying. Listen closely to the video and judge for yourself. The video is almost entirely black as an unexpected power outage has plunged the group of paranormal investigators into darkness. It's thought the presence of a ghostly entity can wreak havoc on electricity, so it's possible that the loss of lights is the first clue to the presence of a paranormal visitor. For much of the video, we can only hear the voices of people scared and exasperated by the loss of electricity.
Yeah, it's in the middle. Okay, would you want to swap then? I'll swap them. Do you want to
People call out into the darkness, instructing others to find a light. After a few seconds, a faint light illuminates the area, allowing us to see some of the people who were caught in the darkness.
That's the 2 lights.
At first, the occurrence doesn't seem that unusual. However, if you listen closely while the people are calling out for light, it becomes clear that one of the voices is not of a natural origin. As the cacophony fills the air, a ghostly voice growls the words, "Get a life" or "Get a light."
I can't see. Can you put some of the light for me?
That's the 2 lights. The 2 lights. The 2 lights.
If it was the latter, the presence could have simply been trying to help.
I can't see. Can you put some of the light for me?
That's the 2 lights.
On the other hand, if it was saying "get a life," there could be some creepier connotations to these scary EVPs.
That's the 2 lights.
Let me know in the comment section below, which one did you hear? Get a light or get a life?
That's the 2 lights.
Redditor Cody Meniz64 lives near the site of the King Philip War battlegrounds in Bristol, Rhode Island, USA, which is believed to be haunted. The scary EVPs recorded here seem to justify this claim. One night, the usually quiet area was interrupted by the rhythmic beating of a snare drum. The drumming heard in the video is reminiscent of the types of melodies drummed in old wars as the troops march into battle. According to Cody Meniz64, the drumming continued to echo through the neighbourhood for 3 hours. King Philip, otherwise known as Metacomet, was a Native American chief who was beheaded on the very street where this video was recorded. His death occurred during a long and bloody war, in which Metacomet led a group of warriors from several Native American tribes in an attempt to push European colonists out of New England. In 1676, Metacomet was fatally shot. The vicious war lasted for another 2 years after his death, resulting in a colonial victory and countless casualties. Could the eerie drumbeat be somehow linking back to this violent past? Given its bloody history, it's unsurprising that paranormal energy would abound on the spot where Metacomet lost his life. Perhaps these ancient battlegrounds are best left undisturbed. When actor and comedian Robin Williams died in 2014, the world was shocked and saddened. His laughter and humour would be missed by many who were heartbroken by the loss. However, because of a series of videos uploaded to YouTube by Charlie Chittenden Paranormal and Huff Paranormal, some believe the beloved comedian may not be gone for good. Charlie Chittenden recorded his videos using a ghost box, attempting specifically to make contact with Robin Williams in the afterlife. Ghost boxes operate by scanning radio frequencies in an attempt to capture EVPs. At first, the ghost box seems to make contact with other spirits, one of which says, "Robin's gone, that's over." Charlie continues his questioning, with some ghostly voices seeming to provide answers to his questions. However, it isn't clear if it's Williams's voice.
Your reasons for doing this may have been that you were suffering from Lewy body dementia. Could you confirm this was part of the reason?
In Charlie's second attempt to communicate with Williams using the ghost box, Charlie again asks Williams's spirit to come forward and speak. The scary EVPs continue in this session, with ghostly voices popping up occasionally, providing unclear and cryptic responses to Charlie's questions.
Robin starred in films such as What Dreams May Come.
In the Huff Paranormal video, the host also attempts to use a ghost box to communicate with the late actor. The first attempt in making contact occurred on the day that Williams died. A voice speaks up saying, "We're waiting," in a tone that the investigator believes matches Williams's voice in life.
Are you there, Robin?
The voice makes other statements that sound like Williams and could suggest that he's in the afterlife, such as the phrase, "I must have got it wrong." The investigator makes further attempts to contact Williams. In his third attempt, the most compelling EVP comes through. The voice states, "I'm dead," in a tone that sounds exactly like Robin Williams. This session ends with the hopeful phrase, "There is light and I'm here with Dad." This suggests that the beloved actor may have found peace wherever he is.
Every single morning, these are on the floor. Every single morning.
TikToker Tasha Daz claims that every morning when she gets up, 2 cookbooks are always on the floor of her kitchen. No matter how many times she puts them back on the countertop, the next morning they're always back on the floor. To get to the bottom of what was going on, Tasha set up a camera to film the books around the clock. Take a look at what she discovered. As you can see, the books fall over at a little after 1 AM. Then, several hours later at 3 AM, they slide off the countertop as if pushed by something. Several days later, her dog started acting strangely in the hallway. Barking and whining as if something's there. Prompted by the overwhelming response she got on TikTok, Tasha decided to set up another camera in the kitchen to see if anything else could be captured on film. Take a look at what she captured this time. This one's more subtle, but the clip begins with a strange knocking sound. Then the glass of red liquid on the bench begins to swish about. Just as the liquid moves, a very subtle orb-like object flies from right to left. Then another object slides slowly off the bench. As of right now, this TikToker has no idea how to explain these strange happenings in her home. Tasha says that several paranormal investigators have reached out to her and have offered to run some tests on the house. So, until that happens, this footage will have to remain a mystery. This eerie footage was sent to us on our Slaptam Facebook group by Joey Radke. The Minnesota local believes he's captured a ghostly entity lurking outside of his bedroom on camera. The clip is so eerie, it was even picked up by a UK news outlet where it was touted as proof of the afterlife. Take a look at what's been captured. As you can see, there's a figure in the hallway. It looks to be a woman. She stands there for a brief second before disappearing completely. Joey and his partner Amy were apparently warned about the property when they moved in a little over 2 years ago. They were told the house was haunted by a demonic presence. For the most part, living at the property's been fairly normal until this incident. The couple had installed CCTV cameras to keep an eye on their pets. After seeing this eerie footage, Joey decided to investigate the history of the home. He discovered that a previous tenant, an elderly lady, died in the apartment. It said she was carried out by paramedics, still wearing her nightie. Some viewers believe it looks like the figure in the footage is wearing a nightgown. Since capturing the footage, Joey feels like he's being watched around the house. The current landlord said they felt like something was off about the property, and the previous tenant stated they saw demonic entities, shadowy figures, and said something was watching them while they slept. Joey believes this is the holy grail of ghost videos, stating that this incident can't be faked and that it proves there's an afterlife.
Cal, do you send
Go ahead.
Teresa?
It's going. There it is. It's on the screen. Do you see it standing there? Yep.
One evening, TikToker CMLLGS1 noticed something strange happening in the apartment building across from them. They noticed that the lights in one particular apartment were flickering on and off. They kept an eye on it and it didn't stop for over an hour. That's when they decided to take out their phone and film the strange event. Even though it had been flickering for over an hour, as soon as they started filming, apparently it stopped. Then, sometime later, it began again, but this time, something far more eerie happened. Take a look. Slowing that down, a transparent figure seems to move through the apartment when the light is off. Naturally, the thousands of viewers who saw this clip were freaked out. Due to the eerie flickering, many thought it had to be a ghost. Some noted it looked like the figure just disappears when the lights turn back on. Unless the OP knows the person in that apartment, it would be pretty hard to fake this footage. Even if this clip is genuine, we still don't know exactly what we're looking at here. Could it really be a ghost? Drop your theories in the comment section down below and share them with the rest of the community. This next set of photos were sent to us on our Slapped Ham Facebook group. They were captured in September 2021 by one of our community members, James Fredette, on his wedding day. On the day, James was happily snapping some pics of his wife and friends and family. He took a series of snaps in quick succession and didn't think too much of it until he reviewed the pics. One of the photos is completely normal. Then the others, taken just a split second later, seem to show a strange mist-like substance. James says they were the last group to leave the venue and that there was no one smoking anywhere near them. According to James, his wife's son passed away in 2018 and his own father died in 2021. The family believes that these strange anomalies are their loved ones making an appearance in spirit form. The rest of the Facebook community seem to agree that this could indeed be their loved ones making contact from beyond. And frankly, if this brings James and his family some comfort, then that's all that really matters. This clip was uploaded to TikTok by Matter Pattern. It's some home security footage of a woman preparing dinner, and what happened seems to have split the comments section as no one can quite agree on a cause. Take a look and see what everyone's talking about. Watching that again, one of the bowls begins to slide all by itself. The woman notices it and tries to replicate the movement, but can't seem to do so. A lot of comments on the clip said it's just condensation under the bowl making it slide. While this is certainly a possibility, the woman in the clip tries to replicate the movement. It seems like she too thought it was condensation as well. But when she can't get the bowl to slide, that's when a lot of viewers thought that something paranormal may be afoot. So where do you sit on this? Condensation or something a little more sinister? Drop your thoughts in the comment section down below. Sticking with strange things caught on security camera, this next one was uploaded to TikTok by DannyBergXO. She says that her boss claims that a ghost has always followed her around. No one took the claims all that seriously. That is, until this footage was captured. Take a look. Out of nowhere, the bins jostle and fall over. There doesn't appear to be anything that could have caused this sudden movement. Because the boss has always thought spirits have followed her, she just goes about her day, unfazed by the strange movement. A couple of theories sprang up in the comments section. Some suggested that there's someone hiding behind the silver box in the foreground. Perhaps they poked the bin on the left, causing them to topple over. Another person suggested that it seems like the machines on the wall are soda pop dispensers. It's possible then that a customer or employee used the soda tap and the sudden pump of gas could have caused the bins to move. So without further info, it's hard to speculate on what's actually happening here. You'll have to watch the footage again and make your own mind up. In mid-2021, TikToker Frenchie dropped some footage of a video call they recorded with their friend Leighton, who apparently lives in a very haunted house. The clip has been freaking viewers out ever since. Take a look. As you can see, the cupboard door opens mysteriously, all by itself. This continues to happen throughout the call. At one point, the footage zooms in to show what appears to be a strange grey face. While this could be a case of pareidolia, the tendency for humans to see familiar patterns in inanimate objects, it still doesn't explain why the cupboard door keeps opening, seemingly all on its own. The reactions seem quite genuine too. The OP in the top corner looks freaked out, yet intrigued. While Leighton in the center of frame looks resigned to the bizarre activity, almost annoyed that it keeps happening. So, are we seeing genuine paranormal activity here, or is it all just a hoax? Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. A Scottish mother from Drongan is convinced a ghost is visiting her young son. Cheryl Scott suspected something strange was happening in her son's bedroom. When she reviewed their baby cam footage, she was stunned at what she saw. Take a look. Watching that again, you can see that there's two strange shapes floating in the middle of the frame. Suddenly, the baby cam shifts to the left, as though something's moved it. Eerily, Cheryl claims that the light we can see when the camera spins around wasn't on when she left her sleeping son that night. The family is living in Cheryl's grandparents' old house. They both passed away a number of years ago. Cheryl believes it could be the spirit of her grandma or grandpa coming to visit. Given the strange floating lights and that the camera moved despite no one else being in the room, it certainly does make you wonder what's going on in this old family home. This next piece of footage was uploaded to Twitter by user Conspiracy. It shows a CCTV feed overlooking the ocean in an unknown location. Take a look at what was captured on camera. Watching that again, an unidentified flying object zips past the camera. It looks like a small metallic ball of some kind. Here it is in slow motion. The extreme speed of the object almost certainly rules out a commercial drone or weather balloon. Naturally, viewers have called this an alien craft. Some think it's some kind of reconnaissance vehicle sent to Earth to capture information about our civilization. Others have said it might be a top secret military craft, perhaps Russian or Chinese in origin. As always, I'll throw this strange one out to you, the viewer. What do you think this is? Let me know your theories in the comments section down below. Some strange footage of a mysterious bleeding tree has been uploaded to TikTok by Shahin Nuraslam 0022, and it's been freaking viewers out. The first clip shows someone hacking into a tree with a machete. Watch. An intense red liquid that looks uncannily like blood spews out of the branch. The second clip shows a man with a chainsaw. Watch what happens. As the chainsaw rips through the trunk of the tree, more of the blood-like liquid spews out. The third clip shows the tree falling down. The camera holder puts his hand in the liquid. It's frightening just how much this looks like real blood. Of course, speculation ran rife when this footage went live. Some said it was a miracle and that it was the blood of Christ we're witnessing. Others, however, thought quite the opposite, saying the blood was a sign of a demonic presence. In actual fact, this is Pterocarpus angolensis, or bloodwood. It's a type of tree that seeps a deep red sap when cut open. It's native to South Africa and is known for its medicinal properties. So even knowing what it is, it's still freaky to see a tree spew out something that looks so much like human blood. The Blue House pub in Sunderland, UK is rumoured to be haunted. Staff and patrons alike have seen and felt things that can't quite be rationally explained. And now, something bizarre has actually been caught on camera, which backs up the haunting claims. Watch. Looking at that again, the pint of beer that's on the bar next to the patron suddenly falls over without reason. Darla Anderson, the current landlady of the 167-year-old pub, said that the day before this footage was captured, a psychic medium was in the venue and said that a ghostly presence was lurking around the property. They could sense a strange entity near them. When the footage was shared to Facebook, the previous owner of the pub got in touch and said they had always suspected the property was haunted. They too had seen objects moving around all on their own. So could this old pub really be harbouring a spirit, or is there another way to explain the pint moving on its own? Oregon nurse Carol Leanne has captured something eerie on camera while working the night shift at the hospital. She shared the footage to her TikTok account, Carol Anan 1984. She says that the nurses at the hospital have a superstition that whenever someone passes away, they open a window in the room so their spirit can leave freely. During a night shift in October 2021, Carol noticed that someone hadn't left the window open, despite someone dying in the room earlier that day. Watch what the camera caught and see if you can spot anything creepy. If we watch that again in slow motion, right at the end, you can see a shadow pass in front of the camera. Despite the freaky backstory, some viewers think it's all a hoax, noting the strange grainy filter that's been applied over the footage. So is that shadow really a trapped spirit, or are we just seeing the work of a spooky filter? Either way, the fact that the nurses open the windows after someone passes is certainly an eerie thought. This next piece of bizarre footage often floats around the foul depths of conspiracy forums. It's often labelled top secret and that it's been recently leaked to the public. It's allegedly a snippet of footage captured during the Apollo 11 mission in 1969. Take a look. Watching that again, a bipedal humanoid can be seen standing up in the distance. Some viewers thought it looked like the figure was praying, as it can be seen kneeling. Others noted how tall the figure must be, given how far away it's standing. The fact that this snippet gets passed around so often means it's almost impossible to verify its origin. Could it really be top secret footage from Apollo 11, or is it all just a nice little animation designed to freak people out? Drop your thoughts in the comments section down below. The following video was posted to TikTok by a man named Carlos Ruiz. It's some security footage taken at a gym in an unknown part of Colombia. At first, nothing seems all that unusual about the clip, as we see a man preparing to exercise. As the camera pans to the left, however, we can see a few cables on one of the exercise machines moving on their own.
No, mire, la luz. Fue fruta. Mire, mire. Y de esto hay una segunda toma. Ahorita le muestro la segunda toma y hay cosas que no.
Now, keep an eye on the medicine ball in the bottom right-hand corner.
Mira eso.
Uy, ¿eso qué pasó? ¿Por qué eso se mueve?
From here, things take a turn for the worse.
Es una energía muy mala.
Ay, Dios mío, ¿qué le pasó?
Mamá, mire.
No, Dios, no, no, eso no es normal.
Sí, yo sé
eso no es normal, no. No.
As you can see, something seems to grab the man.
Mío, ¿qué le pasó?
He falls over, but his right leg stays in the air as if something's holding on to it.
Es una energía muy mala.
Ay, Dios mío, ¿qué le pasó?
Mamá, mire.
No, Dios, no.
Frightened, he runs away.
Eso no es normal, no. No.
A second camera managed to capture the incident.
Hay unas cosas, mira mamá, digamos al inicio se ve, vea, las cuerdas ahí, pero pille eso no lo vimos en la primera toma, o sea, eso no se vio en la primera toma.
Ahí se ve más, está jalando, está jalando.
Again, we can see the man fall over and something appears to grab his leg.
Está abierta, o sea, sí, podemos decir que es el aire, pero entonces ¿cómo explicamos la caída? Ahí la bola se mueve. Ahí la ola.
Sí, no, Dios mío, eso ya no es normal. No, y mire como, no, no es terrible, no, no, Dios mío.
Entonces,
Hay que pedir...
This angle shows that there doesn't appear to be any wires or that the video has been manipulated in any way.
Mío, eso ya no es normal. No, y mire como, no, no es terrible, no, Dios mío.
Entonces,
hay que pedir a alguien.
The man even runs to the gym's reception area to report what's just happened.
o alguien que sepa el tema, por favor, dejarlo en los comentarios o no sé, alguien que nos pueda decir qué pasó.
Naturally, these two clips have since gone viral, racking up millions of views with thousands of comments chiming in trying to solve the mystery. The majority of people have been shocked at just how genuine the footage appears. However, skeptics said it has to be wires or CGI.
Ahí la ola se mueve. Ahí la ola.
Sí, no, Dios mío, eso ya no es normal. No, y mire como, no, no es terrible, no, Dios mío.
Entonces,
hay que pedir a alguien que...
So what do you think's been captured in this gym in Colombia? Is it all just a well-orchestrated hoax, or are we witnessing something paranormal? Love to hear your ideas in the comment section down below.
Ahí, mira eso, mira eso.
Uy, ¿eso qué pasó? ¿Por qué eso se mueve?
Esa vaina es pesadísima, eso es pesadísimo.
¿Sí?
Sí, parece que eso es una energía muy mala.
¡Ay, Dios mío! ¿Qué le pasó?
Mamá, mire.
No, Dios, no, eso no es normal.
Sí, yo sé
eso no es normal, no.
The Norwood Hotel, located in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, is by all means a normal hotel that you would stay in for a few nights and not think anything of it. But this video, uploaded by popular paranormal investigation team, the Paranormies, proves that the hotel isn't as normal as it seems. There's a room in the hotel, room 313 to be exact, that's allegedly haunted. It's had many strange occurrences throughout the years. The Paranormies team heard a story about a woman named Christina that had stayed in room 313 at the Norwood Hotel back in 2008. She was in town for a convention, was only planning on staying at the hotel for a few nights. The first evening she was there, she awoke in the middle of the night, unable to move. She said she could see a strange man in the corner of the room, grinning at her. He put his finger to his lips and told her to shush. Unable to move, Christina could do nothing but watch this strange man staring at her. 6 hours later, she woke up ill and violently threw up. There was no sign of an intruder, and the door was still double locked. Startled, Christina called her boyfriend to explain what had happened. He thought perhaps she had suffered an episode of sleep paralysis and that the man was just a hallucination. The following night, Christina had a dream that a man was on fire floating just outside her hotel window. She woke with a fright just as the phone in her room rang. It was her boyfriend in hysterics saying that he had just had a dream that someone broke into her hotel room and did awful things to her. Freaked out, Christina grabbed her keys and left the room. She slept in her car for a few hours till the sun came up. Wanting to leave immediately, Christina headed back to the hotel to grab her things and drive home. When she arrived back at the hotel, it appeared as though the door to her room had been tampered with. The window was wide open and a few of her things were missing. She rang her boyfriend to explain what had happened and to thank him for calling the previous night, otherwise she may have stayed in the room for the entire evening. Confused, her boyfriend said that he didn't call her. They both checked their call history list and sure enough, no calls were made. Christina doesn't know how to explain what happened that night in room 313. In order to see for themselves how truly haunted the room is, the Paranormies decided to check into the hotel for the night to conduct a series of experiments. And as you'll see, things get increasingly more terrifying as the night goes on. During one section of the video, the team sets up a doll that's motion activated, having just changed the batteries. But whenever the cameraman waves his hand in front of the doll, strangely enough, nothing happens.
The doll won't go off. Jordan.
What?
Come look.
The cameraman says that the doll is normally motion activated and can't explain why it isn't working properly.
Wow. Usually she doesn't shut up.
What? You walk in front of it. Okay, hang on. Stay there. Flip it around. I want to just keep this in one shot to see.
Well,
what?
There she goes. Whoa.
But she's not making any noise.
She's not making any noise. That is weird.
She's not saying anything. Whoa. She's just not saying anything anymore.
A couple of minutes later, the crew decides to bring an SLS device into the bathroom. Take a look at what they captured.
Get some light here. Whoa.
Mm-hmm. What is this now?
This special device detects that there's a presence in the bathroom.
That is really creepy.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
sitting in
looking
the bathroom.
behind there.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there. That's just like it's like sitting in the corner of the tub. You hiding?
From here, the crew set up a series of motion-activated balls and spread them across the hotel room. And sure enough, one of them turns on all by itself.
You can touch any one of those. Obviously, it's just dead. Oh, whoa.
Whoa.
Thank you. I didn't... Scare. I did not expect that.
But perhaps the creepiest incident of the night happens when one of the crew members, named Jordan, walks past the mirror that is adorning the wall. Take a look at what was captured.
I'll check it out.
Heavy.
Although he didn't notice it at the time, if you look closely, you can see that Jordan doesn't have a reflection in the mirror when he walks by.
Heavy.
At first, you might think it's just the angle the camera's on. However, just moments later, another member of the team walks by the mirror and clearly has a reflection.
I'm not exactly sure where it's coming from. It almost sounds like, yeah, like water.
The camera's showing the exact same angle as before. Later that night, while the crew members are sleeping, their REM pod and K2 devices proceed to give them an unexpected wake-up call. While these devices being set off is creepy enough, something else happens in the room that is a little more unsettling. Let's watch it again, but this time keep an eye on the right of frame. As you can see, a shadowy figure seems to get on top of Jordan on the right. So given Christina's first-hand account and the bizarre video evidence that the Paranormies team captured, it would appear something very unusual is happening in room 313, but just what the root cause is remains unknown.
Heavy.
A woman from Barrowfield, Glasgow, named Maxine Hughes was enjoying a typical day at home, relaxing and spending time with her 2 children. Maxine says that during her day, her partner was checking the surveillance camera footage outside their home, which is when they spotted something quite chilling in broad daylight. Take a look. What appears to be a strange black mass slowly moves its way across Maxine's yard, before eventually disappearing without a trace. Maxine was so freaked out by what was captured on the security camera footage that she had to call a priest to bless her home from evil spirits. Maxine's neighbour, Debbie Michael-John, saw the video as well, and she too agrees that something is definitely not right. The clip understandably put the entire neighbourhood on high alert, as most of the town struggled to explain the strange floating black mass. Despite thousands of people watching the clip, there's been no logical explanation for the sighting. Simon Newcomb's YouTube channel currently has 2 videos published to it, one of which displays drone footage that he took while on a brisk day in January of 2020. The other video, however, proves to be a little more mysterious. This particular video was not filmed by Simon himself, but rather a friend of his daughter's, and for the first little while it seems as though they're having an average rainy day outside. The group are walking through Wistman's Woods, located in Dartmoor, Devon, England. It's said to be a place of much interest in the area. Although Wistman's Wood has never been 100% proven to be haunted, the origins of its name are quite interesting and creepy. The name Wistman's Wood is said to derive from the old British dialect word wisht, which means eerie, uncanny, or haunted. Legend has it that a pack of hellhounds once roamed the woods. They had blood-red eyes, enormous fangs, and an insatiable appetite for human flesh. The woods themselves look like something out of a fairy tale. The trees are all twisted and gnarled. There are boulders carved with ancient symbols scattered around the park. It's within this mysterious setting that the following video was captured. Take a look.
Pissing it down. These two are doing my head in. It's getting dark. It's really cold. I've no idea where the dog is. What?
It can be hard to spot at first, but at around the 11-second mark, just behind the camera holder, a strange shadow can be seen ducking behind a log.
Doing my head in. It's getting dark. It's really cold. I've no idea where the dog is. What?
Here it is again in slow motion. It's hard to say what exactly this dark figure is, but given the ancient history of the woods and its haunted reputation, one's mind does wander into the realm of the paranormal.
It's getting dark. It's really cold. I've no idea where the dog is. What?
If you're well versed with horror folklore and urban legends, I'm sure by this point you've heard of the infamous La Llorona, or the Weeping Woman. This entity exists in Latin American folklore, and is a spirit who allegedly roams waterfront areas mourning her deceased children who tragically drowned. If you hear loud screeching noises anywhere outside, it's believed that you may have accidentally encountered La Llorona herself, and Nathan Channel on YouTube might have been one of those unlucky people. In the video, Nathan, who's a security guard at an undisclosed building, is walking around the area late at night when he starts to hear some awful sounds in the distance. The guard explores the area but can't seem to find the source of the strange crying sounds.
No se puede ver nada, pero sí se alcanza a escuchar. Oigan, oigan, oigan. Yo estoy aquí en mi trabajo.
So is this the infamous La Llorona herself? Or is it someone in genuine distress? If it is, why can't he find a single person anywhere nearby?
Oigan.
The Lamb and Lion pub, located in High Petergate, York, seems on the outside to be an average pub. However, on the inside, there's something a little more eerie taking place in the Grade 2 heritage-listed building that dates all the way back to the late 18th century. One night, pub owner Lee David Smith was reviewing security tapes when he noticed something on the CCTV cameras that shocked him. Take a look. Upon first glance, the security camera video appears to contain nothing out of the ordinary. As we watch, an employee cleans up various tables in the pub. But if you look in the corridor at the end of the dining area, you can make out what appears to be a small child. Lee says that at the time of the incident, the employee had no idea that anyone was there, but when he called her over to take a look at the footage, she was absolutely petrified. There were certainly no children around when the footage was taken. Lee also says he doesn't necessarily believe in ghosts, but admits this particular incident is making him less of a skeptic. To this day, Lee and other pub employees have never gotten to the bottom of what exactly happened that day. Some locals believe that a child passed away on the premises, and that this is the child's spirit trapped inside the old pub. As always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewer. What do you think's been captured in this strange CCTV footage? Love to hear your theories in the comments section down below. A recent video coming out of Malaysia purports to show a ghostly boy vanishing from sight while on a fair ride. In June 2022, Nur Afrina Rosni from Malaysia was filming her 5-year-old son Muaz on a merry-go-round at a local theme park. In the clip, Rosni films her son on the ride, but something eerie seems to happen. Watch. Watching that again, Rosni's son is sitting with another young boy in one of the carts. They go around once. But on the second spin, her son is suddenly alone. In an interview with the news outlet The Sun, Rosni explains that her son got off the ride alone. When she asked what had happened, Muaz said a worker had paired him with another young boy and they rode on the ride together. However, when Rosni showed her son the footage, he couldn't explain where the boy went. The footage has since gone viral, with thousands of viewers scrambling to make sense of the freaky footage. Some commenters suggested the boy had simply lied down on the ride on the second rotation. Others said the footage must have been edited, but a large contingent of viewer theories veered into the realms of the paranormal, suggesting it might have been the ghost of a young boy who had died at the carnival years prior. Given that Muaz couldn't explain where the young boy had vanished to, it certainly does make you wonder what's going on here. As of uploading this episode, there's been no official explanation on the young boy's whereabouts. In June 2022, some eerie baby cam footage began to go viral on TikTok. Take a look. The young parents who captured this footage were freaked out when they spotted some fingers poking up through the rungs of their baby's crib. While at first this seems like it could easily be staged, a second angle on a different night shows the parents sleeping near the cot. They explain that under the cot is a very small space where they keep a few boxes, and that there's definitely no room at all for someone to hide and reach up through the rungs. From this second viewpoint, you can see that something seems to be pushing the mattress in the cot upwards. Then something strange appears on the left-hand side of the cot. It disappears right as the dad wakes up and looks around the room. Yet another angle shows what appears to be two disembodied hands just under the bed. The dad points out that the space just under the bed is no more than ankle high. On another night, more eerie footage is captured. You can see a shadow moving on the far wall. Then more hands appear under the cot. This time, there appears to be 3 of them. A few seconds later, more movement can be seen under the cot. Again, as the father wakes up, whatever's under the baby's cot seems to disappear. The parents have since said they're getting rid of the cot and have asked their followers if anyone knows a good exorcist. Reactions have been varied for this series of clips. For obvious reasons, a lot of viewers think it's just a fun piece of staged footage designed to get a rise out of people. However, a fair few viewers are genuinely concerned for the baby's safety, saying that the parents should have the house blessed by a priest immediately. One viewer in particular said that they had also had an entity attach itself to a specific piece of furniture in their home. They claim it took 30 days, holy water and regular blessings from a priest to rid the presence from their home. So where do you sit on this footage? Is it too good to be true, or is this genuine paranormal activity? Share your opinions in the comments down below. Here's a funny little clip that was uploaded to Facebook by Heather Rose. It's not paranormal at all, but shows something rather creepy all the same. Take a look. Watching that again, as the cell phone explodes in the microwave, it looks like a demonic face appears in the bubbling plastic. It writhes about and seems to scream in agony. This clear case of pareidolia shows just how suggestible we really are, proving we can see familiar patterns in just about any visual stimulus. Still, it's a fun, spoopy piece of footage either way. In June 2022, the YouTube channel Supernatural captured some eerie activity on their home security camera that they're struggling to explain. The OP claims that weird things have been happening at their house for quite some time now. Their dog barks at seemingly nothing at all hours of the night, and objects have even been seen moving unaided. And recently, their 3-year-old has been talking and interacting with people who aren't there. On June 7th, something was caught on camera that makes this story all the more chilling. Take a look. At 10:23 p.m, a child's toy car appears to be dragged across the yard by an unseen force. Then, on June 19th, more eerie security footage was captured. Watch. This time a chair begins to move. The chair rocks back in the direction of the front of the yard, then it jerks towards the house. The fact that it moves in two separate directions suggests it's less likely to be string or rope moving the chair. For the first movement to happen, string would have to be running out onto the road. So what do you think? Given that the OP has allegedly been experiencing some eerie things inside their home, it does make you wonder whether this footage does show something paranormal. This bizarre little clip was posted to the Facebook page Alien Skies. In January 2021, something strange happened in the skies over Arizona. As you can see, the clouds form a perfect square shape, with one of the corners coming to a point just above the horizon. There's a clear line of contrast against the blue sky on either side. There's been a few videos lately showing similar looking cloud formations, which has led to a slew of varying theories. Some say it's government weather control, others think it's the work of aliens or even a glitch in the simulation. As of yet, there's been no official explanation from the Bureau of Meteorology, so for now, this bizarre sighting will have to remain a complete mystery. This strange footage was sent to us by viewer Adam Luttrell. In mid-April 2022, Luttrell found a security gate at his work wide open. The gate is normally double padlocked and is checked by Luttrell and his supervisor before leaving every shift. Confused, Luttrell got his supervisor to check the security footage from the night before to see what had happened. That's when they saw something they can't quite explain. Take a look. As you can see, the gate begins moving, seemingly all on its own. It flexes inwards, then swings wide open. As it swings open, one of the nearby security lights turns off. The supervisor confirmed that there was no wind that night and is at a loss to explain how the gate swung open like that. In a follow-up comment, Luttrell said there's been no other strange activity at the worksite and believes that whatever opened the gate may have used the last of its energy in this final movement. So this comment obviously implies that Luttrell believes something paranormal is afoot here. But what do you think? What could have opened the gate like that? Love to hear your theories in the comments down below.
Okay, I'm gonna freak the f out in 2 seconds.
This next clip left millions of TikTok viewers baffled as it appears to show a car disappearing in plain view. Alexia Petrozilo, who goes by the username Epetruz, films herself in a parking garage near LAX airport.
My car is right f***ing here, okay? Brady is right here. down, okay? So
She can see her car right in front of her, but as you'll see, things take a turn for the strange. Watch.
So you would assume this means down, right? Okay, don't move, Brady, don't move. So I'm going down. I'm going down. You would not believe how many times I've gone up and down this f***ing floor, okay? We're going down. I'm sprinting now, okay? Watch, because look what happens. Look what happens. Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
Alexia runs down the car park and films the next level. Here we can see there are no cars at all.
My car is right f***ing here, okay? Brady is right here. So you would assume this means down, right? Okay, don't move, Brady, don't move. So I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm sprinting now, okay? Watch, because look what happens. Look what happens. Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
Clearly confused and frustrated, Alexia says she's run up and down the level multiple times and can't figure out why her car seems to keep disappearing.
You would not believe how many times I've gone up and down this f***ing floor, okay? Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
This puzzling clip caught on like wildfire and burnt up over 40 million views, with tens of thousands of comments chiming in, trying to solve the bizarre conundrum. Several people called it a glitch in the Matrix, others said it was black magic sorcery, some said it was the car parking area for the back rooms. The back rooms is an urban legend and creepypasta that originated on 4chan. The legend says that occasionally people can no-clip out of reality as we know it and end up in the back rooms, an endless, empty, monochromatic room that smells like wet carpet. Room after room, the same unending nothing filled with the deafening buzz of fluorescent office lighting. In a follow-up video, Alexia explains that she had to go to the front desk of the parking lot to ask to be driven specifically to her car, as she just couldn't figure out the mystery.
So I had to go all the way back downstairs and ask some very kind Jamaican woman that worked there, who could not understand what I was trying to say. Can you please just show me? Because clearly I can't figure it out for myself. And she literally had to close the gate to the entrance. I hopped in her car, and this beautiful soul took me to my car. But I'm like, how couldn't I figure it out? Long story short, I'm in my car, heading home.
So as it turns out, the car park was most likely a double helix design. This is a specific type of parking garage that coils around itself to enable one-way traffic. Many viewers empathized with the situation, saying that they too had experienced the madness of a double helix parking garage. So I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Have you ever experienced anything like this? Let us know down below.
So you would assume this means down, right? Okay, don't move, Brady, don't move. So I'm going down. I'm going down. We're going down. I'm sprinting now, okay? Watch, because look what happens. Look what happens. Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
Our last entry for the day comes from the Facebook page Cryptid University. They purport to have evidence of a Bigfoot sighting that's caused quite a stir. This series of wild photos were captured in the forests of New York State. Walking among the shrubbery is a large bipedal figure that's covered in thick matted fur. Subsequent photos show the alleged creature to have a flattened face with a pronounced forehead and a depressed nose. On closer inspection, there even appears to be a baby clinging to the back of the larger creature. Naturally, the reactions to this sighting have been varied. Some think it's just another faker walking around the woods in a woolly costume. However, others think there's just too many fine details that seem to allude that this sighting of Bigfoot could be genuine. The flattened face, the lumbering gait, and the little clinging baby have ignited hope in Bigfoot believers that he's really out there. While some paranormal enthusiasts may go looking for supernatural activity, it would seem skeptics can encounter ghosts too. Posted to Reddit by user Stalker the Zone, a self-professed skeptic himself, this clip shows just how terrifying an unwanted encounter with a ghost would be. The poster explains that he was an avid skeptic until witnessing the supernatural events of this clip. Being a security officer at a hospital, the uploader explains that he noted the empty wheelchair in this hallway as being on the opposite side of the hall during his first patrol. Upon approaching that same chair on his second patrol, he noted it was now in the middle of the hallway. Possibly spooked already, the uploader then begins to record the clip in question. Watch what happens.
See, I f***ing do. No.
The chair stands still for a moment, then it turns slowly on its own until it's facing the direction of the uploader.
See, I f***ing do. No.
At this moment, the uploader seems to be simultaneously vindicated and horrified. Having captured video proof of possible supernatural activity, the uploader likely felt a sense of relief that he was not imagining any of these weird events. However, it would seem this skeptic was now face to face with his first instance of supernatural activity.
See, I f***ing do. No.
As the security guard is a self-professed skeptic, there's little reason he would have gone looking for supernatural activity or attempted to manufacture it in the first place, lending to the clip's credibility. With no one else around, many believe the wheelchair was moved by some sort of supernatural force. Given that this footage was filmed in a hospital, it's easy to imagine the ghost of a restless former patient pushing the chair around.
See, I f***ing do. No.
The internet collectively panicked for TikTok user Moo Ya when she uploaded this video showing off her nails. While her outrageous manicures were set to take center stage, viewers quickly noticed something eerie. Take a look.
Oh, they're so light. They are...
While the user seemed unaware of the shadowy presence looming behind her, viewers couldn't just let it slide once they noticed it. Clearly freaked out by the figure's appearance, most of the user's comments and attention focused wholly on the figure and making sure the TikTok user was aware of its presence.
They are...
In the clip, the figure appears to be nearly pitch black. The angle at which the clip was captured also makes the figure appear absurdly tall.
So light. They are...
What's more, the figure doesn't appear to move at all during the few short seconds in which it's featured in the clip.
Oh, they're so light. They are...
Some users even went so far as to claim the figure was clearly a shadow demon. With so many TikTok users worried about the uploader's safety, they certainly got her attention. When the user finally responded, she was sure to calm everyone's fears by letting them know the figure in the background was actually just her fiancé standing in the kitchen.
But huge shout out to everyone who was asking if I was okay. You're the real MVPs.
While the shadow demon theory was eventually debunked, viewers were nonetheless spooked by its appearance in the meantime.
Oh, they're so light. They are...
Although some clips are easily debunked, others will likely continue to puzzle internet sleuths indefinitely. This clip, posted to Reddit by user Swingset Superman, has people positing all sorts of off-the-wall theories, without settling on a single definitive outcome. Captured by a Ring doorbell camera, the clip in question shows a fleet of small, brightly lit specks, moving to and fro in front of the home's doorstep. The specks are relatively small, but certainly not small enough to be dust. While the uploader first sought a more conventional explanation for the clip, they quickly realized there was none to be found. Wondering if they were possibly insects or small animals of some kind, Reddit users drew a blank. For bugs to move with such coordination would be fairly unnatural. Even more so, there'd be no reason for them to glow in this way unless they were fireflies, but these strange specks don't seem to match that type of insect. While some more skeptical users argued that it may be some kind of strange reflection on the camera lens, others were not convinced by this explanation. With no one able to pinpoint an insect or animal that behaved in this way, the uploader was encouraged to post this clip to supernatural subreddits. Even there, users were stumped as to what they were seeing. Divided, some users argued that the specks were actually small aliens. Explaining their reasoning, the users argued that no one's ever said aliens have to be large in size. Other users believe the erratic flex to be some kind of ghost or other supernatural entity. Still, the coordinated movements of the small entities and the traces they leave behind wouldn't allow users to come to a consensus. It's likely the uploader will never have a clear idea of just what they've managed to capture on film. Some ghostly occurrences are captured by professional investigators who know just what they're looking for and how to handle them. This is the case with this clip and pictures, captured by one Ian Griffiths. A psychic medium and the founder of a supernatural investigation group called Walking with Spirit, Griffiths claims to have known exactly what he needed to do after purchasing an antique mirror. He says he was struck by the supernatural energy emitting from the object. Luckily, this seasoned paranormal investigator was already equipped with an electronic voice phenomena or EVP device that he could use in order to attempt and capture a conversation with the potential spirit. Despite being a hardened supernatural investigator who has worked for over 20 years in the field, Griffiths claims to be still spooked by occurrences such as these. The photo shows the mirror in question. Griffiths claims that at one point he saw a small girl looking back at him from inside this mirror. In the video clip, you can hear some strange and unexplained rattling in the background of his conversation.
This is your chance to talk. This is your chance to communicate.
Then an even eerier sound is captured. Take a listen. Griffiths believes that the noises can be interpreted as a voice saying, "You help me." Here it is again. These findings convince the uploader that the spirit of a young girl does indeed haunt his mirror. Through his conversations with the spirit, he claims to have learned that the child's name is Alison Marie, who happens to be about 9 years old. Still, Griffith's long experience with the supernatural has taught him to be cautious. He explains that some ill-intentioned spirits sometimes pretend to be young and innocent in order to trick people such as himself. Although he's wary, Griffiths is still proud of the evidence he's captured. Only time will tell whether it could be something far more sinister. Posted by a YouTube channel called Ghost, this clip features an extremely unique light phenomenon. Take a look. Throughout the video, an odd speck of light is seen slowly streaking across the night sky without changing its direction. While images of long cigar-shaped UFOs have circulated the internet in the past, viewers are hesitant to classify this as the same type of UFO. According to the uploader, the lights moved slowly until they were entirely out of view. Many were quick to point out the possibility of these lights being emitted from one of SpaceX's Starlink satellites, which are both bright and highly visible. However, these satellites are usually seen as a variety of separate lights moving in a distinct line, rather than one single row of light. Other viewers claimed that they had seen similar shaped lights lingering in the night sky in their local towns and cities. So until further info comes to hand, this sighting will have to remain a UFO, an unidentified flying object. Mum of two, Kaylee Corby, was shocked when something eerie was spotted in what was supposed to be an innocent TikTok video. When Corby posted the clip to her account, Corby123AAA, comments quickly flooded in, pointing out the strange figure in the background of her reaction video. Take a look. Just over Corby's right shoulder, you can make out a dark silhouette of a person standing in the background. Corby told the UK news outlet The Echo that her two kids were upstairs asleep when the incident occurred. There was supposed to be no one else in the house. After it was brought to her attention, Corby quickly rang her parents, who came over immediately to be with her. Although it's not been reported to the police, the general consensus from viewers is that an intruder was caught on camera. So unlike the clip we showed earlier that turned out to be just the uploader's fiancé, this eerie figure can't be so easily explained. Let me know what you would do if you spotted an intruder in your house after the fact via a video. Let me know down below. This final clip, captured in Cheshire, UK, features a strange event so unique, the woman who captured it claims to have been terrified to the point of shaking. Captured by one Romany Smith, the clip in question shows a variety of lights in the sky, which appear to blink and change in colour rapidly. As the lights change colours from orange to green to red and blue, Smith was entranced and sure she had never seen anything like it before. What's more, Smith is convinced she's captured irrefutable evidence of a UFO floating above her home. The encounter is said to have lasted for over 40 minutes. Smith also claims that a darker object could be seen every so often within the light. She said that the flying object occasionally turned on its side, so that she could be sure it was a flying object and not just a reflection of lights. This idea cemented to Smith that she was truly looking at an unexplainable phenomenon, and not just a trick of the light or a trick of her mind. Confronted with this idea, Smith admitted to being truly terrified. As her mind tried to rationalise what she was seeing, she reasoned the object was far too large to be a drone. What's more, multiple airplanes happened to pass by while she was looking at the object, with each seeming smaller than the strange glowing object. While this is far from a normal occurrence, Smith does admit that this isn't the first time she thinks she's seen a UFO. About 6 years prior, Smith claims to have witnessed two other odd flying objects in the air, each emitting their own light the size of 2 football pitches. So what do you think's been captured on camera here? Love to hear your theories in the comments section below. Playgrounds are meant to be places filled with the joy and laughter of children, and usually they are just that. But once the sun sets, a whole different story can be told, one of the darker variety. This is what seemed to happen in one TikTok video